So Abdul Aziz Al Faisal leading the race, and we'll be going down to Nick Damon in a moment. Stefan Mucker's jumped into the 28 car, and he's in third position in the Aston Martin. He was being closed down on quite quickly by Thomas Jaeger in the 30, the Ram Racing car. Let's head down to Nick Damon, who is with Paul White, who's just got out of that sole GT3 Aston Martin in the race. Yeah, I just went and grabbed Paul from the back of the garage. You're looking quite hot and probably quite tired of the session. Are you glad you decided to get a third driver in?
Yeah, I contracted flu about a week ago, and I've been really struggling to recover, so having Johnny on side was a real bonus. In fairness, the choice was originally to do Pro-Am, but with qualifying and testing going so well, we just had to go pro, and it seems to be working well.
What do you think is the secret of the really strong performance from the Aston this weekend?
I think you really have to hand the credit to Johnny and Stefan. The car is so neutral, it's beautiful under the brakes, which is really what we need. We haven't quite got the straight line speed of the SLSs, but under braking the car's super stable.
Now, purely for my own future reference, how did you manage to get the factory drivers to come and drive with you?
I asked John Gore very, very, very nicely.
So, I mean, the car's going well, but you know, have you had any problems at all? Or has it literally been that metronomic lap after lap after lap?
I had a half spin in the last session after having a little tiny bit of contact with the Porsche, but the secret is just to try and stay well away from any danger, really. That's the secret to all of it.
I think we've seen quite high attrition, so is it now getting a lot easier because there are a lot less cars out on the track?
Yeah, and I think as well, it takes 3 or 4 hours normally for people to kind of settle into the night rhythm, and that's kind of looking where we are now.
Thanks, Paul. Of course, Paul was referring to John Gore. He's with John Gore, who's the head of Aston Martin Racing over in Gaydon in Warwickshire, who should really be here, shouldn't he, John?
Yes, Aston Martin have just announced their young driver development programme, taking 17 to 25-year-olds, 10 of them, and one of them will win a full season of works racing. And that seems to be the way nowadays, identify the talent nice and young. Let's go through a few tweets before I introduce our guests. Question here from George Paul. Is everyone using the same type of fuel now, or is there any separate fuel areas as we've seen sometimes in races of this ilk in the past?
The only differently fuelled car is one diesel.
Yeah.
But there is only one diesel car, although there are 5 diesel pumps available for it.
Yeah.
But you can only use, it's a bit like you do at the local supermarket, each fueling station has 2 pistols, one for diesel, one for, and there's only 10 altogether. So if there's 10 people already queued up, you have to wait, and then when you go forward, you can use your diesel pump.
Right, okay. I always get the person who can't find their credit cards and can't open the flap.
Just to go on to what you were saying before, there's actually more congestion up at the refuelling area than there is in front of the garages.
Really?
Okay. You know, there have been several occasions where people have had to queue, and once you're turned right at the end of the pit lane, you then can't get out of it, you're stuck in the queue.
George Paul that was from, and a number of people asking how the Gulf Racing UK Lamborghini is doing, still circulating in the hands of Stuart Hall. It is 5th in A6 Dam, 11th overall. Stewie last time around a 2:08.9, he hit a bit of traffic. He's about an hour and 40 minutes into his stint. Our guest to my right is the Midweek Motorsport I Respect Woman of the Year. Hello, Jade.
Hello, how are you?
I'm all right. Last time we saw you, we were in very different circumstances. Relatively dry, but a damn sight colder in Anglesey for the Race of Remembrance.
Yeah, it was a little bit colder there, wasn't it? We definitely weren't in shorts that weekend.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that was your first taste of long-distance racing?
That was actually my second. My first was in this series, actually, the 24-hour series at the Hungary. So it was the last round of the 2014 season for them, and that was a 12-hour race. And then we went straight on to the 8-hour at Anglesey. So I've had 2 experiences of long-distance endurance, and I have well and truly caught the bug, I have to say.
Well, the Golf's here, the Miltech Golf's here. How come you're not in it? I mean, you must be chomping at the bit.
Yes, I have to say, turning up here and seeing the circuit was very frustrating, but you know, I've just signed up for British GT, and to find a little bit of budget on top of that was quite difficult. So I did try and get out into this race, and I would obviously love to be out there. KPM's a great team, they've helped me a lot, but unfortunately the budget didn't come to us. So instead I'm working for Viper Media, Rebecca Jones, and doing a little bit of PR this weekend. I'm I'm a strong believer that if you can't race the car, you should work in the industry in some way.
And am I right in saying that I saw that you are going to be racing with your sister in the British GT?
Yes, so we've got a all-female team, such as me and my sister, driving the car, and it's also a big family affair with my dad now being team manager, so he'll be on the radio to us.
Hang on. I can see the worth in that about the trust and all that, but families don't always get on superbly well at all times, do they?
No, that is true, and we are a well-known fiery family, but...
I refrained from saying that, but you did, thank goodness.
Yes, but I think we've got a good sort of teamwork between us, you know. We know how each other works, and, you know, we do get fiery at times, but 5 minutes later, we're back to being friends, and I think, you know, we're very passionate about the sport, and we all want the same the end goal, so I think we'll work well together to get that.
And what are you going to be driving in British GT?
Aston Martin GT4.
GT4, yeah, which seems to be the car of choice in GT4. I think at least 2 or 3 people I've seen announcing new programmes this season with those cars, and Beechstein looking for, defending champions of course, looking for a driver in GT4 as well. We asked you this at Anglesey, but we've got a different audience here, and you're on telly as well here. Why endurance racing? What has drawn you to this? That, you know, it is a different mindset, but why? What is it about this kind of racing?
I was brought up with sprint racing. My father did British touring cars and Clear Cup and things like that, so that's initially where I started out. And I loved every second of it. Obviously, racing, for me, I just want to get out in a car and compete. But unfortunately for us, you know, we do struggle with budget and things like that, so we had to look elsewhere. And for us, GT racing, you know, with 2 drivers, budget's a little bit more realistic for us. And I got in the car, and my first race was at Alton Park for the Aston Martin GT4 Challenge, and I just caught the bug straight away.
Yeah.
You know, the team camaraderie,
lovely cars thought to drive,
amazing car. You know, Aston are a brilliant brand to be a part of. And to be involved with a great team like that, and to race with your sister or your friends. You know, I did the Hungary race with Tom Cole, who's my housemate, and Paul White, who we just seen on the TV there. They're great friends of mine, and to stand on the top step of a podium with your mates is a feeling that you can't really get anywhere else, I don't think.
It must be killing you not being out on the circuit at the moment. Did you have a chance to do one of the rent-a-car rides earlier on, and have a look around the track this week? Or?
Unfortunately not. That was the plan, but unfortunately we got a flight delay, so we didn't arrive in time for that.
We did both sessions, and I've been around the track before in various machinery around here, not the full circuit in a race car, but we had a rather tasty Porsche last year, and we had a Cayenne this year that we went round. It's a very technical circuit, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, there's lots of fast sections to it, but there's also lots of twists and turns. I mean, I haven't seen the circuit myself to drive, but from what I've heard from our drivers and everyone down in their pit lane, it's a circuit that everyone's really enjoying. You know, it's got something for everyone here.
We've got Jade Edwards in the booth at the moment. We're live from the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. Still just over 15 hours to go, and that's a Ginetta in strife out in the darkness. Already the snatch vehicle is there. Local yellows at the moment. That's drivers left out, well, not where I thought it was. I thought that was going to be down by the 3, 4, 5 sort of area, but it's off the circuit. I think that might just be after turn 1 heading into turn 2 actually, if that's the case, because I can't see that from here. That's the only reason I'm working that out. Now that won't cause a full course caution here or a code 60. The way these guys organise the races, Jade, and you've had experienced, it is turn 1 and it is car 167 again. This is the car that lost its oil very early in the race and had to change an engine, got back into the race, but seemingly with more troubles. The way these guys run this, and the marshals and the snatch vehicle crews, etc., a big part of this, want to get the cars back, and that's a great thing for you know, we're not all professional racers who go to Le Mans, and that's a different situation. We're national class drivers with aspirations to do more. Get the car back, get it back out again, get your money's worth. I like that attitude.
I totally agree. There's races out there that if you can't get the car back yourself, that's game over for you, and I think that's very harsh on all the teams and drivers, because it doesn't take 2 weeks to get ready for this race. You know, it takes months and months and lots of hard work. So I like the atmosphere where everyone helps each other. You know, if there's a car that is struggling, and it gets fixed and sent out, there's rounds of applause from garages all over.
Now, this is the second in class in SP3. This is another Ginetta G50, one of the Speedworks cars, and that looks like a problem with the front towing. They're going at look like the track rods or the track control arm at the bottom of the left front suspension there. These little Ginettas, purpose-built racing cars, great things to drive. Lucky enough to have a go in the G55 in the Super Cup earlier this season, and completely caught the bug for that. You can see that the guys are working very hard. RadioLeMans.com in sound and vision here from Dubai, as in comes another fairly plain Porsche. This is the 59 car coming into the pit lane. Jade Edwards, our Woman of the Year from Midweek Motorsports end of season show. We gave you virtually the highest accolade. When was the first you heard that you'd even been nominated for that, Jade?
I got a message from a few people to say that they'd been on the website and seen that I had been nominated. So that's when the power of social media
kicked in. Yeah, very good.
And I got all my little Twitter followers and everything like that behind me, and they all put in their votes, and it worked. I can't thank them enough. I came out on top, and it was brilliant. It was another little thing just to add to my year. I'd had a brilliant year, and that just sort of finished it off.
It's absolutely the right way to work it. So what's next for you then? You're getting ready for the British GT season. Are there going to be any one-offs? We've got Britcar 24 in the UK. And Stefan Mucker, by the way, puts in a 2 minutes 9.5.961 in that car. That's the fastest lap of the race for that one. And the 167 is now on a tow rope at the outside of turn 1, says Paul Trustwell. Thank you. Are you just going to concentrate on British GT this year? I mean, that's a great series to be in. It's very much on the up, but I get the feeling that some of these longer races are calling to you.
Definitely. British GT is the main aim for 2015. That is our core championship that we're going to work for. But I'd love to do a few more long distance races, so anything in the 24-hour series would be a brilliant race to be a part of. We also have talks of maybe doing the Le Mans Festival, the Aston Martin Festival support race.
Lovely. Yeah.
That's a very popular one, and everyone wants to do that one, so that would be a great one to tick. And then after that, anything that knocks on the door, anything endurance racing we want to get involved with.
Jade, thanks for coming up and seeing us. That's our I Respect Woman of the Year from our Midweek Motorsport end of year show. Jade Edwards, watch out for her and her sister in British GT. We are live from Dubai. It's the 10th running of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai.
That Ginetta, John, no problem at all with it, because even though it's on the outside of the track, there's handily placed tunnels. So although the drivers are told to pull off to the right if they can, if you're kind of close to the tunnel, you can pull off to the left. And using the very handily provided by the circuit organisers this circuit map, which shows not only the track but also the service roads and also the various other main roads that are around the place. You can see the yellow flashing lights of that car now, which for a moment has to go out onto the public road in order to then come in through the tunnel and back out onto, then you can come back into
doesn't spook anybody out there at all, of course.
Well, I'm reminded of the Nürburgring a few years ago, didn't I? Wasn't it when there was a car on the back of a flatbed trailer being brought back on the public roads, and just imagine a few Germans riding along their bicycles trying to keep up with the car on the back of a flatbed trailer. But so that number 167, every prospect of it being able to get back, and therefore, if they can fix it, back on with the race. Into the pits comes another second place car, John, number 33. Yeah,
and this is the SPS Automotive car, just tantalisingly over a lap away from the Black Falcon. Abdulaziz Al Faisal lapping very consistently in the 202s, 203s, 202.7 last time around. That's a pretty decent lap in traffic out there. Lap times are, well, they can vary by 2, 3, 4 seconds. Stefan Mucker, who's been doing steady 203, down in the 207s that time around, as in comes the 77 BMW, I think. It's into the pit lane, and that is the class leading car in A5, and No, that's not the 77. Well, it must be the 78 car. There's one of them that's blue and dark blue, and the other one that's blue and lighter blue. Well, that's gone into the 77 garage, and there was 77 pit crew working with it, but it's not shown as in the pit lane. So panic not if you have 77 in the sweep. No, in fact, that car's just gone past. It's the 75 car. Thank you, Paul. Just caught the back end of that E46 M3 going into the pit box there. So that is in fact...
It's the second place car on A5.
Of course it is. As we are now on lap 219 here at Dubai. Well, lovely to hear from Jade Edwards earlier on this evening. Watch out for her and her sister in the GT4 class of British GT. And a young lady who impressed us very much indeed at that race of remembrance. Yes, it was a national class race, but she jumped into a car that she had little or no knowledge of. I don't think she'd driven it before the test day. She had the last stint and brought that car home perfectly on the pace to take the victory.
And the thing I think that impressed me was under extreme pressure,
being closed down on.
Absolutely.
Then was asked to pick up her pace.
And picked up her pace perfectly.
Yeah.
Perfectly. And great to see Rebecca Jones there beaming at her charge, Jade there, and bringing on someone through a motorsport career here. And Jade and her sister, I think we've got a good future coming on there. We're a motorsport family. That's great to see.
Yes. Sister's father is the team manager. I can see that going horribly wrong. I really can. There's going to be long faces at a Sunday lunch at some stage.
Just trying to think how I'd feel in about 6 or 7
exactly.
years' time.
There you go.
It's not going to work.
No, it really isn't.
Certainly not the Goodwin family.
We've just gone through another hour of racing. It just seems to happen like that just after 2 minutes past 11 here in the Middle East. So we've now under 15 hours to run. Still plenty of racing left in this one. Stefan Mucker, of course, with the stop for the 33 car, has re-inherited, if that is a word, that's one for the dictionary, has inherited second place again. Fifth position, 98 WEC Motorsports Seat Leon Super Cup out there in the darkness as well at the moment. Fifth position in class, of course, and good to see that these cars are still having a good run. The A3T and the A5 categories and the A2 still making up, despite the fact that we've got nearly 30 GT3 cars, still making up the bulk of the field. 17 Porsche Cup class cars taking the start as well. Now, who's behind the wheel of the 23 Nissan at the moment?
Still Nick Hamann.
It's still Nick Hamann. He's going down towards the first corner. It's so difficult to see the apex there. And he's not on the correct line because he's got a car right next to him on his left-hand side, and he had to give them a little bit of room there as he went through the turn one. And bit of smoke, or is it just dust, coming out of the back of one of the cars coming down to the final corner at the moment, which I think is the 88 Seat, the blue car. And Nick Hamann, by the way, coming to the end of his stint, has done a solid hour and 51 minutes in that car.
In impressive form, very impressive form from the
this
American.
This is a big GT3 car for these guys to get used to.
Yeah, and let's remember, this is the first race at anything like this level from 4 of these 5 guys. Absolutely astonishing stuff earlier from Gaetan Palatou, and good stuff too from Nick Hamann, I think.
The HRT Performance Porsche 997 Cup car, the 58 car, one of the 17 that started the race. So quick. Some of these turns out there in the darkness really is turn in and commit yourself.
Another car that will be in the pit lane with us in less than 5 minutes, John, or should be, because Thomas Jaeger, 3rd position overall for Ram Racing, now approaching 1 hour and 56 minutes behind the wheel.
Somebody asked actually earlier on, Paul, on Twitter, what happens, what penalty would you get if you were stuck out on the circuit during a slow code 60 lap and went over your 2 hours. Is that just bad luck and you've got to take it, or could you say you should have come in the lap before and given yourself a little bit of room?
If you're on the track, it's your job to come into the pits at the right time. If you're very close to the edge of your code 60, sorry, if you were just gone across the start-finish line and then the code 60 came out, I think the organisers would take a view on that wasn't your fault. I don't think they'd penalise you under those circumstances. You don't have to kind of bear everything in mind.
You can't legislate for everything.
And indeed, as I say, there's no obvious way of being able to predict that kind of thing.
It's a bit tight, isn't it? If you're going to come round with 3 minutes to go, where you're so tight that the difference between a 2-minute lap and a 4.5-minute lap is going to take you over. That is getting just a bit squeaky.
Exactly so. I mean, the regulations are fairly clear in that they say at what point the timing starts, which is at pit exit, and at what time it stops, which is at pit entry, and that if you're making a pit stop, then that time is counted as well. So it all kind of adds up.
This is a leader in class coming into the pit lane, the GC Automobile 150. Now, I need to find something wooden to touch when I say this, and I'm touching Formica at the moment, but the GC Automobile 150, the V8 engined car, running far more reliably and quicker than we've ever seen one of those cars run here before.
On the basis of last year's example, John, that it's not either completely caught fire or broken in half, because the cars last year were frankly a disgrace. This year, that has been a very impressive run.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with that car. It's a new style of BMW-ish bodywork, as we're seeing Porsche being pushed back into the pit lane. Bruce Jones has joined us in the pit lane. Are you replacing Nick or Joe, Bruce?
I have become Joe. Joe has gone to lie down. You were just talking about the 150, and I jokingly said it's also the one headlight. That could be the chink in their armour. I'm sure they can sort that out in this pit stop. And in fact, the GC Automobiles entry has run away. It's gone back out into the track. So I'll go and find out what's happening with car number 58, one of the HCR Porsches, with a couple of Mexican drivers, again showing the spread of this race. And I bumped into an old friend, Formula Ford racer Rod McLeod, who went over to race. He's involved with the team now, brought these two drivers over, spent his latter career in Mexico, became a TV star, and now here he is on the pit wall. So the spread of this race continues to grow.
Just an everyday story of racing folk. Thomas Yeager's in the pit lane in the third place Ram Racing Mercedes-Benz, and also in has come the Lechner Racing Middle East Cup car. The Ram car disappears with a new set of Hankook tyres on. You clearly see that from the sidewalls. The reason I mentioned the 7 car is it's back up to 4th place after being right around the sharp end of the 997 Cup class, Porsche Carrera Cup class earlier on, and then having some issues. That car's been driven very, very well. Paul?
Yeah, the Ram Racing car on its way again, or at least on its way to get some fuel, the number 30 car, and I don't know if possibly Bruce can find this one out, but it strikes me that they're doing, they've now done 9 pit stops in that car as well, which compares to 6 for the Aston Martin, for example. But I think what they're doing is they're doing 2 hours for every driver, but because the fuel on the Mercedes won't last for 2 hours, they come in to do an extra fuel stop. So they kind of pop in to do a fuel stop to get it to the 2 hours, so they can then do a full driver change and tyre change on the 2 hour mark. Now, to my way of thinking, that's a false economy, because it means you're doing 2 lots of 60 kilometres down the pit lane, whereas the Aston Martin is only doing 1 lot of 60 kilometres down the pit lane. Now, I am not as clever as Dan Sheffield, so I wouldn't suggest that that's actually the right thing, but if somebody diplomatic like Bruce would kind of ask the right questions, they probably might find that I've totally forgotten something. I know they came in and did a weight check earlier on, and that cost them some time, but that shouldn't have cost them a number of pits. That should only have meant that they'd spent longer in the pits.
Yes, true. They have... What problems have they had? I don't think they've had any major issues that have... Yeah.
They had the longer first stop, didn't they? Because we're trying to fix the
transponder.
Yes,
and that was about it.
But it was transponder and weight check, so it was only a slightly longer stop, and there's no reason why they should have made more stops, in my view, as I say, except for this slightly different strategy of coming in and doing fuel to get them to the 2 hours.
Okay, we'll ask Dan what he's playing at. Let's head down to Bruce, who has got Ollie Webb, who was the last driver in the number 2, I think, before Abdulaziz Al Faisal got in. Bruce?
Ollie, it's not quite midnight. A smile on your face. Things going very well for number 2.
Yeah, it's going well. Obviously, our half of the garage is going well. It's a shame about the sister car. A bit unlucky, but anyway, yeah, for us, it's going really well. We've stayed in the lead by a lap or 2 laps nearly for pretty much the whole race. So it's the aim of the game, you know, is just keeping out of trouble until those last few hours, and then we can really kind of hammer it down.
Because when we have code 60, it can work either way, can't it, for you? So you really need an extra lap in there.
Yeah, exactly. We've been, I say, unlucky with the code 60s. We could have been worse, but if you get a code 60 just when you need to change drivers anyway, you can save half a lap. So our 2-lap lead can disappear very, very quickly, or it can be increased very, very easily. If we get a code 60 now, I need to get in the car very soon anyway, so it works to your advantage. It's quite different rules here to other 24-hour races, which keeps it interesting.
Certainly does. What was the sort of eventual damage that took out number 3 after Khalid had the problem?
So from what I've heard, the contact with the Clio meant that the wishbone was torn out of the car, so it might have damaged part of the chassis, so the risk to put the car back out was too unsafe, so the guys made the right call.
Certainly did. Good luck for the rest of the race. Oliver Webb not in, but he will be driving later the number 2 Mercedes that leads the way for Black Falcon Racing.
In from 6th position, the Nissan GT Academy RGN team. This is the Singleton GTR GT3 car. And we'll get out of that car, and
Florian Strauss.
It's Florian Strauss, the most experienced driver.
And why do you know it's Florian? Because he's the one with the proper Nissan overalls. The other guys are still in the GT Academy flags.
Yeah, very good. Oh, that's very good. We make a commentator out of you, man. I can retire soon. The guys
apparently have not got a future as the head of a family racing team, so my son immediately texted me. I'll speak about that when I get home, sunshine.
New set of Hankooks have already gone on. The screen protector has been taken off. One of them has. Now this is taking a little longer to belt in Florian than it should have, because the wheels have been changed, and I think the bonnet is going to come up. Yes, it is. And that's down by the turbo. No, just the dipstick. Thought they were going to go to work on some pipe work there. They're looking at the oil level on the left front of the engine is where the dipstick, very traditional, long, thin metal dipstick on the front of that Nissan GTR 6-cylinder, the V6 engine. Now, mount the bonnet properly. That is not the time to try and save a half a second. Fire it up. There's no oil being added there. Florian Strauss, who I thought was smashing when Nick interviewed him on the pit walk, was good enough to admit he had a few butterflies starting the car in such a big race with such a big field, and I think that says a lot about the character of the young man.
I just think the way they go about this with the GT Academy boys is just wonderful. I think
it's not just about the driving, is it?
It's absolutely not. It is about the attitude. It's about the preparation. I think I said earlier that one of the things I loved was Dave Lord from DSC was down at RJN and I noticed 2 of the guys were being set to work washing the car. Why? Because as Bob Neville quite rightly said, they're not superstars yet, and they need to understand how to be part of the team. And if you think about the number of guys in that team that will be giving these guys instruction, it's very important that they learn to respect the skill sets and the influence of the other people in the team.
Let's head back down to the pit lane, Nick.
Yeah, first of all, a slight bit of drama for the number 23, which Nick Hamann here has just got out of. It stalled on its way into the petrol station. The 4 of the mechanics ran down. I think they've now got it rolling again. Nick, let's assume your car's now off and got some fuel. That was a pretty impressive 2-hour stint there.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, Jeff and all the guys are really helpful. You're kind of getting a rhythm. After I came in and got fuel, you go out again, and once you kind of get a few laps in, then you can easily, start cranking off some good lap times. And there are a few where you're kind of mad because there's a lot of traffic that throws off your lap, but overall everyone was very, you're very kind out there and gave each other a lot of room.
A year ago, of course, you were just like the rest of us, not racing anything apart from a console. Did you even know the Dubai 24-hour existed then?
No, not really. That's what's so awesome about the GT Academy program. It's 6 months ago as a college kid playing video games, and then you get from this GT Academy in Nissan, you end up getting to come to the 24 hours of Dubai and run with a great team like RGN. It's just a dream come true.
And they trusted you with the night running as well.
Yeah, it was definitely, when I saw the running order, you're a little nervous and anxious, but it kind of hopefully shows that I can take the nights and do well with it.
So you now get quite a long break and you're back in the daylight.
Yeah, exactly. It should be a nice, can sleep good, hopefully, if the car's running good. And we'll hopefully have a good shot at a good, solid finish come morning.
Nick, fantastic. Thank you very much. I think they might have found another one, John.
Yes. It's like shelling peas for them. They're cloning them. I reckon there's racing DNA there somewhere.
You know what? And a great interview with the young man. Let's not forget, it's not just his first exposure at this level to the racing, but also to having a camera shoved in his face after having got out of the car.
And frankly, meeting Nick Damon.
Nick Damon.
Yes,
the only time I've seen Nick before is a 16-foot high poster at the end of the pit lane. That must be terrifying for the poor lad.
Yeah, agreed.
But to be fair to the whole system is that it works.
Yes.
It's like any education system. You work out what you want to do, and you put people through a system, and it produces good doctors, nurses, racing drivers.
I actually think, and this is perhaps something we speak to Darren or even Barthy or someone like that, I think no matter how you choose the people that go into that, whether it's by video game at the moment, whether it was people who are good at RC racing or whatever, I think because of the way that they are tutored, if you put the amount of people into that and then pick the best out of it and then put them into the tutoring system, you would still turn out good people. I think what happens after the boot camp is actually more important than what happens before. So. And that's what's changed down through the years, and that's what they have refined at PlayStation, at Nissan GT Academy. I don't think the actual original selection, that could be video game, it could be toss of a coin, it could be rock, paper, scissors. I don't think that matters.
I disagree, if I may, but that's what makes discussion. There's a certain talent about hand-eye coordination, not getting flustered, attention span, what's the opposite of deficit? Being able to concentrate for a long period of time, not losing focus, dedication, which are characteristics which not everybody has, and you can't beat it into somebody. There are some people who you can talk to them, and as you're talking to them, their attention starts to wander. There are others who can focus, and I think there is...
Sorry, what were you saying, Paul?
I put them up, you knock them down. I think there is a natural talent which they are tapping into, a seam of talent, and then they're doing what you say.
I think the answer is, you're both correct. I think that what the process has started to do now is to get a bit deeper. It goes a bit deeper than just someone who's got the raw skills.
Yep.
And is digging deeper through the boot camp and the other processes, Paul, into exactly what you're talking about. And then the other difference comes in with the development program that comes afterwards, with the contribution you get from the trainers. Let's remember, it's not just race driver instructor trainers, it's physical preparation, mental preparation, it's all the other bits that come with it that now come as part of this.
You've been to it.
Let's not forget, John, because what I was about to say before we got into Paul's very well worded point was the contribution of Bob and Liz Neville, because that's what it needed. Utterly traditional family values, if you like, within that race team. You can sort the wheat from the chaff very, very quickly. In comes the 67 car, John, and this is the second place car in A6AM.
Yeah, out of 6th position, Luke Pramsch at the wheel of the GDL Racing Mercedes-Benz. And just to say, Graham, you've been part of the selection process, as have I, at the boot camp. It's been very, very interesting to see that working at first hand. So in from 6th position, the second place in GTM will probably just about hold on to that position from the Attempto Racing 99 car, half an hour into its stint behind it, but a couple of laps back. It's going to be pretty tight though.
I think it will hold on to 6th place, John, because there's quite a big gap between the top 6 and the best of the rest. In fact, there's 3 laps separating them, so he'll hold on to that position. What is changing around is the positions between 2nd and 5th, and they just change around pretty much predictably based on when their relative drivers bring the cars in for the pit stops. Stefan Mucker is closing in a tiny bit on Abdulaziz Al Faisal in the leading number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes at the front, but not really sufficiently to worry him in any way. And in fact, even if Mucker was to continue to close on at the rate he is at the moment, the remaining 14 hours don't give him enough time to catch.
Just looking at the pit stop time for the 23, which now has Florian Strauss, the young man at the wheel of it, 5:53, and that was that little extra time to take the bonnet off, the stall at the end of the pit lane, check the oil.
That's lost him a lap, John.
Yes.
Against the last pit stop time.
3/4 of a lap, yeah.
The leader is 3:58. The time for the Nissan, 5:53. On a 2-minute lap, it's not far off a lap. So that just goes to show, doesn't it, on a circuit of regular length, which this is that it only takes a couple of coughs, and there goes a lap.
Quickly, Paul, do we know what happened? Marcel Tenkat already in there. Andrew saying what happened to car 48. Car is in the garage at the moment. It's been having consistent engine problems, not being worked on at the moment. George Paul says, I raced against Florian Strauss, and on endurance races online you really learn to concentrate well doing something like that. So pretty much what Paul was saying.
Yes, I think that 48 car is on its 4th Honda engine now. I think it's certainly had 2 engine changes. And
it lost one early in the week, didn't it? And then it's had, I'm pretty certain it's had 2 now in the race, so it'll be on its 3rd in the race.
I think it's blowing head gaskets, and it's not actually the engine which is the problem, it's something else. So I think they've probably thrown in the towel on that one.
And a note as well, a number of people complimenting our pit lane team. They are working very, very hard, and we thank them for that. Just the 3 of them here this year, but that's one more than we normally have. So Bruce, Nick and Joe, thank you very much indeed from all of the fans. Live, it's the 10th anniversary of the 24 Hours of Dubai. So, nip down to one of our hard-working pit lane commentators, the voice of gravitas. It is Mr. Bruce Jones, who's I think recovering from being slightly croaky early on in the week. Bruce, you sound a lot better this evening.
Well, I didn't sleep last night, so that's practice for tonight. Luke Brahms going well, 6th place when he brought the 67 Mercedes in. Does it go as well as it looks?
Yeah, it's very good, especially since we're Pro-Am. And we're M by means of 206, because that's more or less the best I can do. So everything's running smoothly and everything well, no problems with the car, team is okay. So see where it ends.
If the car's going really well, who have you given it over to?
I think my son.
You think? I do like that. But you've got a very good driver lineup this year.
Yeah, it looks good with Duncan, of course, the pro. My son's really quick. I'm crap, but it's fun. 206 is doable, so see where we end.
And really, today it's been proved you just have to keep out of trouble.
That's it. It's in every 24 hours race, and I did a lot. Stay out of trouble, and you end up so far. You can even end in overall podium. Stay out of shit. That's it.
Let's see. Thank you. Sorry there about the language. Luke had just got out of the car.
Yeah.
Hot under the collar. Sorry there.
No, thanks, Bruce. I do like the fact he didn't even notice who had got in. But something that is interesting about that is he pointed out again, we have been mentioning this, that is one of the AM cars, Paul, running to the 206 lap time. They're sitting 2nd in A6 AM, in GT3 AM, and 6th position overall. And that was decided because, well, that's about as quick as a couple of the drivers can go. And that's the sort of decision you have to make.
Well, yes, and as we briefly mentioned at one point, the 50 kilograms is worth taking, and the ability to refuel as much as you want. You don't have to worry about any limit on the refueling. Is worth having as well. So
if you my weight, 50 kilograms is worth something. I mean, that's the difference between some of the smaller drivers and my weight.
Yeah, I mean, McNish is what, 55 kilos?
Sorry, Paul, say again?
McNish was 55 kilos, I think?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm 100 to 110, depending on how far through the day it is. Yes. The Pressy Spark Mercedes-Benz going into the pits. It looked like there we got a quick flash of the Jones car going back into the pit lane. We'll go down to our Jones, Bruce, in just a moment, but Graham Goodwin first of all says...
But they had already lost a position in class before that, whatever incident they've had. And it's again that front wheel job that they're looking at again. I think this is the second or third time we've seen evidence of perhaps a wheel not seating properly. Joe earlier in the broadcast talking about the fact that there was internal grinding on that wheel, but they'd already been passed in the A6 Pro class by a charging Ragginger in the number 12 car. I think both, am I right, Paul? Both Faculta Tech cars still running now?
They are indeed, yes. Both had pit stops of over 3/4 of an hour, but they are now both in the race.
But it looks to me like Martin Ragginger is going to have he's going to leap up the order here, because he's rapidly catching 2 or 3 cars ahead of him and going very quickly. Last time around, just completed the lap in 2:03. He was 2 minutes dead. So by far the quickest man on track at the moment is Ragginger in the number 12 Porsche.
Bruce has been checking up on 1 or 2 of the issues for cars. We're still got 14 and a half hours to go, but it's been far from an easy run for some of them, Bruce.
Okay, John, right, Zetanet Racing, they've apparently been spoiling their mechanics. Is it 10 hours sleep in the past 4 nights?
Yeah, we broke the windscreen in the garage Tuesday night, and the problem is it was a right-hand drive car, and so we had to get a Toyota Camry windscreen that we shaved down to fit, that we fitted Wednesday afternoon. We did an engine in qualifying 2 on Thursday, so that engine we took out and had rebuilt last night. We fitted the spare engine last night and finally got the suspension set up at 5:30 this morning. We blew the second engine in the race today, and then we've refitted the rebuilt one, but unfortunately the pistons have met the valves and the spark plugs. So for us, it's an early bath.
So surely you just need to polish it, is that all?
Yeah, we did think about that, but I think we might be polishing something else off in the bar first.
I think you've earned it. Don't fall asleep in it. Tough luck, Zetanet Racing. See you next year.
Oh yeah, we'll be back, don't worry.
Good stuff. Real fighter, Zetanet Racing. Thanks, guys. They even offered me a cup of tea once.
That's genius, though. Massive tale of war. They've had a nightmare, but you'll be back next year. Yes, of course we will.
Absolutely, definitely.
If we could have got it fixed, we would have.
By the way, that's the other part of endurance racing. I said about the gentleman drivers and the pro drivers. The guys in these pit garages is just something else.
Joe Bradley's coined another great phrase, you know, in Radio Le Mans history, spectators with microphones is something that Joe came up with many years ago when he and I were commentating at Langbar on a kart race. And he said, behind every garage door there's a soap opera, early on, and I thought that was fantastic. The 23 Nissan GT Academy RGN car out on the circuit at the moment and lapping very nicely in the hands of Florian Strauss. A question that we had earlier on was for the Ram Racing team, and Nick has gone down there now. The man behind that effort is former Formula 1 mechanic and the man who was Michael Schumacher's last team chief, I think, if I remember rightly, Dan Shufflebottom.
Dan, so far so good, the 30 car going well, but you've got a kind of a strategy that sees you bring the car into the pits more than the other cars. What are you working on? What's the point of that?
We're trying to stick to what we did last year, where double stinting the tyres as much as we can and short filling on fuel, because filling up down there takes so long. The less time we spend down there, the better, and we seem to be taking big chunks of time out of the competitors every stint, you know, sort of 20 or 30 seconds every time we come in the pits. they were just going to stick with it. We've managed to claw back from 25th to 5th, so it must be working, but I think it's going to get a bit tougher now.
Third time here, last 2 times with Ferrari, this time with Mercedes. What's the difference with the big bends?
I think here, obviously it's well proven here, it's got a good record. It's a seriously robust car, that's for sure. We've had no problems with it since we got it, we've had no problems since we brought it here. It seems to be running well now, so for the drivers I think they find it a bit more balanced. They don't have to work quite so hard at it, which obviously for an endurance race is what you want. They're getting out of the car, they're not completely knackered after 2 hours, so it seems to be a step in the right direction for us.
How important is it for you personally to have Ram Racing back at a track after the problems of last year?
Yeah, it's been a long time, and last time we raced was Le Mans, so I think we've all felt a bit of cabin fever, kind of sat in the workshop at the office just planning for this one. We knew quite early on we were going to do this. Hopefully we can do a few more, but it's nice to be back. We've done a couple of tests and stuff, but it's not quite the same as racing.
So is this a new dawn? Are you now going to be an international endurance championship rather than the World Endurance Championship team?
We're hoping so. We've still got a few things to get together, but we're hoping we can do the rest of the championship, yeah.
And then springboard Ram to where you always wanted it to be?
Well, we'll see, really. As the sport evolves, we'll see what direction we go in, and I think certainly for the foreseeable future, GT3 is what we're going to stick with, and we'll see where it takes us.
Dan, best of luck. We're interested to see how your strategy unwinds, because there's only about 15 hours to go.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Well, less than that now, only 14 and a half. Well, that was the answer to the question, Paul, that you asked earlier on. Spend as little time as you can in the fuel station. Less chance to get held up. Here's another penalty, by the way. This is the 8th in class, 23rd overall Porsche, the 82F competition car. Another great livery on this Porsche Carrera Cup car, and that is a 997. And that's quite a long penalty there. There's the team manager, or at least one of the team with the stopwatch, talking to his driver and trying to calm him down because he wants to get his foot down and drive straight over him. So, Paul, that was the. What do you reckon to what Dan said there? You know, let's not spend as much time any more time than we need to.
It's a bit like not going around on the M25, because the M25 always chock-a-block, so you go around all the back streets and you end up averaging 30 miles an hour for 40 miles instead of averaging 20 miles an hour for a fewer number of miles. It feels better if you're not spending as long queuing at the or spending time refueling, but you've got to put the fuel in somehow. So I think it might just be an emotional thing. But you know, it's working for him. As he said, he actually did himself down because he was down in 26th place at one point, even worse than 25th. So you know, they are moving up, but I just fancy that if they keep on at that rate, then every time they move up the field again, they're going to drop back down to the bottom of that little group of 4 cars, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. But more likely, given the nature of GT3 racing, it's going to be some kind of problem which affects one of the cars ahead of it, and it's more important for them to keep going with whatever strategy they've got, but without encountering a problem.
Yes. And you might fall lucky with a Code 60 as well. And we've said in previous years, if that's what you're going to do, then basically every time there's a Code 60, you kind of want to come in and fill up.
Yes, or you know, if they're double stinting the tyres as well, and the tyres are performing well, and there's no drop off in lap time, then yeah, why not stick with it? But it just means that when you get towards the end of your 2 hours, if then a Code 60 happens, you can't take advantage of it because you've got to come into the pits because you've got to come in and change the driver. Yeah.
And if you change the driver, you might as well change the tyres because it's going to take that much time anyway. It does give you the option, though, not to fuel.
Apropos of fueling and such like, the race leader is going to be in pretty soon. Abdulaziz Al Faisal, I think, is coming in round about lap 2:36 by my calculation. And then not long after him, the third place car, which is the car number 88.
Mohammed Jawa at the wheel of that.
Ferrari, the Dragon Racing Ferrari with the Saudi Arabian driver, Mohammed Jawa, yes, at the wheel. Those two will be the first two in, by my calculation. but then we'll see whether or not Stefan Mucker can have his few laps in the lead before he'll be coming in. But I reckon that Mucker, with slightly more economy available to him in the Aston Martin, may be able to spend maybe upwards of 5 laps in the lead of the race. We'll see how it pans out, because last time you remember it was only 1 or 2 laps that Mucker spent when he was in the lead before he came in for his equivalent pit stop to the Mercedes. But the Aston just gets a little bit longer out of its fuel tank.
The 1 or 2 cars now beginning to show the marks of battle. It's down in 18th position. Jaromir Yirish in the A6 Pro number 4 car, which started from the petrol station, remember, is 8 seconds behind Patrice Lafargue in the 997 Cup car, which is 6th in class. Yirish is 7th, by the way, in A6 Pro. Martin Vaginger is the next guy in 16th position in the A6 Pro on they're all on 2:21 laps and separated by 20 seconds or so. In 8th position, new fastest lap for the 67 A6 AM runner with Max Brahms at the wheel there.
0.018 of a second, John, outside the bracket. So that's
as close as it gets.
Accuracy as you can
Stop
get
now,
it.
Max.
Okay, that's enough. Yep. We saw. Was it a 007 or a 009 from Rob Barth over the weekend?
Yeah.
On his 204 brackets, but that's pretty good going.
He's done a 204.1 in the race. Certainly. That's pretty impressive.
And that's something that, as we get later into this race, will begin to take apart, won't it?
204.037 now,
in the race,
the best lap in the race.
But this is when we're going to be turning to the wizard again, to our right, and how many joker laps do they have left in the bank? Because if it comes down to having to push to either defend or to grab a position, then that could become very important indeed. Because I'll tell you right here and now, with the likes of Matt Griffin and Rob Barth at the disposal of the 88 car, for instance, something around a 2-minute lap or better in that car, it's certainly in the bank.
Well, if the pro cars are doing 2 minutes, which they have been in race conditions, take 30 kilos out, and the cars ain't exactly the same, just 30 kilos lighter, and with a very, very talented driver.
Absolutely.
You've got to think that I would think a mid 59, possibly better, is doable, and that could potentially be 4 seconds a lap quicker than your competition.
And yeah, there you go. And if you've got 5 or 6 of those still in the bank, just think about what impact you can make on a lead, or on defending your lead.
You've got to play them before the last 2 hours, though. Remember.
Yeah, I think
I really want to see them in the last 2 hours.
No, the time you want to play them is in the happy hour. It's as the sun comes up, I think, because what will happen in the last 2 hours is that the sun comes up and it's just too warm to set quick laps. So I think your better time for setting the quick laps is in the happy hour, in the time just after the sun comes up.
But it's going to be very unusual if you go all the way through from the early hours of the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, through to 2 o'clock in the afternoon without a code 60. And you can lose that advantage if you're on the wrong side of a pit stop there. You want to keep it until the guy's right on your back bumper and you can pull away 3 seconds a lap, or you need to close it down. And besides which, from a spectacle point of view, that gives me more chance to shout at television pictures.
It's always a good thing. It's always a good thing. Works for me.
Yes, my latest list of jokers hasn't come through, and I suspect the guys down who are supplying me with them are on shifts, as it were, at the moment. And Sanna will, in fact, if I say her name now, Sanna van der Meer, who's chief timekeeper, will be providing me with some jokers very shortly.
And all the information is coming once again from
timeservice.nl. And the website that you need to be on if you want to see what they can do is raceresults.nu. I'm not quite sure why they get that website, but it's raceresults.nu, and quite an astonishing array of information is available online there.
2:37 laps, in comes the leader, Abdulaziz Al Faisal for Black Falcon, and he is out. The gullwing door on the left-hand side of the car is open. It's not the easiest car to get out of or into, although the sidebar is a little bit lower than some I've seen. It's already back down, and again, the tyres are done before the driver has changed. So that's, I think, a single stint only for Abdulaziz Al Faisal.
The Black Falcon has been single stinting throughout the race thus far, and it should be Ollie Webb on the rotation getting into the car. So
It didn't look like Yellow Berman's helmet. I think it's white, red and blue. It looked rather more like Ollie Webb's.
33 laps on the stint for the Mercedes, and now we have to keep an eye out to our right and see how Stefan Mucker is getting on, and whether or not he can get around. He has to get around twice before Ollie Webb comes out of the fuel station.
They've mixed up their rotation just a little bit, but let's see. Hubert Hout was in before Abdulaziz, wasn't he?
Yes, and then before that it was Yelmer Berman.
Yes, correct. The number 70 BMW back in again. Up to 4th position in class for the M235i Racing Cup car. Now the rules and regulations on helpers are the same for these guys as anybody else. Only 4 people allowed to work on the car, changing tyres, etc. You're allowed 1 person to help with the driver change. One person to yes, sorry.
Should we say it together? 1, 2, 3.
1 to wipe the screen. These guys are fantastic inspiration to all of us.
We're also approaching the sort of time of night, John, where they may start to getting brake disc changes during the pit stops as well. That's something to keep an eye out for.
So Abdulaziz Al Faisal out of the number 2 car. We think it's Ollie Webb who's got into that. It's still in the fuel station, been in the pit lane now for 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and Nick is down at their pits.
Abdulaziz, that was a 32 lap, seemed like quite an easy run.
It really looks easy, I think, from the outside, but from the inside you can see all the sweat and it's pretty cold. It's really managing the traffic is the toughest thing. And trying to predict what the other drivers are doing and not to touch anyone. I think that's the key that we had, and just to be safe and try to bring the car home.
We understand your racing plans the rest of this year might have been interrupted because you're getting married in April, is that right?
Yes, hopefully, inshallah, on the 2nd of April.
That's very bad planning.
It wasn't my plan, it was my wife, so I had nothing to do with it. But if she says, then it has to be.
Yeah, that's the most important teammate you can ever have, so you don't want to get on the wrong side of her. You can't be changing every hour there, can you?
And it's funny, because if I did the Middle East Championship, on the same day it would have been a weekend and I would have a race. And I said, no, I'm not going to have a race on my race day, on my wedding day, so...
Fantastic. Quickly back to the race again. As you said in your first answer, the temperature has dropped down. Has that improved conditions for the cars? Is it cooler?
I think it's a bit cooler, but it's also tough to manage the tires a bit. It feels when you first go out, it's very difficult to get the temperature in the tires. But once the temperature is in and the tires are working properly, you just get into a rhythm and try to be, try to keep consistent.
Are you pleased about your switch to the SLS this year?
So far, yes. I mean, we did it last year in the Dubai 24 Hours, and I did the full year with them. We did Spa, we did the Nürburgring, we did the Blancpain Championship, and the team is really good. The car has been handling really good. So far, good results.
Well, congratulations for so far, and good luck for April.
Thank you. Cheers.
Abdulaziz Al Faisal with Nick Damon down in the pit lane. This from Lachlan Smith. Can you explain code 60? I wasn't really paying attention. It's dead easy. It's a great idea. It simplifies the neutralisation of the circuit. And basically what it means is when the purple flag come out all around the circuit at the same time, there's no safety car rolls out, Lachlan. Basically it is down to the individual drivers to get down to 60 kilometres an hour and hold that time. Now the circuit is split up into various sectors, so there's GPS and a delta time on the screen. You can have your pits radioing you in, but with it being 60 kilometres an hour and the racetrack being just under 5 kilometres around, it's fairly easy to do the arithmetic to get it right, and that's it. the advantage is not just how quick you can neutralise the circuit, because you don't have to scramble a safety car, pick up the leader or anything like that. You can put the whole circuit into the purple session immediately. But when you've cleared the issue, whether it be a car that needs to be pulled from offline, whether it's debris, fix a barrier or whatever, once again you go back to racing immediately. It's exactly the same as a full course caution. It's just there's no safety car out there. F1 have adopted it now. It's called the virtual safety car. Eduardo Freitas took a long look at this before proposing the slow zones at Le Mans and an FCY, full course yellow period, without a safety car in the FIA WEC. So once everything's done and dusted, there's a countdown on the screen. All the marshal posts get the call together. The teams hear that call as well, and so it goes back to green racing all the way around the circuit at the same time. No need to let a safety car get to the end of the lap. No need to do the pass-bys, the wave around, the upside downs and everything else that takes so many laps and frustrates us as spectators, and certainly the teams and the racers as well. It just gets back to racing quicker. So that's Code 60, hopefully in a nutshell, Lachlan, that gives you an idea of what's going on. Cam Walsh says, I'm not sure who I'd like to win more, the Corvette, which I do hope wins, or the Gulf liveried Lamborghini. They're both going to have to push pretty hard from where they are at the moment. They are 10th and 11th, just barely a lap between them at the moment. We've got the 126 car out at turn 11, the uphill left-hander after the end of the back straight, and that is the team Sally Racing, the Denmark Danish entered Renault Clio, and so that car will be coming back on a tow rope or a flatbed. Graham?
It's one of two Danish entered cars, I think, isn't it? It's not the one with Tom Christensen's brother in it, it's the other one.
Jakob Christensen started the race, actually.
40 seconds is the lead gap after that pit stop from the number 2 car, and it's still to the advantage of Ollie Webb and the Black Falcon team. So 40.3 seconds after the first flying laps completed, on this stint at least, between Ollie Webb and Stefan Mucker. 2:05.949 the last time around for Ollie. Let's see whether or not Stefan can bite into that one.
Should also mention, obviously, no overtaking during Code 60 lap, and the pit lane stays open. That's the other thing. The only difference here is that the pit lane speed limit is a very slow 40 kilometres an hour, and in the refuelling area, it's 20. I kind of think the pit lane speed limit should be 60, and then you would lose no time at all, bar the absolute time that the car was being worked on or fueled. But
it doesn't make a big difference. I think
it's ifs and ands.
You make the pit lane speed limit what you need to make it, I think, for safety purposes. And if the organisers decide that 40 is safe and 60 isn't, then that's fair enough as far as I can see. But,
Bruce Jones has a comment on this in the number 7 car, Bruce.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was about to call in just as you started talking about the pit stop technique, but number 7, I don't know if it came in to serve a penalty. As it came down the pit lane, the 114 Renault Clio was stalled, and they were trying to bump start it right in its way, and he cut between the Clio and his pit garage and then kept going, and the team were going, hello? Goodbye. So I don't know what Clement Schmidt was doing. Maybe there was a problem that then cured itself when he was in the pit lane, but clearly that little passage has cost him a lot of time.
Thanks, Bruce. WEC Motorsport 3T Seat Leon Super Copa is into the pit lane. One of our camera cars out there at the moment. Hasn't been a clean race for those guys. They've been around a few incidents. Then remember the number 9 Mercedes-Benz came up on that car in the exit of turn 6 and 7, pinched the corner and went hard into the Hankook driver's right. Ollie Webb doing his usual Ollie Webbness. 2:04.2 last time around. 2:02 though for Mucker. He's an hour into his stint. Ollie just 6 minutes into his.
And Stefan Mucker about to complete the next lap. He'd already took only 3 seconds out of Ollie Webb on the first flying lap with these two on track together. So just listening to what Bruce was saying, whatever happened in that pit stop for the number 7 car, that's now up into second position in class again.
Yeah.
So there must have been problems for some of the other cars in class in the upper order. Because the last time he was 5th or 6th.
He was 4th when we talked about it not so long ago, because I remember saying that was a car that had problems. This is the Lechner Racing Middle East Porsche Carrera Cup car in the 997 class, as in comes the 17, 6th in that category, with just 3 minutes left before that driver had to come in. It's the 10th running of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, and we're live in the desert. Yeah, you're right, Graham, that 7 car with an all-star cast, in fairness, and Walter Lechner, if he knows anything about motor racing, because he's only been around for about 40 years, he knows Porsche Cup cars like the back of that. In fact, he's forgotten more about Porsche Carrera Cup cars than most people ever know.
I think that's probably quite right. The 96 car, meanwhile, this is the Mike Racing car. That's the bright orange Mercedes-Benz, I believe. Down in 35th position and 7th in the A6 AM. That's had a bit of a spin at turn 11 and rejoined. Watching the track at the moment, this is the 117 VDS Racing Adventures with Raphael van der Stratton's team.
And the relationship to Mark VDS is?
Is he the brother of Tother van der Straten? We've seen the long-lived, as we look at the number 8 BMW on the pit apron, the long-lived Ford Mustang that was campaigned by the VDS Racing Adventures team, followed by that car of their own design, which was based, from memory, on a Chile Vertigo. Was it here last year?
Yeah, before, I think. New set of Hankooks, certainly on the front of that. You can see the stickers. I'm not sure about the back ones, but can't imagine they would have only changed fronts. This has been an issue. New driver for the 8 car as well. The 8 car, which has had its trials and tribulations, now has a new differential in it, among other things.
Aston Martin on pit lane, but a very slow lap there for Ollie Webb. 2:21 for Ollie. He's had a problem up there on that lap.
Yes, that wasn't his out lap either, was it? So
no. He did a 2:04 and a 2:04, then a 2:21.
When I'm looking through, there's a couple of slow laps out there at the moment. There's something going on out on the circuit, or have we got a yellow flag somewhere?
There was the car we said that had a bit of a rotation at turn 11. As Stefan Looker steps away from the car.
I'll have a quick look out of the window. Plenty of side-by-side racing going on. Remind everybody, it's still got 14 hours and 10 minutes to go. Speedworks Ginetta is in 3rd position now, the 169 car. This is the red, white and blue machine. We saw that car in the pits a wee while ago with the whole of the clamshell front end taken out or taken off that car. Now, Mohammed Jawa has just got out of the Dragon Racing car, which is in the fueling station at the moment. 4th position and still the best of the A6 AMs. We'll go to Bruce at the moment. Nick Damon has something for me first of all, though.
Yeah, the 28 car, the Aston Martin, obviously running second or third, depending where we are in the rotation, had a real problem with its air jacks during that stop. The left-hand side collapsed about on 3 separate occasions. I think it's not cost them a huge amount of time, but it certainly would cost them, I think, at least 5 seconds.
Mohammed Jawa, I can't believe you just got out of the Dragon Racing Ferrari. You don't look as though you've been driving. You're so cool.
Air conditioning.
All the tricks of the trade. But you came in from 4th place, leading the AM class. Good job.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, till now we're doing very well. The car is great. The pace is good. And just trying to stay out of trouble and keep the laps consistent. And still there is around more than 10 hours to go, so the most important thing is to bring it home.
Yeah, and we've just had a couple of slow laps from the Mercedes, number 2, that's leading the race. So, as you say, just keep going.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I had the laps, when you have traffic, you just cannot control it. You try to make your way, but you don't want to push it so hard to make any mistake or confuse any of the other cars. You know, they could make a mistake or get confused and hit you by mistake or something. So I would understand if there is a slow lap, it could be a traffic or it could be something else. I mean, I don't know really.
Well, I'll leave you to keep an eye on that. Was that Jordan Groger I saw getting on board?
Yes, Jordan now is taking the car. After that, Matt Griffin. And then we're back to the same, Rob, then I. And we'll see what's happened.
We'll go and get some sleep. A good job. Well done, Mohamed Jawa.
Yeah, very, very consistent run by Mohamed. Good to see the local drivers getting involved at the sharp end of the field. Jordan Groger up to speed very quickly. Just a few seconds into his stint. Still waiting for the Aston Martin number 28 to get out of the pit lane. A 2:10 after the 2:21 from Ollie. There is the 169 Speedworks G50. Well, you see, as soon as I said that, the 69's a G55, isn't it?
It's a G50.
It's a G50.
That's a
right.
G50.
Which one's the 55 then?
It's the Optimum car.
Yes, absolutely. So
I'm going to make a prediction here.
Yep.
When somebody speaks to Ollie Webb after he gets out that car, that he's had a problem with that 2:21 lap, and the 2:10 was exactly what we were talking about earlier on the show, John. Pickup.
Yeah, could be. Or he's had to do a reset of some description. Coming up towards midnight.
Potential drama for the leader of the 997 class. Team manager of car 26 to report to the race director. We'll keep an eye on what that might mean for the Black Falcon team. It's led this class for what seems like hour after hour after hour, up in 9th position overall, the 26 car. But Ollie Webb continues. 243 laps now under the wheels of the number 2 Mercedes-Benz, and it'll be Johnny Adam, I think, that will emerge from the fueling station as the car goes out. Still fueling at the moment, and over 5 minutes now on pit lane for the number 28 car, as opposed to 3 minutes and 41 for the lead car. So losing time on pit lane, Paul. And losing second position now.
Well, yes, that's as you were saying just a few minutes ago. You don't have to spend very long in the pits, and it all does start to disappear very quickly. You can lose a lap. You see, we asked about getting some more Joker lap information through, and it's come through nicely. Thank you very much. And just looking for further Jokers that have been played since the last time we brought that information to you. Need to get the sizing right. The most recent one has been another one for the 888 BMW, which slipped into a 2 minutes 3.688 about an hour ago. So he had to use a Joker to authorise that. The Attempto Racing car has gone a bit bad. Car number 99, that's put in a couple of laps in the 2 minutes 3s, around about 10 past 10 and 10:30, and that's about it. So there's still the most Jokers that anybody has used has been the Attempto Racing car, which has used 5, and the Fach Autotech, which has used 4. John.
So just on the midnight hour, a couple of seconds away. Let's take a look back at some of the earlier action. 8 o'clock this evening, the firework display. I'd already had quite a bit of darkness by then, and then it was all the action on the track, with the multiple class format here proving once again that concentration and consistency is just as important as overall speed. It has, however, been the evening of the Black Falcon, who have been out ahead of the field for quite some time now, and maintaining a decent, if not commanding lead. Great run by the gamers of the Nissan GT Academy, particularly the American winner, but all of those guys other than Florian Strauss in their first major event. The hot hatch competition down in A2 with the Clios and the Seats, always fun to watch, and the Porsches in their own class in the Carrera Cup 997 and 991 category. Well, there's the top 11 of those in the top 25 of the overall standings, proving how good they are. It's not been plain sailing for everyone, although the spin at the final corner by the 11 Fat Auto Porsche meant that there was a bit of worry, but no one hit him and picked him up, so that was all good news. So Ollie Webb leads it by the better part of 2 laps. The number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz ahead of the 33 in seconds. So, gentlemen, another hour is about to tick over. And I'll remind all of our listeners and viewers around the world, this is the 10th running of the Hankook Dubai 24 Hours, and here on RadioLeMans.com in sound and vision, brought to you by Nismo, hashtag Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat. It's Graham Goodwin and Paul Trustwell with me. I'll hand over to Johnny in just a moment after we've had a quick word with another one of our guests who is about to join us in the studio. And Graham's just going to make room for that as the leader continues to work the way through the traffic. But Ollie Webb is doing a cracking job at the head of the field. Harry Whale has joined alongside me. Paul, I'll just have a quick chat with him before something happens, because every time we sit a guest down, something normally runs out. He's the account manager for Aston Martin Racing. You've only got one GT3 car out here, Harry. That's just simply not good enough, I'm afraid.
But it is going well. So
yes, absolutely. 4th position, couple of GT4 cars, which is a real weapon of choice in the British Championship at the moment. But not as many GT3 cars as we might have hoped. Is there a particular reason for that? I know there's the row before the 24, which has taken some of the works drivers away from this event this year.
No, there's no particular reason. All our customers have different objectives and different programs at this time of year. But it is encouraging to see the pace of the 1 GT3 at this race at the moment. And we'll see. You know, we still have the next big event for the car will be Bathurst in a few weeks' time. So we only have 1 GT3 here, but it's going well. So I see no problem with that.
Okay, Harry, stay with us. We're going to take a look at the rundown from 10 hours. So we look down on the pit straight here from our vantage point, confirming then that Black Falcon leads, having completed 246 laps at the end of the first 10 hours of the race. The 33 in second has just made it. In fact, it's still in the fueling area at the moment. Ram Racing up to 3rd. The Aston Martin KBM racing car into 4th position. And as we drop down through the top 20, we go through the GTE AM leader is Jordan Groger behind the 88 car. He's in 5th. The 997 class leader, 26th, is the Black Falcon car in 9th. The SP2 leader, the GC Automobile BMW lookalike, the number 150, is in 21st. And then the SP3 leader is the Optimum Motorsport 55 in the 163 in 27th position. And the leader in A3T, just outside the top 30, not on that graphic, the 95 car. So still plenty to race for. Just one headlight there. That's going to draw the attention of the stewards. Harry Whale is with me from Aston Martin Racing. Bathurst we're looking forward to, of course. It's a race that we've been involved with for the last few years. It was a big decision for Aston Martin a few years ago, Harry, to put all of their GT eggs onto one platform. A very Porsche thing to do. They've been doing it for 52 years. And with the 911, it's all gone on to Vantage, and that's actually been a real success story, hasn't it?
Absolutely. I joined the company at the end of 2011 when we went back to GTE for the 2012 season. And we've had success across the board for GT4, 3 and E. And there's real momentum behind our brand and our cars at the moment and our team. And it's exciting to be part of it.
The Vantage is effectively the entry-level Aston Martin in terms of street cars. I think the V8 version is a much underrated street car. I'll be absolutely honest, for the kind of money. If you say it quickly, it doesn't sound very much, but for well under £100,000 back in the UK, you're getting a real Grand Tourer with a real heritage. How much does the Aston Martin name from the street cars carry over into with the heritage and the brand recognition carry into the racing car side of things?
It's the same philosophy. Basically, we carry through the same principles. All our cars are extremely reliable.
Just come back to Harry in a moment, because the class leader in SP2's just gone off the circuit, and it looks like right rear suspension failure at turn 14, heading up to 15. He'll stay off the circuit here and dive straight into the pits, I would think. This is the GC Automobile BMW-ish car. That's not looking good. Trailing sparks from a right rear suspension that's collapsed. The tyre has still got air in it. He's in the pit lane now, but this is bad news for the car that we were praising earlier on for its reliability and pace. Apologies, everybody down at the 150 pit. Lost a headlight as well a little earlier on. Now is the damage on the front end of that car as well, but it's coming into the pit lane very slowly. It's completed 128 laps, and its nearest rival is down in 28th position on 221, and behind the wheel of that car at the moment, the 150 is, he says, flicking through. I think, if I can only find the right thing on my list here, it's Kurt Thiel, isn't it? Yes, it is, and that's been pushed straight into the garage. Can't drive into the garage, remember, it's got to be under power. And the team manager for car 150 been asked to report to the race director, so there's something has caught the eye of the race officials, whether he was too fast off the circuit or there's been a bit of contact there. Let's hope it's not the latter, but normally that means that your driver has done something a bit dozy and we're going to slap you on the wrist, maybe give you a time penalty. Well, the car's in the box anyway, we'll keep an eye on that. Harry Will still with us from Aston Martin Racing. Sorry, talking about the brand recognition that Aston has, it is and constantly voted coolest brand in the year for the street cars. That must help on the track as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And our mission is to make sure that there's a connection between the road car side and the race car side. For example, when you start the Vantage GT4, it still says Power Beauty Soul, which is great. So we aim to carry that through, that connection. Everything we learn on the track, obviously, we aim to try and get back through to the road car side as well.
It's been a real renaissance for the brand in the last few years, a brand that has had a troubled history, let's be honest, in the UK, and many different owners, but has come into a real period of consistency and it's been very settled for the street car side of things. That's allowed things like Aston Martin Racing to grow, the joint venture between ProDrive and Aston Martin Lagonda down there at Banbury just moved into new premises as well, underlining that success over the years. And I mean, you've got to be able to service your customers with a brand like Aston Martin exactly like the street cars would do, so you've got to have that backup.
Absolutely, and like anything in motorsport, consistency is key. And it's great to have that stable platform with the Vantage, and it's great to be able to develop parts and setups on the GTE and feed that down to all the customer cars as well, so they reap the benefits as well.
Talking about GT4, I've been behind the wheel of a GT4, not racing yet, although if you want to hand me an entry to the GT4 challenge, I'll happily take it on. Jade Edwards was in talking about racing a GT4 with her sister in the British GT series, and there's at least a couple of other announcements have been made this week about GT4 Astons going into the British GT series, and all of a sudden the GT4 car has become very popular as well.
Absolutely, we've just sold the 104th car since we first started making the Vantage GT4. I know in the British Championship, I know we'll have at least 6 GT4 Astons. And the reason is simple. It's a reliable, fast car. I know myself. I've raced it in the British GT Championship a couple of times. And it's not a hard job to sell these cars when they prove themselves.
104 GT4s. About how many GT3s, Harry?
Vantage GT3s were at chassis 30.
Right.
And that car came out in the back end of 2011. Overall, there were over 150 Aston Martin racing cars if you count the DBRS 9s and the DBR 9s from over the past 10 years, which we're trading for.
Just watching the 124 in pit lane team in the Toyota GT86, the only one of these cars in the race at the moment. Another one of these little specials that has been built up for VLN racing, and Nordschleifer has been such an important part of the development of Aston Martin racing as well, Harry.
Absolutely, yeah. We've been running the Works Building car the past couple of years at the N24. We'll aim to go back again this year, and that's an absolute must for the year in terms of to show the car's performance, and hopefully we can get a really positive result.
Thanks for joining us. Come back and see us tomorrow morning. Hopefully the car's still running well up in the top 10, and give our best to Stefan, Johnny and the rest of the guys down there.
Will do, and thanks for having me.
That's Harry Whale from Aston Martin Racing. We'll go down to Bruce Jones down in the 150 pit. We've just seen that car come in with sparks flying from the back, Bruce. Right rear suspension, it looked like to me.
Kurt Thiel, we're just saying how well the 150 GC automobile was going, and then you came in, sparks coming from the back of the car. What's the problem?
Actually, the sparks, we were sandwiched between two cars going into turn, I think it was turn 6. And I had nowhere to go. I was minding my own business. And I didn't see the number of the Porsche car, but sandwiched me in and tore off our front wheel.
So what do you think the full extent of the damage is? Do you think the suspension as well?
Yes, we got to replace the rim, the brake caliper. That all stayed on the track. I don't know when I lost it after the impact. So they're trying to repair the car right now, and they got spares, but it'll take a little bit.
How far through your stint were you? Will you be going back in?
We'll see. I think I was about 2/3 of the way through.
And how was the car handling before that?
Fantastic. Since the beginning of the race, this car has just been absolutely stunning. We've had no problems to speak of, and drivers have been very good at staying out of trouble, and we all had clear marching orders to, where there's a doubt, there's no doubt, back off. But here I couldn't back off anywhere. I was just sandwiched.
Kurt, best of luck. I'm sure you'll get back in. Thank you.
Bruce Jones down in the pits, and hopefully that car will be back out and running again. They're still holding on to the lead in SP2 as we're waiting for the Ginetta to come round and try and steal that lead away, but it is dropping down through the order. And we're still seeing the team manager being asked to report to the race director, so the 150 car in trouble in more than one respect. So Paul, I'll let you get your drink before I ask you the next question. It's just about pit stop rotation, and where we are expecting to see people. The leader, Ollie Webb's been out for half an hour, so he's got a little way to go. Johnny Adams been installed in the Aston Martin, which is now in second position. 7 pit stops for him. Johnny's been in for about 16 minutes, and it's the SPS automotive car in third with the 109. So there's I guess the next pit stopper in the top echelon.
The number 33 Mercedes, yes, which currently has at the wheel of it Alex Muller, and that car, as you say, yes, he came in for his pit stop just before Harry sat down, began talking to us on his lap 244. That's another car that's done slightly shorter stints, only 28 laps on its previous stint, but so that's probably the next one to come in. The fascinating thing is, as I say, if we didn't have this Black Falcon Mercedes out at the head of the field, we'd have a very close race going on, because every time a car came into the pits, it would cycle through, and it's not just cycling through between two cars, it's cycling through between 4. The cars placed in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th places, all changing positions every time one of the 4 of them comes in and makes a pit stop. So after that, there's then a little bit of a gap. But the best of the rest, as it were, in 6th place at the moment, albeit that best of the rest means that it's 4 laps behind, has moved up to being the number 23 car, the Nissan GTR. Once again with Florian Strauss behind the wheel, but he too is nearing the end of his stint, or at least the second half of his stint. So that car will also, once it makes its pit stop, have to relinquish the lead of the of that little group, and in so doing also lose second place in the GTE in the A6 AM class, which will go back to the GDL Racing Mercedes number 67. So there's lots of close battles, certainly as far as second, third, fourth and fifth place are concerned. And I'm joined now, so I just turned my back to the person on my left and suddenly turned that John Hindhaugh turned back into Johnny Palmer. So here we are back again, Johnny.
It doesn't take very long to do a commentator change up here, you know.
You're as quick up here as you are down there in the pit lane, I tell you.
What can I say? Yes. Good to be back and installed for the very early morning period at 15 minutes past midnight local time. So if you're watching and listening back in the UK, this is hopefully some good Friday night entertainment at 15 minutes past 8 in the evening in the UK. Thank you for joining RadioLeMans.com for the 10th running of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, live from the Dubai Autodrome. If you're here at the track, listening on 87.6 Autodrome FM, hope you're enjoying the race so far. Not yet at half distance, but yet the number 2 car, run by Black Falcon, looking very, very strong indeed. 252 laps it has done. Ollie Webb, half an hour into his latest stint. That car has done 8 pit stops, and the number 2 car leads the way from the 28 machine of Johnny Adam, the KPM Racing machine, and the 33 SPS Automotive Performance entered Mercedes SLS running in third. I'm pleased to look at the stats, Paul Truswell, and realise we haven't had another purple zone in my absence.
No, in fact, the last 2 hours we've had 27 laps in each of them. They've been green throughout. I've kept a little log running of how many laps we have in every hour, and if we don't have any purple at all, then we get 27 laps in on the hour. Now that means we're not going to break the maximum distance, but we're up to about 6:24, so it's going to be quite a good one. I think we can go down though into the pit lane, and Bruce Jones.
Brodie, you're looking pretty warm. You just got out of the 124 Toyota. How's it going? They're working on the car.
Okay, the car is working very well, but on the last lap, unfortunately, we have the brake pads. We have to change it. We don't know when, but it's for now. No, so they are changing the pads, and then I think it will be better. We have the same sensation on the Nürburgring for the 24 hours from the Nürburgring, and then we have the same. It's always for me. I have no chance, but I know how I have to feel with the car when the pedal is flat, and then we have nothing. So you have to change gear very quick and very gas, and then you can stop the car carefully. But it's hot.
I was speaking with Harold Rettig earlier, and he was saying you don't have the speed that the Renault Clio's have.
The speed limiter? No, the speed.
No, the speed on the straight.
No, I don't have the speed, sorry, because the dash is not working here, so I think so it's at the programmation, so we don't have, sorry. That's how we receive information from the paddock, and then we receive from the box, so we are in communication. We have a big advantage also, we have the television in the car, so if we have on the 5 or 6 car, we have the television, the chance to have the television, so we can follow the car and then signal if it's something wrong on the car, so it's the case now.
Good entertainment. Who will be the next driver?
The next driver, the name of the next driver is Kurt Dujardin. He has a lot of experience. It's a very experienced pilot. He drives Le Mans also, so it's a good pilot, and he knows what he has to do now.
Good, let him do it. Thank you very much, Brodie.
Brodie from the number 124 Toyota GT86, run by Pit Lane, and it is currently 67th overall but 13th in A2, so some work to do in the lower order class, which is essentially for hot hatches. It's a class which is led by, and now I've got to look down my class structure? Because I've posed a question which I can't necessarily answer.
Number 86 is the car you're looking for, which is still the better classed Mini.
That's been the same for a little while now. Kai Jordan, the young German, is running that, and yes, the better class racing Mini, which is often a crowd favourite, going very strongly.
And that car, Johnny, has now got itself 3 laps of an advantage on the next car up in Class A2. The one behind it is car number 117, which is one of the Hondas, the Honda Civic, entered by the VDS Racing Adventures team, VDS being the Rafael van den Straten, who is one of the 3 drivers of that car. The car currently in the hands of Gregory Pace. Meanwhile, on the screens, quick replay, Johnny.
Of a spin at turn 1, and who is this? 3 cars into one can never work, surely. Contact for the Ginetta. Is that the 167 again? Certainly one orange Ginetta in this race is 167, which had an issue on the opening lap. And yes, it is the 167 car, which had a clash there with a Clio. Difficult to identify the French car. But Ginetta 167 rejoining now, having been slightly delayed. In the grand scheme of things, it shouldn't put it too far back. Roberto Gentili driving that for Nova Race, the Italian entered G50 GT4, and actually that car going very well. Otherwise, in Gentili's hands, it's just actually done its best lap of the race prior to the spin.
Talking of which, somebody else who's just done his best lap of the race is Johnny Adam in the Aston Martin. Still second place, still 2 laps behind the race leader, but closing at the moment on Oliver Webb, who is in the race-leading Mercedes-Benz car number 2. But Johnny Adam in the KPM Aston Martin going great guns, and as I say, 2 minutes 0.361 his lap on that previous lap time. So he's going to do it, give it his best shot. He's probably heard me saying that even if he carries on at the rate he's going, he won't be able to catch the Mercedes. Well, if he keeps on going at that rate, then he is going to catch the Mercedes. So all is not lost yet. And Mercedes has this 2 lap of an advantage. But as I was saying to John Hindhoff a few minutes ago, Johnny, we're getting to the kind of point in the night where the next pit stops, they're going to start considering changing the brake discs as well as pads at some of the changes. There'll certainly be one change for practically all of the A6 runners, I would say, where they change the change the disc, not just the pads, the discs as well. And some of them may even be scheduling to do that twice. Certainly we've seen that in previous years where the Mercedes need to have 2 sets of discs changed. So actually using 3 sets through the course of the race. Depends a little bit how hot it gets tomorrow, but certainly that's something to be aware of, which might lengthen some of the pit stops, Johnny.
Looking at the Speed Lover 2 Porsche 991 Cup car, which is in the 997 class, despite it being a 991, it's like a Porsche Carrera Cup class within the entry, and the 61 car has been driven in the last stint by Philippe de Crane for Speed Lover. Car in pit road though, so may have had just then a driver change. We'll tell you more as soon as it goes back out onto track, and potentially the new transponder setting for the new driver will trigger as the car re-enters the race. It will need to go to fuelling first though, because of course fuelling at this event not done outside your pit garage. Instead you change the driver, change the tyres, and then the car tootles up to the fuelling area, which is entirely separate from the pit lane proper, and pulls up alongside a pretty regular looking petrol or diesel pump. The fuel is put in and then the car rejoins the race. There's the Dragon Racing Ferrari with Josh Grogan now at the wheel. That's still the A6 AM class leader. It's done 252 laps, so that is 4 shy of Ollie Webb and the overall race leader, but nevertheless we have an amateur class car, A6 amateur class car, within the top 4. And had a word with Rob Barth many hours ago now, and he said that really the target for this team is to get a top 3 finish overall. And they were online for a top 2 after 13 hours of the race. We're not quite at that point now. We've had a little over 10 hours of this race, so closing in on halfway point. Can they get further into this race, I wonder, or indeed hit the target for Dragon and get a podium in the overall spot? We'll have to wait and see. But it's 3 pro cars looking out the top 3 positions at the moment, then the Dragon Ferrari, and then Tom Onslow Cole, who is going strongly in the Ram Racing Mercedes, the deep red and silver car, number 30. Just done a 2:04.2, which is a very respectable time considering traffic. 6th position for the number 23 Florian Strauss-driven Nissan GT Academy GTR, and 7th and 8th. 7th place another A6 AM car. Max Brahms back at the wheel of the GTL 67 machine, which is the Mercedes SLS from San Marino. And in 8th position, it's the 26 car, the first of the Carrera Cup cars, another Black Falcon machine, and Welsh Halp at the wheel. He's done 2:49 laps. Chance to glimpse now the 69 Lamborghini, which is working its way up towards the BRM Watches hairpin. That's in a Gulf livery. You can't necessarily tell that in this amount of darkness. But car 69, as you can see, and it is running in 10th position overall. Jamie Campbell-Walter piloting that from the A6 AM class. If you look carefully, the LED numbers on the side display the number 10 to tell us where it is in the overall order.
4th in the A6 AM subclass, and that top 10, as I say, that car is 10th, the Lamborghini, still comprising of 4 A6 Pros, 4 A6 AMs, and 2 997 class cars. And in terms of what's left, we've actually lost permanently from the race 3 of the A6 Pro cars, but only 1 of the A6 AM cars. We've got pretty much the same number of each. So the more A6 Pro cars fall by the wayside, the better the chances are for the AM cars to move in and fill the gaps. And as I say, they'll get there by slow and steady catches the race, because the AM car's advantage comes in their fuel economy and being able to stay out a little bit longer and do it by consistent lappery rather than necessarily outright speed, which is where the pro cars have their advantage.
Just coming towards the end of another lap is Ollie Webb, about to head over the line. The Lamborghini in 10th position, having to dodge traffic up to that's the bowl, which is turns 8 and 9, and onto the long straight now, able to just whip by that traffic before hitting the long straight. More flashing of the lights though required from Jamie Campbell-Walter to warn the 72 BMW to get out of the way, which the 72 duly does, sticking to its racing line, driver's right. That's Bruno Tutora, by the way, in the Racehouse Motorsport M235 BMW. There are 6 cars from the Racing Cup entered. They're all in Cup 1. Although we only have 1 cup class, it's nevertheless numbered. And there is Jamie Campbell-Walter threading the eye of a needle as they brake for turn 10. That was brave stuff, with a car just a hair's breadth to the left and to the right, but nevertheless it found its way through in the Lamborghini. That looks suspiciously like a 997 class car getting some work done in the garage. And the Lechner Racing 7 Porsche just working its way up into turn 14 now on the inside of the 79 BMW, which has also had 1 or 2 problems through this early part of the race. Nicholas Schmidt at the wheel of the 79. Driving the 7 for Lechner Racing is Clemens Schmidt, which is the 991 division of the Carrera Cup class car. Schmidt just outside the top 10. And chasing car 26, driven by Andreas Weishaupt. Weishaupt up to 8th position now in a cup car, which is great going. There are 2 AM machines between Weishaupt and Schmidt. They're in 8th and 11th positions overall. There is the 7 car, and hearing from Bruce Jones that there is some slightly better news for the number 20 car, Bruce.
About 40-something position. I can't tell you where precisely, but it said 46 when I walked past 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's had pretty much an hour in the pit, just over an hour in the pit lane, and that's been just about on the nose of a 1 hour pit stop for the 991 Cup car, and it's now in 48th place, and it's although it's left the pit lane and left where Bruce Jones has been watching it being worked on, it's not back in the race yet because they go up and put fuel in it before it goes any further, so it'll probably drop even further down beyond 48th place before it gets back into the race, and that's put it, well, it's 14th in the class, so they're just going to have a long night, keeping going as well as they can. Up at the front, Johnny, I'm really impressed with the way that your namesake, Mr. Adam, has been going in the Aston Martin. On the previous kind of cycle of pit stops, he was behind the number 33 SPS Mercedes. Now he's ahead of it, and the SPS Mercedes hasn't yet made its pit stop, whereas last time he was behind it, and that Mercedes, when it came into the pits, then allowed the Aston Martin through into second place, but he's got ahead of it and pulled away practically to the tune of a minute. So the Aston going well with only a 3-driver lineup, remember, in that car, whereas the chief opposition, the Black Falcon Mercedes, has 4 drivers, as has most of the other cars in fact both in A6 Pro and in A6 Am immediately behind it. But Johnny Adam going very strongly indeed with the Aston, but as I say, I think it's going to take some kind of hiccup, but it only needs to be a hiccup, it only needs to be a puncture or some very small problem for the Black Falcon Mercedes, and the Aston is going to be right there with it. So we're going to have to keep ourselves on our toes, and we've heard already from various drivers how severe traffic can be and how easy it is to make mistakes or even get caught up in somebody else's mistake.
Looking back through the history of the lap records in this race, we've only had one fastest lap. That was way back on lap 2.
Well, it was the only lap that was a clear traffic lap.
Yeah.
Although, to be fair to him, Johnny Adam has got quite close to it. Johnny Adams' lap, not very long ago, was certainly within this stint. 2 minutes 0.361 compares to the, as you say, the fastest lap that was done on the second lap of the race by it was Martin Ragginger, wasn't it, in a 1:59.9. I would expect sometime during the night or in the very early hours of the morning after the sun rises. It's pretty midwinter even here in Dubai, so the sun won't be rising till I think 7:30 or something like that. I think it's certainly around about 7:30, so it's a long old night, 13 hours and 20 minutes of darkness altogether, and so it takes until 7 o'clock or so for the sun to come up. So sometime before 8 a.m. anyway, I'll predict that we'll get a faster lap than that. It's not the fastest lap ever in a Dubai 24 hours, but that in itself is in the 1:59. It's the fastest race lap, and I stress race lap because we've had faster laps in qualifying for the Dubai 24 hours, but as a race lap, the fastest lap we had was in 2013 at 1:59.4.
Just had a glimpse of Anthony Hughes on board the 169 Ginetta from Speedworks Motorsport, coming in for its 9th stop. It was 28th overall before it headed in, second in SP2, crucially, behind Sally Jolic, who drives the 163 at G55 for Optimum Motorsport. So it's a G55 from a G50 in SP3. My point about the fastest lap being set by car number 12 is that the 12 car's back out again. It's not had a very good race at all, but it is at least running once more in the control of Otto Close now, down in 16th position and rapidly catching the car ahead of it, which is the number 45 machine. 45 in a different class, admittedly, in the 997, driven by Patrick Eisman. But 12 is slowly working its way back up the order. It's on 247 laps. Compare that to race leader Ollie Webb, who's done 261. But nevertheless, if it continues on, it might be on for maybe a top 10 finish.
Yes, and to be fair, you say it's not had a very good race. It's only had one pit stop, which was a very slow pit stop, and that was what kind of scuppered its its chances. It had one pit stop that was a 1 hour and 22 minutes, and other than that, it's all gone very well indeed for it. But obviously that's a big problem. But apart from that one big problem, it's run okay. And the other Fach Autotech car, which was up in second place, remember, of course, it was number 12 that led the race earlier on the start of the race from pole position. The number 11 got itself up into second place for quite a bit of the early stages of the race, currently with Irvin Keller behind the wheel of it. That's now in 47th place overall, but it's also turning in reasonable lap times, although that last lap for it only a 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So that's the two Fach Autotech Porsches. Meanwhile, we can go down to the pit lane and Bruce Jones. Bruce.
Well, I'm just watching Ginetta being pushed off, and it's 169. Tony Hughes is out. Standing next to me. How's it going? I noticed they were still having a look at that front bodywork.
Yeah, no, the car's fine. It's sweet as a nut. You couldn't ask for anything nicer. I had a lovely little race with one of the other Ginettas as well as out there. Kept him behind me for the whole race. Got past me a couple of times, but I wasn't having any of it. There was a white Porsche that was a bit slower than me, but he's damn quick on the straight. I couldn't get past him, but that's racing though, isn't it? But it's fantastic out there. Sometimes it gets a bit crowded, but when you've got a grid like this, well, what can you expect? But you know what? It makes it fun, doesn't it?
Well, of course it does, but you think the car's now settled down into its sweet spot and you're just going to keep on at this pace through the night?
Car feels great, yeah, and even if you get it wrong on the corner and the back end comes out a bit, it's just like being in a go-kart. It's just wonderful, yeah, and you just put a big smile on your face. I love it. I love the Ginettas. They're fantastic.
So how do they get you out? Who's taken over?
Who's taken over? Yeah, good point. I'm not sure.
Who's wearing a helmet when he got in?
I don't know.
Would that be Ross Warburton, perhaps?
No, Ross is not in. I think it's Ollie.
Oh, Ollie Jackson. Okay. Anyhow, good to see it's
different overall on.
Ah, very crafty. Anyhow, get some rest. Well done, Tony.
Thank you.
Tony Hughes from the 169 car, which is currently in the fueling area, pitted from second in class, as I mentioned, with Sally Golich leading that class, but it's a G55 versus a G50, and as soon as that car heads back out onto track, which will be very shortly indeed, we'll confirm whether it is Ollie Jackson on board, a regular in the British Touring Car Championship in 2014, as one of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches sweeps by the 95 Seat right on the start-finish line. And Samir Moutran having to stick to his racing line as the 25 Porsche of Christian Raubach heads over the line and up to turn one, which plunges down last minute into a almost blind apex. You see it very, very late indeed. To brake as late as possible at maybe the 150 metre board, depending on which car you're in, of course, and how good it is on the brakes. Just pitch the car in. And then it's great to accelerate out of turn number one, straight over the curb at 2, and then up to 3, which is one of those apexes you could do with just missing, and then hug the curb on the right-hand side at turn 4. Very technical, twisty first part of the lap here at the Dubai Autodrome. There's the 26 machine, which is the Black Falcon 4th entry, as you can see from the graphic if you're watching on Motors TV and indeed on the RadioLeMans.com website. We're in sound and vision this year. Andreas Weishaupt then leading the way in the Carrera Cup division of the race in car 26. It's 8th overall. In the penalty box, meanwhile, another Porsche. And what number is that, Paul? Because there's a gentleman stood right in front of the number board. It's the car in 15th position, so it's number 45, Patrick Eisman, who's brought the 5th place 997 car in. And also, I noticed the Maserati either coming in or going out of a garage. It's coming out, was it?
Yes, it was coming in, but it's gone past its garage, so I think it's going up to refuel. We've also had a pit stop from the Nissan GTR, and that was Florian Strauss. And he was doing refueling only, so he came in but went straight past his pit garage and went out to complete the 2 hours, but he didn't have enough fuel to do that, so he's just gone past the pit and gone up to refuel. But Florian, then the most experienced driver in the Nissan GTR, and he's earning his keep by doing a full 2 hours, which is the maximum that regulations will allow him to do. He is the best of the rest at the moment in that 8th place, having just made his pit stop. But battling with the GDL Racing Mercedes, number 67, and also with the 997 of the Black Falcon team, number 26.
So, approaching 20 minutes to 1 o'clock local time here in the Middle East. So 13 hours and 22 minutes of this 10th running of the Hankook Dubai 24 Hours. It's Ollie Webb who continues to lead for the Black Falcon Mercedes team. In second place, the 28 of Johnny Adam, continuing to lap really, really well, although Ollie Webb had just about the edge last time around to the tune of 0.8 of a second. Johnny's just done a 2:04 dead. And then in third position, Alex Muller on board the number 33 SPS Mercedes. Fourth place is number 88, the first of the A6 AM car still. The Dragon Racing Ferrari going well under the control of Josh Groger. Then it's Tom Onslow Cole in the Ram Racing Mercedes car number 30. Sixth place, number 67, Max Browns. Also an A6 AM car, so second in that class. And in seventh position, the first of the Carrera Cup class cars. Now, the 167 car, again, having various bits of bodywork detached so they can get to the bottom of another problem for the Ginetta. And the 12 car, by virtue of the fact of 2 cars ahead of it pitting, Otto Close could gain 2 spots here. He's certainly closing in on Patrick Eisman for one of those positions, but I think Schmidt in the number 7 is too far in front potentially to give away 14th place to the recovering 12 car. Remember the 12 coming in on the end of a tow rope much earlier on in the race. It goes over the line now. And where does that put the number 12 machine? Still 16th according to the timing screen. But there are 2 cars that are ahead of it in 14th and 15th position that are in the fueling area at the moment, being topped up with petrol.
Yes, in very close proximity to another of the Porsches as well. I'm not sure if that wasn't its teammate, the number 11 car that it crossed the line next to. No, the 11 somewhere else, so it's not actually the same car, but certainly in very close proximity to another car. Charlie Horrings is enjoying himself in the 888 BMW, one of the A6 AM cars which was delayed earlier on. He's in the A6 AM class and therefore he has to go slower than 2 minutes 04, but he's just used up another joker because he did a lap on his previous time round in 2 minutes 03, which means that car has to use another joker up and is now on 5 jokers used.
Here at the Dubai Autodrome, Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell up here in the main commentary box, high in the grandstand that overlooks the start and finish line and the pit complex. Of course, in this level of darkness, fully dark, for 13 hours and 20 minutes, this race at just about 17-18 minutes away from 1 o'clock in the morning. The pit lane looks very spectacular indeed, floodlit in places. Various team members sauntering around in their high-vis jackets. And they all have their relevant car numbers on the back of the high-vis jackets to distinguish who is with what car. The 27 currently in for a stop and having some... Well, that's maybe a brake disc change, actually. Pads being looked at as well. But you did mention, Paul Truswell, a moment or two ago that the A6 cars will be thinking about maybe a brake disc change. Certainly pads have been changed a little more regularly. But they will need a brake disc change, presumably at roughly half distance in this race.
Roughly half, but very often before half distance.
Okay.
And then with the Mercedes, they do an extra one at sort of early in the morning, just as the sun comes up and it all starts to get a bit hotter and the temperatures heat up.
Just go down to the pit lane powered by Nismo with Bruce Jones, who's close to the Bezaplast Mini, Bruce, and you reckon that might be a disc change for the A2 leader?
Quite so. They had a quick look, but the front left was concerning them. Anyhow, clearly not enough brakes left, so that's being pushed back into the garage, but that's been going absolutely like a train in the A2 class. Headlights still on as I look into the garage, but it's about to go up onto the jacks, and they've reached the time when the brakes have to be done. And in fact, the pit lane, or my end of the pit lane down toward the pit exit, has not been this busy for a long time. It's funny how it just comes in flurries, obviously relating in many cases back to the past. The most recent Code 60 bunches them up a bit. Anyhow, now we've got busy time, which is good at 1 in the morning, and I'm still in shirt sleeves. I like it.
Thank you, Bruce. Now, as the 27 car is still having work done on it, and potentially a brake disc change, there's also attention to something under the hood as well, maybe oil going into that car. But John Hindhoff, who's just had a sneaky word in my ear, suggests that the 27 Mercedes maybe has some kind of different system from the Black Falcon Mercedes, oil going in at a different end potentially. So although they're all A6 cars, they're all SLS AMGs, they may have various different systems going on.
And they'll also be using their own systems for doing things like brake pad changes. And that can be where races can be won and lost, as the teams, if that can be done, as we know it can from other 24-hour races, in some 5 minutes or so, then it can make a big difference to your race's overall performance.
Skip down to Bruce Jones once more, who has an update on the 33 car that's running third for SPS Automotive Performance. Due a stop, well, we're running
Very soon indeed.
An hour and 42 minutes for Alex Müller, as the 59 Porsche has stopped out on the circuit and requires one of the intervention vehicles to tow it back. But Bruce, you reckon more discs ready to be changed on the 33?
Well, interestingly, only one has been put out on the apron, so that's a bit of a strange one. Maybe they're trying to find the other out the back, beating the spares person around the head until he finds it. But Patrick Assenheimer, he's helmeted and waiting to go. Alex Müller, a very good stint, so third at the moment. But as far as I can see, just the one brake disc.
Having just had the pads, not the discs, replaced on my own road car whilst I've been away. It may well just be a matter of cost, because I was shocked when I discovered the bill that my wife told me I had to pay when I get home in order to get my nice shiny car back. At least they have valeted it as well as doing the discs, so I can't complain. I bet they don't get those their cars cleaned for them when they get their pads done.
59 working its way down pit lane then, but not under its own steam, having to be brought in by an intervention vehicle. So that, I think, now is out of the way of cars racing on the track, and we'll have to see whether there is an update on the 59 once it gets back to its pit. Meanwhile, the FAC Autotech entered 11 Porsche, which is now down on the second page of the screen. 44th overall now, puts it 9th in the A6 amateur class. The sister car, which is a pro car, number 12, is up to 14th position. So it was 16th for Otto Close, but by virtue of the two cars ahead of it pitting, it's gained a couple of spots there. Still 6th in the A6 Pro class. It's done 254 laps. It's also ahead of the number 4 Scuderia Praha Ferrari, with Mattia Magliucelli, the Italian, driving that. There's the 59, just heading past the penalty box and the weighbridge. Behind it is the 89 Porsche pitting from, 87 Porsche pitting from 12th position. Nigel Farmer driving the GTL racing car, but 59 then up towards the relevant pit box, and the team all of a sudden surround it and, I guess, well, first of all, unhook the rope and then push it into the garage to try and work out what the problem was. It looked like it had stopped rather than been involved in an incident, as in a clashing with another car or with a bit of circuit furniture. Over the grid hatchings goes the number 11 car, down in 44th position, as I say. And the team on the rear wing of the 59 Porsche about to wheel it towards the garage. They might actually tend to it on the pit apron. Yes, they are. Lights turned off and engine refired. So this could be quite a short stop down there. It doesn't look like they're going to have a driver change, but there are 1 or 2 things to be replaced in the cockpit. Meanwhile, the 11 car comes out of the final corner and over the line. That's the 69 Lamborghini as well, with its gold colours. 69 Jamie Campbell-Walter has got that car up to 8th position now and 4th in the A6 AM class. A6 AM doing tremendously well. There are 5 AM cars now in the overall top 10 behind a trio of pro machines. Ollie Webb in the Black Falcon Mercedes, Johnny Adam in the KPM Racing Aston, and Alex Muller in the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes. But then the other A6 cars, as I say, 5 of them in the AM class, 4 pro machines, and just the 1997 in the top 10.
Yes, and continuing to prove perhaps that by driving them a little bit more slowly, not having to overtake and be flat out at all times, they are able to ensure a little bit more reliability, which was a point that Graham Goodwin made earlier on during the race. Certainly in the last few hours, I shouldn't say this, but we've had a great deal of higher reliability, far fewer mechanical dramas. Into the pits is the race leader, Ollie Webb, and they are changing tyres down on that car, and that looks like it's the pad change as well. Looking at what's going on down there, really need a pair of binoculars to see exactly what's happening down there with the leading Mercedes. Johnny immediately gets his binoculars out and can tell us.
I need to get them focused first of all. Hang on a minute. Bear with.
It's trouble of focusing them in the dark.
Well, Ollie's out of the car, and there is a bright light being shone towards pads, I would say. Can't see any sign of discs just yet. Although it looks like there's a set of forceps or similar to try and wedge the pads away from the disc and just check on things, perhaps. Obviously, the discs themselves are going to be red hot. And the guys down there needing to be careful. No, there is a disc definitely coming off that front left. So old one being taken off and replacement put on.
And I think the same work on the front left is simultaneously being done on the front right. So this will be a longer stop for the number 2 car, and Johnny Adams' chance perhaps to close in upon him. Johnny has just set off on his 268th lap. Ollie Webb came in at the end of his 269th lap, so just a lap and a bit separating them at the moment. And of course, after this, even after the Mercedes gets going again, it will still have to refuel. Also into the pits now, Johnny is coming the number 67 GDL Racing Mercedes-Benz with Max Brahms behind the wheel of that car.
Max going really well. I really enjoy watching his stints in the number 67 car, bringing it in from 6th position overall. Still side window being clean there of the number 2. You'll use that window through the bowl section, which is the sharp arcing left-hander that leads onto the long back straight here at the Dubai Autodrome, and of course through turn 14 as well, that lingering left-hander. You may well need that side window to check out the traffic on the exit of the corner.
Coming up for 3 minutes at rest for the Mercedes. Had to keep my Audi in overnight when they did the... I know it was only the pads, never mind the discs.
Very much a different world when it comes to work on a motorsport car, isn't it? We know that from a tyre change, but to change pads and potentially discs as well, there might be a little bit of a problem here on the front left. Maybe a temperamental disc to be put back on the car.
You're absolutely right, Johnny. It is taking longer. The right-hand side has been done already, and they're still working on the left. So they're all clear on the right-hand side. So time ticking away for the still race-leading Mercedes-Benz, but an update from the pit lane and Bruce Jones.
Enjoying your first appearance here at the Dubai 24 Hours?
Yes, of course, a beautiful track, a lot of cars, 95 cars, and it's really exciting. I'm just getting up my second stint in the night, and it's really good.
Now you just handed over to, was it Oscar I saw getting on Arroyo?
Yes, Oscar Arroyo, my Mexican teammate. We're having a little bit of problems, but I think we have this pace, we can do good in the cup class.
Now your sister car, number 59, has got some problems. Is your car running better than that? They had a door come off earlier.
I hope so. We had some problems, both cars, but we're doing good and we hope to be better in the night.
And you hope to be there at 2 o'clock tomorrow?
Yes, of course. We hope to be in podium tomorrow, yes.
In fact, it's now today, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know what time is it because I just got down, but yes.
Anyhow, well done. Speak to you later.
Thank you very much.
Santiago Creel there with our pit reporter Bruce Jones, live from the pit lane, powered by Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. And Santiago, well, doesn't really care what time of day it is it? He's just done a stint, and a good one at that. So now get a chance perhaps to get his head down for a little while. The minimum rest time after a stint has to be at least 2/3 of your stint. So if you've done a 2-hour stint, then you get 80 minutes off as a minimum time. It's also a little bit dependent on how many drivers are allocated to each car. Some have 5, some have... Have we got any 2 driver lineups in this year's race, or did that change in the end?
We do. My favourite car, number 54, the BMW 130i in the A3T class, Marcel Kuzin and Petr Valik, the only 2-driver team, although they've been in the pits for a long time, and they're still in the pits, so they've actually not... I think they're probably a retirement, sadly.
Have we talked about the regulations on driving maxima for different categories of drivers in the A6? There was a bulletin issued about this. It's to stop multiple driver teams just basically putting the fast guys in and still being in the AM class.
Oh, okay. We did speak about it briefly because, as far as I know, the organisers can demand that certain teams which have a mix of drivers have a minimum time that those drivers, the AM drivers, have to drive the car. But it's on a per car and how the organisers feel about it basis, rather than it being a blanket rule for everybody, unless there's been a bulletin that I've missed.
It was suggested to me that there'd been a bulletin talking about pro, semi-pro and AM drivers that actually spelled that out rather more formally.
If there is a formal one, then I've not seen it, and I've not specifically mentioned it.
Right, I shall try and dig around and find
where that was.
Yeah.
But certainly the regulations permit those certain teams to be given requisite amounts of time for the drivers to drive, but that would be on a team-by-team basis rather than it being a blanket rule. But it was based on the amount of experience that the organisers felt the drivers had, rather than it being done based on driver grading, silver, bronze, golden, platinum, that kind of thing.
Bright red glow from just behind the wheel arch of the number 10 Mercedes-Benz as it's circulating, which is on both sides, so I presume that's where the exhaust must come out. It's very bizarre, unless it's just a brake cooling duct, and that is getting that hot with just the front brake disc glowing. And by the way, I had brakes and I had discs and pads done on my car recently, and you definitely didn't want to see the bill for that one. And thank you to Par Motorsport, I got a pretty good deal on it as well.
Yes, I just go to the local dealer, I'm afraid. Yes. Anyway, it's expensive business owning a car, never mind a GT3 something or other. Anyway, on matters, Jelmer Berman has taken the Mercedes back out, but he has lost the lead of the race, hasn't he, Johnny? The lead, whilst that was going on, has been taken by Johnny Adam at the wheel of the Aston Martin, and now second place has fallen as well, because Alex Muller in the SPS Mercedes has taken over in second place. It was 6 3/4 minutes that the Black Falcon Mercedes was in the pits altogether, and that's from pit in to pit out, so pads, discs, tyres, driver change and refuelling all done in just under 7 minutes. But a new leader of the race.
Yeah, it's Johnny Adam in the sole Aston Martin within the GT3 element of the race. So 28, Johnny Adam going really well, having just done a 2 minutes 4.6 second lap. It's about 4 seconds shy of his best, or the car's best. And Alex Muller, as you say, for SPS Racing in the Mercedes, up to second position. Jelmer Berman, though, really impressive opening stint for Jelmer, way back at 2 o'clock. And the number 2 car flies with Jelmer at the wheel. Brand new brakes, of course, to now exploit. And is there another brake change taking place down in pit road?
Looks exactly like that.
Discs coming off.
This is on the Lamborghini, isn't it? The number 69 Lamborghini Gallardo.
So the pads and the caliper being forced apart there to allow the disc to be detached from car 69. There's a bit of a ding in the door on that side, I notice. And that car, amongst many others in the race, showing scars of nearly 11 hours racing. We're coming up on 1 o'clock in the morning here in the Middle East, so 9 p.m. back in the UK. If you're watching this on Motors TV, thank you for joining us. It's Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell in the main commentary box. Bruce Jones in a moment or two, live from the pit lane, powered by Nismo. But the way we stand, it's jiggled around a little bit at the head of the order. The KPM Racing Aston leads the way, Johnny Adam ahead of Alex Muller and Jelmer Berman with those fresh discs and pads for the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes. Leading the A6 amateur class is Josh Groger in car number 88, the Dragon Racing Ferrari still, mixing it with the A6 Pro runners. Tom Onslow Cole for Ram Racing running in 5th. Florian Strauss now up to 6th position in another non-German car. There are 1, 2, 3 in the top 6 now.
Yes, Florian now in the second part of a double stint, having been in on his previous stop for fuel only. And another car that's just come into the pits is the newly promoted second place car. The number 33 SPS Mercedes-Benz has come in for its pit stop, and therefore will lose second place as soon pretty much as he's inherited it. What we don't know and we can't see from here is whether there are discs changes for the number 33 car.
Car 76, which is the Racing Divas by Las Moras BMW M235 in the Racing Cup class. It's Sandra van der Slot at the wheel of the 76 machine, working its way through turn 14 now. That little tricky exit coming out of 14, which is slightly off camber. You then have to get the car to the middle of the track to negotiate turn 15 and down into the hard braking area. You can see that by the red glow from the brakes of the BMW, working its way now out of the final corner and over the line, and the windscreen surrounded by bright pink LED lights. These cars take on a totally different look as darkness descends. And thankfully there are little quirky bits like the Racing Divas car there with the windscreen framed in pink light to be able to tell it from any other on the approach to turn 1. A busy old run through there as who's that running outside? That was the 88 Ferrari, I think, trying to sneak through, yeah, with the bright green A-pillars, very AF Corsa that, and it's Josh Groger doing well to skirt past the traffic in the early part of the lap. There's the Besserplas Mini as well back out on track, still leading Class A2. The 10th running of the Dubai 24 Hours, live from the Dubai Autodrome, RadioLeMans.com in sound and vision on the RadioLeMans.com website. Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell in the main commentary box, and in a moment or two we will hand to Bruce Jones to bring us our latest interview. But Johnny Adam leads the way, 272 laps in the book now for the Scot in the British car, the KPM Racing Aston. Jelmer Berman up to second now because Alex Muller's just brought the SPS Mercedes in for its latest stop, car 33 in the pit lane. So that's promoted Jelmer Berman for Black Falcon Racing up to second. 33 is third, and a really well-placed A6 amateur car is the Dragon Racing Ferrari. Josh Groger at the wheel in car 88. Now, a moment or two ago, the 69 Gulf Racing Lamborghini came in for a stop. It looked like it was having a brake disc change, amongst other things. And the man to step out, Jamie Campbell-Walter, who now joins Bruce Jones. Maybe doesn't join Bruce Jones, but I know Bruce was lining up Jamie Campbell-Walter for a quick chat. Looked like a really good stint that from the British driver. And as I say, pads and discs being changed. The car had been in the fueling area and is now back out on track, car 69. So Johnny Adam leading the way, Jelmer Berman in second, Josh Groger in third position.
Fueled under Code 60, so
here is Jamie Campbell-Walter.
Lose quite a lot here when that happens, and then another stop later on. We had to queue for quite a long time. So you know, little things like that suddenly can put you a few laps down. But we'll soldier on. We've climbed back from 27th or wherever we were, and we're now in the top 10 or top 8. And yeah, everyone's happy. And me and Stewie are obviously driving at night. So we're just going to double all the way through until daylight, and then our two AMs will get in.
You'll have a bit of a kip.
Hopefully.
Anyhow, glad here it's going well. Was that discs as well as pads just then being changed?
Yeah, just front discs and front pads.
Okay.
Just a few millimetres left.
Oh, were they? All right. Thank you, Jamie Campbell-Walter.
Best decision then to get those whipped out and put back in again. And as Jamie describes, tricky part of the race that he's just negotiated, with one or two little incidents that he maybe preferred not to have had, the Gulf Racing UK team, but nevertheless the 69 car is back out. Stuart Hall, who is a very, very quick peddler, on board the number 69 car, and it's exited the pit lane in something like 11th position. Stuart Hall just about to come around to complete the car's 264th lap now, and it's in the A6 amateur class, 5th in that division. Meanwhile, Johnny Adam in the KPM Racing Aston is due in something like 2 laps. It'll be a bit less than that now, Paul.
Yes, I'm working on the fact that he'll be in on lap 276 or thereabouts. So Johnny Adam, having got himself into the lead of the race, obviously he'll lose it again. The question will be whether the Aston Martin will need a disc change already. And if it needs a disc change now, will just one disc change do it until the end of the race? And so we're not quite sure what that'll be, and I suspect that the team themselves won't be quite sure just yet either. So wait and see.
There's Stuart Hall, freshly on board the 69 Lamborghini, and the car is heading up to the ball now, turns 8 and 9. This the banked left-hander that leads onto the long straights. Glare of headlight there, I think solely from the Lamborghini. Looked like there might have been a couple of other cars in that shot, but it's the not only headlights but those kind of really bright central lights as well, which have been put on the car deliberately for night running.
Yes, it's noticeable here, perhaps more than at some other 24-hour races, Johnny, that not only variety in cars and engine notes and driving standards, but also in brightness of headlights. Some of the top-class GT3 cars with dazzlingly bright lights, and some of the Clios with lights not much brighter than my old Mini used to have.
The Chevy Corvette, which I hope is still running, because I really like that car.
Yes, it is.
Good. The number 19 machine has the yellow headlights, I noticed when I was having a bit of food earlier on, right next to the pit lane.
Because it used to be a GT1 car.
GT1 car, yeah, it did. And I'm pleased they haven't replaced those.
And it's still running in 10th place. It's doing a good job with all their drivers.
How strangled is that car from all GT1 specification? Because I know GT3s have got quicker, but they haven't got that much quicker.
Yes, it is quite strangled is the answer. They've put it up to 1,300 kilograms of weight, and
they ran like that at Le Mans to get a bigger restrictor one year. I'm not sure it worked for them.
Did they run at 13?
I think they're 1280 or something like that. Yeah, maybe not quite that bad.
And with the fuel restriction as well, they're only allowed to put 90 litres on at each pit stop as well. That's going to slow them down as well.
Race leader is in. Johnny Adam stepping out of the number 28 Strata 21 backed Aston Martin in its red, black but principally white livery, and the Lollipop Man about to unleash the car. I think now the door is still open, so it'll be a little while yet. There's no sign of any discs being changed though, heat haze and a little bit of smoke issuing from the brake discs, but it'll be the same discs to carry on this next stint. They presumably are trying to get to 12 hours so that they can do their brake disc change at roughly half distance, and that will see them through to the end, whereas the Mercedes may need another disc change with about 2 hours to go. Down to the pit lane and Nick Damon with an update on another car that has stopped from the top three recently, the 33 Mercedes, Nick.
Yeah, the 33 came in whilst Jan Bruce was Jamie Campbell-Walter, and it was a pretty standard stop, but again they had to do the disc brakes as well, as it seems like 11 hours is about the maximum running time you get on these big heavy SLSs. The difference between them and Black Falcons is they didn't have enough people to do both sides at once, so the same man did both the left and the right hand side, which obviously means that they lost a bit of time in doing the process. So it's an interesting situation. Now I think from memory though, we saw this last year in they actually take a convenient time in quite a large window to do these discs, and we are hanging on last year expecting a second change to the Mercedes, which never came.
Absolutely right, Nick. The problem sometimes comes in how much heat we get in the day tomorrow, and it's the heat of the ambient temperature which increases your brake wear, because it's all to do with friction and temperature, and that makes a difference as to how quickly everything wears away. But
it's a more brutal circuit on brakes than you might think here. Obviously there's a big stop at the end of the back straight, but there's a couple of places where you are using the brakes, or you can use the brakes a little bit more. You've got to, again, and this is where the cars that aren't doing the ultimate lap times might have an advantage, Paul, because you're rolling off the throttle and slowing down without using the brakes or using the natural topography to slow you down rather than hitting the middle pedal.
And of course the AM cars are lighter, and so there's less pressure on the brakes. But the other thing is, of course, because it's a short lap, those stops that you have on the lap come round that much more often. So
that's a good point.
Yes, you're stopping more often, but because you're going round the lap more quickly, you're hitting the brakes more often. So it's not like the Nürburgring, for example, where you may have obviously more stops there, but there's more flowing corners around the Nürburgring, whereas here there's a lot of times where you do just need to go from maximum speed right down for a hairpin. So there is quite a great deal of brake wear here, and as I say, it might depend, as you're suggesting, John, on driver approach as well.
Sent straight down to Nick Damon, who has managed to just drag Johnny Adam away from his pit crew. Former race leader, Nick.
With Johnny, Johnny, we speak to you when you get out of the car after each stint, every 4 or 5 hours. Each time you're in the lead a bit longer. How long does the race need to be before you're going to win it?
Another 12 hours, I think. No, I mean, it's going well so far. We're running to a good strategy at the moment. Cars are really dialed in nicely now with the track, the way the conditions are now. And we've not had much damage. We've got a headlight that's not out, but the lens is missing. But other than that, the car's running beautifully.
Now, we've seen a number of your rival Mercedes cars already come in and change their disc brakes. I take it you'll have to do a change at some point, but you're putting it back for what reason?
The brakes are okay at the moment. We're just going to monitor the brakes. We will have to change at one point. Probably in the next hour or two we'll come in. But yeah, the good guys at KPM will try and do it as fast as we can and get back in there.
What is it that affects the brake wear? Do they wear more in the hot weather during the day, or is it cooler, is less? What changes that wear level?
It's just ambient, so it's okay at night, but during the day the pedal does obviously go a little bit softer with the ambient temperature. But I mean, yeah, if we can get 12, 13 hours on a set of disc and pads, it's good. There's a few hard breaks in the middle of the section of the lap, so you do have to monitor that as you're out there.
So is it actually in your mind to try and save them, or any more than it would be in a normal race?
Yeah, I mean, we're obviously pushing, but at the same time, we're not heavy on the brakes. We're trying to monitor. And with the GT3 car, we have ABS, so we can rely on that, the last part of the brake and so on. But, we are monitoring everything. The car's going well. We've got a good, consistent run between the three drivers, and we'll see how it pans out later on.
So, Johnny, you got about 3 hours off now, so a bit of a sleep, really.
Yeah, I know, a bit of a nap. We'll see how we go.
Thanks, Johnny.
Nick Damon talking to Johnny Adam then, who's just got out of the number 28 car. It was quite a long stop, 5 minutes, nearly 6 minutes in the pit lane. It's just been fueled and Paul White has taken it over, which is just about how the rotation works. It's Mooker to Adam to Paul White.
Do put a bit more fuel in it, of course.
Yeah.
We've got a bigger fuel. Hello to Andrew Howard, who will be delighted to see how his former teammate Johnny Adam is doing. Andrew Howard, the principal of Beach Dean Racing, who are looking for a skilled and funded GT4 driver. I qualify on neither of those accounts for the British GT season starting later on in the year. Defending champion team, of course.
Alton Park, the first round of this year's season on the traditional Easter weekend.
Is it? Well, I might have a ride up for that.
Yeah. They never run Sundays for
No.
GT, so it's qualifying on the Saturday and then race day is Monday.
If the weather holds out, I might have a ride up for that, because Silverstone's not till the next weekend, is it? Silverstone WEC is not till the next weekend.
Or is it the previous weekend? I can't remember. But I know that Paul Trustwell's booked his holiday for the wrong time, so he ain't going to be there at Silverstone. Jelmer Berman back on top of the pile now on 277 laps. That was a really good lap time, actually, a 2:02.2 last time around for the Dutchman. Paul White on board the 28 in second position. Matt Griffin for Dragon Racing has got the A6 Amateur Ferrari up to third place overall now. And car 33, which is the second of the Mercedes in the overall standings, Patrick Assenheimer driving the SPS Mercedes in fourth position, as we get a message on the screen now that tells us team manager of car 19, which is the V8 Chevrolet Corvette, team manager for that car being told to report to the race director.
Nick Damon asked, I thought, a quite prescient question there, not at all jokey, about how long does the race have to be before you can win it, as they're getting, this was to Johnny Adam in the Aston Martin, and he said about another 12 hours. Well, we haven't quite raced half distance yet, by 45 minutes, and the Aston probably won't be up front at half distance the way it stands at the moment, but we'll have to see how that works out. Now, all things being equal, of course, we won't have the same second half of the race and the same full course cautions, the code 60s, as we had in the first, but it would be an omen to lead at half time, because you've got, roughly speaking, 2-hour chunks that people are driving.
Yeah.
So you can divide the rest of the race up from there.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of round numbers in this race.
Yeah.
Time's roughly 2 minutes if you are really motoring. And obviously the 2-hour driving limit for each driver when you get in for a stint, and then you have to have 2/3 of that stint as rest time before you can get back into the car.
The British GT dates, if you're enjoying watching or listening to this: Alton Park 6th of April, Silverstone the 19th for WEC, and Britcar at Silverstone is the 26th. That's the 24 hours.
I've got the 6 hours of Silverstone as the 12th here, 12th of April.
Have you? Yes, you're right. It's been changed. Jordan Bird has sent that in. Sorry. Trying to read too many things at too many times. And Andrew Howard confirms WEC the week after the British GT, which will be the first outing for their GTE Aston Martin, which looks resplendent in its Beach Dean colours. Obviously, being sponsored by an ice cream company means that the car's number is 99. That only means anything to you if you're in the UK, I believe. Thank you, Andrew Howard. Good to know that you're listening in or watching. Sound and Vision on RadioLeMans.com, powered by Nismo. Hashtag Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat. And the 23 car still hanging in there. Just come into the pits. Florian Strauss in second place in the A6 Arm. They've been up as high as 5th overall, 6th overall at the moment, but they're there or thereabouts. We're coming round, aren't we, Johnny, to another one of those checkpoints, half distance. It's get to dark, get to midnight, get to half distance. get the sun up, I suppose, and then get to midday.
Yeah, well, once you're midday, it's just a couple of hours to go, so that really is...
Almost one more driver stint, really, isn't it?
That's it, absolutely, yes. And then you think, actually, there are some GT races that are 2 hours, so still a fairly long way to go, nevertheless. But what's interesting me is that there are a number of non-German cars in that top 6.
And that is significant?
Because in the previous 9 years of this race being run, it's always been a German car that has won it, either a BMW, a Porsche or a Mercedes.
They've shared the spoils.
Yeah. So if there is a hiccup for the number 2 car, will we have an Aston winning this year's race? Will we have a Ferrari, perhaps from A6 AM, win this race? The 88 car is going... It's going so well. 3rd place overall. And it just sort of drops down to, well, no worse than 5th position in the rotation of drivers.
Who is it was telling us?
So let's head down to the pit lane, and Nick Damon, powered by Nismo, Eat Sleep Race Repeat. You found Florian Strausnick from the Nissan GT Academy Nismo car.
Florian, we had a chat just before you set off on the formation laps, and now you've just done your night stint. Quite an eventful 12 hours for you.
Yeah, so far it went pretty well. Car is amazing without any issues so far. Just unfortunately the silly mistake in the beginning by misunderstanding my chief engineer. Almost forgot to go to the refuel, which is really the mistake that shouldn't happen to me, but unfortunately did. But the rest of the stint went very well. You have to be a little bit more cautious with lapping the cars, because for them it's pretty hard to judge the distance when they have just light in the mirror. So yeah, but I think to put some good lap times in, and now I have to speak with the team when we ended up after the stint.
So you ran the start, which looked really, the English word is frenetic. There's an awful lot going on. What was it like starting the car?
Yeah, it's quite new to me. It's always very exciting. You always try to keep you out of trouble, but it's hard to have all the cars in the mirrors really for the first turn. I think Joe Osborne did move on the first turn on the inside. I just saw him in the last moment and leave the door open. Otherwise, you wouldn't be touched and the race would be early finish for us both. But that's motorsport. But yeah, always the start is always very exciting. You have to be aware for the cars around you. You want to make sure you come out of trouble out of the first lap, and then can find a good rhythm into the race.
As the pro in your team, how do you think your amateur teammates have been doing?
Oh, they didn't really. All of them done an amazing job. 2 of them, or almost 3, they got just thrown into the dark and had to adapt to the conditions now, and they did absolutely fine. So almost like they did never something else. So this improved again, I think, already that the project from Gamer to Racer worked pretty well.
Lauren, thanks, thanks a lot. Cheers.
We spoke to Darren Cox, of course, earlier on in the race, just talking about that amazing initiative which has got gamers from their sofa in their front room to actually driving a purebred race car, the GT3, and there is the number 23 Nissan on board, heading through turn 2 with a sparking Lamborghini just ahead, or a sparking SLS just ahead, in fact, through turn 4. Important to hit that apex and set the car up well for the left and right flick through turns 5 and 6, and hard braking then, and a very late turn in for turn 7. Bit of traffic for Gaetan Pelletou to negotiate. The second placed A6 AM car then on the outlap for Gaetan.
It's so important in these situations to get into the car and get up to speed as quickly as possible. These guys are going to work. When most people go to work, if you've got an office job or something like that, you go to work, you get in, you make yourself a cup of coffee, you get the newspaper sorted out, tidy your desk up a bit, get yourself sorted, log on to your computer, and then you might think about starting work. These guys are out of the pit lane and they have to be on it straight away. There's no scratching your backside. It's get out there and get on with the work. And that, to me, is always very, very impressive, to be able to do that and just flick the switch from relaxation and a bowl of pasta 5 or 10 minutes before, getting into the overalls, try and have a couple of different helmets, or at least a couple of different balaclavas, because there's nothing worse than putting on a sweaty, soggy balaclava.
Nice thought.
No, it's awful. And it just, no.
But also the performance of the car will have changed so much because you've driven it in when it's light, you know, on the fumes potentially, and then it's a little more lumbering on the outlap, full of fuel, and you've come back from potentially an 80-minute rest time as well to get yourself back in the zone and straight back into traffic as well. As far as Gaitan's concerned, he's having to get by a couple of slower cars on the start and finish line and down to the braking area. Someone rejoining from pit lane as well.
That's very busy down there, and a difficult turn in, and that little Clio that came out of the pits went straight across the racing line there to head towards turn 2 at a decent racing speed for that car, but absolutely pedestrian pace as far as the GT was concerned. I mean, racing kit nowadays is much better than it was, and just updating your kit as an occasional racer like I do every few years, you see how much it moves on. The latest crop of helmets are so much lighter. The racing equipment, the Nomex 3-layer, etc. Well, you accept it's got to be good safety, but it's much more comfortable than it used to be. Even the underwear now, the fireproof underwear, the guys at Adidas Racing sorted me out for the Ginetta race that I did earlier on, and it's unrecognisable to what I got just a few years ago because it dries so quickly. It helps wick the sweat, particularly as I said, on the balaclava. It's all changed so much, but what hasn't changed is the fact you've still got to get in, hit your marks, turn in. That was the BRM Watches hairpin there, and it is a little ripply on the inside, just close to the painted curbs, just enough to probably set the traction control off as you're coming out, and then you just pop out over a brow there that you have to be fairly circumspect on. This has been a very good run indeed by the 23 car. Often in the past it's been a couple of 370Zs in GT4 spec that have been the entry. Just the front end of the GTR there, just beginning to wash out a little bit for Gaetan Peletu, who did do a little bit of racing. You see on the left-hand side of the picture, just the part of the dashboard there, giving his reference time, or at least the delta time, around the lap spinner at the outside of turn number 1 as Peletu went through their car at 90 degrees to the track. I think nose out, bizarrely. But Peletu did very well to thread the needle. He's in that difficult area between 6 and 7. Comes out of it, got to be circumspect on the throttle here. Don't get too excited, and he doesn't. Down the inside of the Maserati and into the ball. Absolutely named. Just slightly missed the second apex there, but it hasn't harmed his exit. And a single number illuminated on the side of that car. It's number 7. Wow. Great couple of laps. A lot of cars coming in with steaming brakes now, Johnny.
Battle on for third position overall, with Matt Griffin having to stick to his 2 minute and 4 second delta time, being reeled in here by Patrick Assenheimer in the 33 SBS Mercedes. Meanwhile, the Red Camel Audi R8 having some work done on the rear end there. Door is open, doors are open in fact, and the tyres being changed, but the new driver being strapped in. This is the 159 car, the only Audi in the field.
It was the 217 car, by the way, that spun and continued at the first corner. We saw briefly from the onboard of Gaetan Peletu. The 217 is one of the modular cars, isn't it? No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No,
yeah.
yes, it is, sorry.
You're right, first time. A couple of cars from the Swiss squad entered.
Top Swiss.
Renault X85 Cup cars. And Marcel Tilger with the spin on the outlap, funnily enough. on board with the 135 car. This is Klaus Krishnik, who is driving the Red Camel Seat Leon, so sister car to the Audi R8 we just saw in pit lane.
He gets across nice and early to that apex and almost ditch hooks the curb on right and left, getting the wheels right across behind the curb stones, giving a little bit of room there to a faster Porsche as he goes through. Now through 4, hit the curb on the left hand side and then brake in a straight line, get the car gathered under you, off the brakes before you hit that curb, then let it drift, as Johnny was saying. Look for the edge of the curb on the left there. That's kind of where you want to be turning in. He was a bit early there and drifted out. Front wheel drive car, of course, so they do handle a little bit differently. Into the ball, I would think he'll steer low and then drift out. Yeah, did do, through that second apex and onto the back straight. And this is a paddle shift Seat, I'm guessing. Had a nose round all of the cars. He's quick down there. He'll be doing the best part of 140, 150 miles an hour, which, trust me, in a racing car feels very, very quick. And he's being passed like he's standing still by some of the GT cars. And here comes one of them there, straight through, one of the Mercedes-Benz, I think. 12.5 hours still to go, Johnny. Plenty of action as we're live from the Hankook 24 hours of Dubai, live from the Dubai Autodrome.
Jelmer Berman continues to lead. 285 laps now done by the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes. It's Paul White in second position in car 28. But the fight is on for third spot now, with both cars, the 88 and the 33, in the second sector as we speak. And last time we checked, 2.9 seconds the gap. Patrick Assenheimer certainly catching Matt Griffin. And that last time around did a 2:04.6, which is very close indeed to the quickest lap he can do, unless he wants to use one of his 10 jokers, the 88 car. You can go below the 2-minute 4-second marker time 10 times in the race, which is nothing.
Is that Griff at the wheel of that?
That is Griff at the wheel, yeah. He's being caught by Patrick Assenheimer because it's a pro car behind him.
That must be really, really difficult at that point. You know, he's doing his job very, very well, getting into the mid-204s lap after lap. But you can't help wanting to defend the position, knowing that you're sitting in a podium position right now.
Yeah, I think what he was saying earlier on, possibly Rob Barth was saying earlier on, is you keep with the pace of the car behind you, and then you realise, oh, I'm a little bit too quick here, and I'm going to be below 204, so have to back out a touch into turn 16, and then just get on the power a little bit later than you would do ordinarily out of the final turn, which could surprise the car right behind you. So Patrick Assenheimer, though, has been instructed by his team that it is an AM car ahead, so therefore having to stick to this minimum time.
Yeah, good point. Josh Barrett's in, just what we've mentioned, must be difficult to keep the 204 when they're in a positional battle. And James Foster, am I right in saying that Dubai 24, which is hashtag 24H Dubai for those of you on Twitter, is an endurance race without an AF Corsa entry? Yes, and not even a satellite part of the Amato Ferrari empire. Graham Goodwin, I think, nailed it the other day, Johnny, saying Amato's cars work so hard. Oh, that's not the right line through there, is it? He couldn't afford to have them in a container for a month to get them here.
Yeah, that's right, because they sit in the container, don't they, as they're shipped over here, and then all plonked in the paddock, very tightly bunched indeed. Adam Christodoulou is on board the number 30 car in 5th position here at the Dubai 24 Hours, the Dubai Autodrome, as Adam whips by what used to be marker boards. There's now just little bits of polystyrene, as various of them have been clonked.
Somebody asked how that had happened, and we haven't seen that.
There's loads of them out.
They were pretty close to the side of the. I mean, going up to the BRM Watches hairpin, I noticed when we were out earlier in the week, Johnny, they were pretty close to the side of the track.
Yeah.
They're only polystyrene, of course. I'm surprised actually some of them haven't been replaced in the Code 60 areas, because you do use them as brake markers. Although, of course, you're always told never use anything that can move as a brake monitor. That bloke in the green sweater, that's what I was using the brake monitor. What?
He's having a tea break. Oh, I should have braked way before this point. No, I know that from my days of Toka touring cars on the PlayStation 1. Thinking, we'll use that as a reference point. It wasn't there the next lap. Oh dear. Jelmer Berman leads then, 287 laps done. Paul White not quite able to meet the pace of Berman, but Stefan Mucker will be the next driver in that car. What are we, 21 minutes into Paul White's stint now in a 3-driver lineup. Matt Griffin driving the 88 car, still ahead of Patrick Assenheimer in 33. Gap's down to 1.3 seconds now, and there's an intervention vehicle in the pit lane with the amber lights flashing.
That's an odd one, isn't it?
Boot lid up as well.
They're delivering the bacon sandwiches, isn't it?
The pizzas have arrived.
I know, there's a wheel in the back of that, Johnny.
Never.
There was a wheel in the back of that car, and that wasn't the spare for the TT.
So who was that from?
Well, I think that's what they were trying to work out. Hello, we have a part of your car here. Just have a look under the hatchback. But I think in a moment you're going to see someone take out a wheel and tyre. There you go.
All right, good spot.
The question is now actually not the wheel. Where's the rest of the car?
We'll bring the rest of it in a minute. See a 3-wheeler go down pit lane.
Build your own GT3 car in just 128 weekly episodes. Part 1, the left front wheel.
Chevy Corvette coming down the road. This is from 10th position. The V8 Racing entered 19 car with those yellow headlights, as we were describing a little earlier on. It's Rick Aprecht bringing that car in for the Dutch squad, and Rick will clamber out of the car. They're going to change the tyres, but not... Well, having a little bit of a look at the pads and the discs potentially, but happy to keep them going for at least another stint. Tyres all around being changed. That's the first pit garage in the lane. That's Stuart Hall, isn't it? Not messing about in the 69 Lambo.
So he went left, right of one car each time, and then right of 2 cars in less than half of the back straight.
Yeah.
He'd passed 4 cars.
Impressive
as if they were
stuff.
chained to a post.
Getting a wriggle on an 11th position because, well, the car it's trying to catch is actually the Chevy Corvette, and the Chevrolet will now thunder its way down pit lane and towards the fueling area.
And he did a 2:04.2 on a 2:04 flat target time.
Into the final corner goes the number 12 car. Sven Muller now at the wheel of the FAG Autotech 12 machine. That was the pole sitting car, remember. But it did stop out on circuit a good few hours ago now and had to come back through the pits via the intervention vehicle method. Car 60's had a spin at turn 14 but continued on. Car 60 is the Speed Lover Porsche 911, part of the Carrera Cup class. And there has been that change now for 3rd position because Patrick Assenheimer's got ahead of Matt Griffin. So it's an A6 Pro car getting into 3rd position ahead of the A6 AM entry from Dragon Racing. And already Assenheimer edging a little bit further up the road, about a second between the German driver, car 33, and the Irishman, Matt Griffin. Adam Christodoulou is 5th in the Ram Racing 30 car. And then it's car 67, which is another A6 AM entry. Johannes Weimer driving the GDL Racing SLS Mercedes.
And Nick Damon was down at the number 9 garage. Nick, you still down there?
I mean, what happened was I walked past the number 9 garage, which was 9A, 9B, 9C, containing theoretically 9 cars, and it was plunged into darkness.
3 cars?
No, there's 3 sections.
Oh, 3. Right. Okay. Sorry.
The whole
Right.
of Garage 9, because obviously the garages were built for F1, so each of these one garages would have had just 2 racing cars in, but now they've got 9.
I understand. Sorry.
Proper
Yes.
race.
My apologies.
It was in complete darkness, and then they scrabbling around. There was a lot of what's going on, all the street work. I think someone found 50p or 5 dirhams to the meter, because they've managed to turn it back on again now, but they were in darkness about 5 minutes, and there was a lot of kind of scratching heads going, why is it just our garage that's dark?
I'm thinking that they probably need to turn the kettle down or not run the tumble dryer or something.
If you walk up and down, there are a lot, I'm sure, of unapproved electrical devices connected, including somebody who's managed to inflate about 14 different sofas to put at the back of their pit box. So, yeah, I wouldn't be at all surprised if someone might have tripped the whole thing in. Right now, as you say, is removing the hairdryer.
There's not enough adornment of pit garages. We need more chandeliers and disco lights and inflatable sofas. I do think this is the sort of event where you can get away with things like that.
This is one of the FAC Autotech Porsches. They were running right together a moment or 2 ago, 3 abreast into the final corner.
It's the 11, I think, the AM car, Johnny, that's come in. Both of the cars have run right at the sharp end of the field, haven't they? The 12 car obviously on pole position and led early on before its troubles, and then the 11 car ran certainly as high as second. I'm not sure it led the race. Ooh, bit of wheel spin on the way out. Our Clarks won't like that.
Leaving a couple of thick tram lines then to exit the pit box and up towards the fueling area for the 11 car, which latterly, as John mentioned, there are 2 from the FAC Autotech team, one being an amateur car, one being a pro, and Irvin Keller just brought the 11 car in. Now, the 77 BMW sat in the penalty box, which is a car from Class A5, running second in that division.
Has led the class. Down in 58th position now.
Yeah. Benjamin Gill that drives the JR Motorsport car. There are a couple from the Dutch team. And 77 now finds its way into the pit garage after quite a lengthy stop, a hold, and then the car is waved into its garage. They're going to change the driver in that machine. And that's one of a handful of Seat. A little bit of a wiggle there through turn 1 and over the curb. It's dusty offline. That's the car sitting in 62nd overall, car number 94, which is Peter Scholler on his outlap. In the all-car tuning racing team Austria, Leon Super Copa. So car 94, part of the A3T class. It's a class that's led by number 95, Sami Moutron, on board the Mehmet Ogilvy Dual Racing Super Copa. The Lebanon entry, well, there's I think 3 Lebanese drivers and 1 Brit. So the roof is like split half in half with the Union flag on one side and the Lebanese flag on the other.
Oh, very
Nice
good.
little touch.
Speaking about electrical travails, as we look at the leading 991 Porsche in the Carrera Cup class, the 997 named class, which is sitting up in 9th position again now.
There's quite a bit of traffic there for it to get
That's
by.
traffic. That is traffic. I'm told we need to ask about how you charged your phone at Bathurst.
Are you?
Yes.
I can't remember that. That was 4 years ago. How did I charge my phone at Bathurst? We did have a little camper van, which I'm sure had some kind of power supply. That's a really good question. I have no idea.
Suggests to me that there was twisted wires and insulating tape involved. If that's being asked for the question.
I didn't trip out a whole pit garage, did I, in the process?
Well, you may have tripped out half of the mountain. There was a power socket in a tree, apparently.
Oh, was there? If it's hanging there and it's available, then why not use it?
The Anthony Warren asking what the light panel is for on the bottom of the 92 Seat, just for identification. Anthony, there's a few. cars that have that round. Various bits of illumination. Different series allow different amounts of it. Some aren't so keen on the LEDs around the A-pillars. Nürburgring have flashing blue lights in the top of the windscreen for the top 40 qualifiers. In the old days, and I'm old enough to remember this, it just used to be at Le Mans coloured marker lights on the roof. Nowadays that would play havoc with the air. Just like indicator lights stuck on the roof.
Going to be two abreast down the back straight here as the quicker car gets by the Carrera Cup machine there, and that's an indication of the speed differential, particularly down the straights, and so late on the brakes there for the Ferrari. The Scuderia Praha entered Ferrari, which had to have its whole front end rebuilt between yesterday and today. Matteo Malicelli not hanging around. He's 14th in the overall standings, 6th in the A6 Pro division, and Malicelli is how far into the stint? The 4 car is 14th overall, as I say, so this is an hour and 20 minutes very nearly for the Italian behind the wheel of the number 4. Depending on how it's doing for fuel, he could push another 40 odd minutes as far as the driving stint time is concerned. And Matteo going to stay out for at least another lap, decides to stay on track, braking for the final corner and heading over the line once more. So 12 hours and 17 minutes to go. We're at 1:45 local time after the race started a couple of minutes after 2 o'clock. And a real good glimpse there of a car that continues to get a little dirtier, but thankfully all that repair work seems to have been worthwhile for Team Prague. Scuderia Praha for car number 4, which heads into the hard braking area for turn 7 right now. Let's head down to our pit lane, powered by Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Nick Damon is there.
With the 96 car, Michael Chow, the Malaysian entry. Michael, your car had some issues at the start of the race, but how's it been going the last few hours? Seems to be quite a clear run recently.
Yeah, we have a little bit of touch with the other car at the second stint. Now we try to be very careful. Yeah, watch out for the traffic. Finger crossed. Hopefully, nothing happens after this.
And how are you enjoying as a team? How is the Dubai 24-hour treating you as a team?
Yeah, it's a commitment. I think it's all the team commitments and teamwork. Yeah, this is what I enjoy the most.
Now, you've obviously had a couple of stints in the car. I mean, how different is it driving at night in Dubai to anything else you've done before?
Well, it's definitely it's not just night times, it's the traffic. Then you have to manage. You've got a fast car and a slow car behind, which we really have to be very careful to make sure that we let the right car pass and pass the right car as well.
Michael, thank you very much. That's Malaysia's first entry here at the Dubai 24-hour. It's the 96 Mike racing car.
Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon standing up well to the evening shifts. Joe Bradley and Bruce Jones also down in the pit lane. Paul Truswell has rejoined us after a little refuelling stop on his own. Krevetnik employing one of the local hotels here, the Courtyard by Marriott, to do the team catering, and they do the night meal, which is a little pick-me-up in the middle of the night. Jelmer Berman at the head of the field, carving his way through traffic. Did you go for the high carbohydrate or the high sugar option, Paul?
High carbohydrate.
Yeah.
Not terribly healthy, but steak pie.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Steak pie, chicken kind of chicken Kiev thing, and no, I'm not quite sure what picked me up more, actually. Was that the Café Lungo or them just watching Jelmer Berman going through the hairpin at the end of the straight? I suddenly feel buzzed on all fronts.
It's otherworldly the way these Mercedes-Benz in particular just carve their way through the darkness. They do use their brakes quite a lot. They're looking at some of the cars, and particularly the Aston Martin, you see less of the brake glow, and it's all 4 on the Benz. Now this is another penalty for the 18. It's the Jones family outing, a Pressy Spark car, 8th position in category. And those guys were, I think, not by choice. It wouldn't have been their first choice to be classed as a pro car, but we had a sub 204 put in one of the sessions, so they had no choice. If you do 204 or slower, you can choose which one to go in. But they're sitting in 8th position in class.
I think they'll be happy with that.
Yeah.
Whether they were AMs or pros, to be honest, John.
Don't disagree with that, Paul. And as we said earlier on, a bit nicer to say you've been up against the big guns. Now, people have had issues and had retired. By the way, that was the Ruffler Racing 997 that we were watching getting its Hankook tyres changed. That's 16th class and 18th overall. Still, for me, the story of this race is the top 10 in the Carrera Cup class, the 997 as it's called class. Top 10 all within the top 25, now within the top 24. And it would take something for one of those guys to win, because they are 8 laps down on the leader, the best of them, and that's only going to go out as the speeds pick up. When you've got Jelmer Berman behind the wheel and all of a sudden the 204s and the 205s, even in traffic, come down to 203s, he is very, very decisive in traffic.
Well, as he has to be. Yes, I've stepped away for a few minutes, but
It's been in there an hour now, nearly, Paul.
Yeah, and in order to keep the Aston Martin, the SPS Mercedes and the Ferrari behind him, he can't afford to not be decisive. And this is where just a little mistake, and all of a sudden you're spending 2.5 minutes in the pits, there's your lead gone.
We said we'd need to have a look to see who was leading at half-time to give us not necessarily a marker of what was going to happen, but at least it's something to look at, as the Jones car again is being checked to make sure that all of its wheels are on properly. And it's the left front again that is receiving attention, and the car goes back up on its air jacks. Had a couple of issues with the wheels not seating or being bolted on correctly. Meantime, Matt Griffin easy to spot out on the circuit with the green LED band up the A-pillar and the rather longer aerial that has the LEDs on it as well. Both of those A-pillars surrounded by green LEDs. Great shot on the Twitter a bit earlier on. A bit of a screen grab of, I think, 3 or 4 cars coming up to turn 15. And quite rightly, one of our listeners saying it looks like a light cycle race from Tron. And thanks very much to everybody who's tweeted into @Specutainment and @Radio Le Mans. You're keeping us going with the photographs and the comments. We've got onto motorbikes here. Captain Chaos, thank you for sending in the picture of the bikes. Adam Prescott. Let's nip down to Nick Damon, who is down in the Pressy Spark pit.
I can't hear John. Phil Jones from the 18 car. I mean, you've been in the wars up until recently. How's the car handling these days?
The car seems to be handling all right. We haven't got much lights on the front, so visibility is tricky. But other than that, the car seems to be handling all right. It's just wasted a lot of time with a few repairs and problems, really. But and that car's handling okay.
The interesting thing to me is there's 5 of you, all called Jones, all of differing ages and experiences. How do you gel as a team?
I think we gel reasonably well as a team because there's not much difference between the pace. You know, all 5 of us are more or less about the same pace. We are in the pro class, so we made a bit of a mistake in qualifying. We should really be in the pro-am.
Yeah, did you all go outside and give David a good kicking for going 2:03.5?
Well, we looked on the bright side. We thought it might work for us, but it's been a bit tricky so far. But we're making the best of it.
I mean, it is difficult. I mean, we've seen a lot of Mercedes have had incidents with other cars. Is the particular shape and size of the Mercedes making it slightly more difficult to thread through the traffic? You think you're quite sat back, aren't you?
It is really difficult threading through the traffic. Particularly on the Porsches, because although there's a big difference in pace, there's not enough of a difference, and it just makes life a bit difficult. But we seem to be scything through enough and making our way through the field, I guess. But we've still got a lot of work to do and try and advance a few more places, I guess.
We're not halfway yet. Not want to cheer you up too much. Thanks, Phil.
A lot can happen yet, so we'll see.
Thanks, Phil. Cheers.
Well, while Nick Damon, sorry for the false start on that. Nick Damon down in the pit lane with the Pressy Spark. This is what's been going on at the final corner, and just look at what is about to happen. A slow car on the inside getting clipped as one of the faster cars came through off to the driver's right. Now it looks like the 19 car, I think, on the inside. 9-0 coming through. Looks all right to me. The little Seat, the early Seat Leon.
Wasn't that interesting though, John? The faster car, I mean, it stands to reason if you think about it, but the faster car kind of went off further than the slower car did. And that's just a demonstration, I suppose, of the risks that start to happen when you do get these comings together. Purple flag being shown, code 60, John.
Yeah, code 60, exactly so, Paul. And I would presume that there's either debris down at the exit of 16, or that car that is on the outside at 16 hasn't moved. And we'll see that in a moment.
I thought there was we saw a brief shot on the screen, but I didn't quite catch it, whether it was a car stopped on the outside, and I don't think it was at that same point. I think it was at the hairpin at the end of the main straight that there was a car. It's now trying to peer through the gloom. Yes, there's a car stopped either on the A331 or on the or on the hairpin. No, I'm pretty sure it's on the hairpin, because you don't normally have illuminated side panels on road cars, do you?
You never know.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
It's sort of Clio shaped, but it's a long way away and it's dark.
Well, we're hearing that there's been an investigation on car 167 overtaking under yellow. Very clear in the driver's briefing that any overtaking under yellow, even if you put it right yourself and it was an accident or under code 60, had to be reported. 2 cars stopped at turns 10 and 16. Well, turn 10 is where Paul is, was right, and the 16 was where we saw the replay a moment or two ago. So both of us were right.
Smart work from the number 33 Mercedes, a car that's sometimes second and sometimes third. It's now third, but they're coming in and taking their penalty. Now, of course, a penalty in the penalty box when everybody else is going 60 kilometres an hour is a very wise thing to do. We've also got the race leader coming in, and this is early as far as laps are concerned, Jelmer Berman, but up as far as his stint is concerned, it was getting up towards a good time to change. So I think with those who need to come in, we could end up with a pit lane full of cars, John.
That means Nick Damon is going to be very busy indeed. Jelmer Berman already out. Oh, and there's the issue, of course. The 26 car very tight in behind, but the Black Falcon leading 991 class car does get out, and there is the leader of the race. Needs to put its headlights back on though as it goes out. Look how close this was. Almost ran over their own sister team. in their issue and their hurry to get out of the pit. And the 33 is soaking up that long penalty. It's been in there for a good 30 seconds now.
Over a minute, John.
Yeah, okay. Yes, you're right. It's been in the pit lane for 1:38. It will take the pit lane starts quite a long way back, in fairness. This is the 4th place car, or it was the 3rd place car. But is it going to drop back? Has Matt Griffin got back through again? He has got in and gone to the fuel stop in the same time. And as we approach the top of the next hour, this is the 1:38. This is the Miltech Golf that is one of the cars that has had the issue. I think that is probably... Oh, and a spin under code 60 for the red, white and blue 162 Ginetta. And that car was running very well earlier on. That was turn 1. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com and around the circuit on 87.6 FM, powered by Nismo. Hashtag Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat. It's the 24 hours. So the Miltech Golf, definitely one of the cars that needs recovering. That's neither turn 10 or 16 though, which is... that might be a third car off.
Yeah, I think
or
you're
stopped
right.
at least.
Yeah.
So this code 60 may be testing the resolve and the logistical operations of the recovery cars, recovery squads. So, Paul, this is code 60 number 8.
And I think the issue here was because a lot of cars came into the pits roughly at the same time, John, I think there might be a bit of a queue at the refuelling.
Yes.
Jelmer Berman is still up at refuelling despite having had a relatively quick pit stop. In fact, it's probably changed, hasn't it? In fact, it has changed from Jelmer Berman. He'll be handing over to Hubert Haupt.
Yes. Matt Griffin got in and out very quickly, just 3.5 minutes. In fact, under a little bit. I revised what I said. That is, in fact, turn 10.
I think probably...
It's been pulled part of the way back to the edge of the circuit, but not any further from what I can see there. That's the 134 Miltech Golf, where this is the car, of course, that Jade Edwards drove at the Race of Remembrance, and indeed Tom Onslow Cole debuted in this race last year.
It's just round that hairpin.
Yes, correct.
That's why it's kind of...
yes,
it's not straight on at the hairpin, it's round the hairpin and then lose it, putting the power down too early on the exit.
We're going down to... Oh, and the car off at 16 is one of our camera cars. And that is waiting for a tour as well. That's pointing out onto... not where I expected it all. That's... OK, I'll work that one out. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane. Down at the leading pit, Hubert Haupt is in the Black Falcon number 2 car, which means Jelmer Berman, who started that car what seems like 12 hours ago, is with Nick Damon.
Jelmer, that code 60, has that played into your hands?
Yeah, finally it did. I mean, we had some other stops. Okay, in the beginning it played into our hand as well with the code 60. Then we had a couple of times where we were just a bit, let's say, unlucky. We didn't fit in the window. Now we hit it spot on, so that's good. We had a little bit of a queue at the refueling, but not too bad.
We're halfway through the race now, and is the SLS still healthy? Everything working 100%?
Yeah, all is good. Knock it off on wood, but no, it's going really well. And
I mean, it's pretty horrendous out there sometimes, because sometimes you reach these packs of cars and they're all fighting with each other, and then sometimes they forget to look in their mirror. So it's very tricky, and at some parts, sometimes you just have to take it really slow and think, okay, we have to finish. To finish first you have to finish, right? So.
I mean, how difficult is that? I mean, one corner stuck behind one of these cars is a couple of seconds, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And when you're in a pack with other quick cars, with other GT3s, and they cut through it really aggressively, they think, yeah. But, then you look at the screens, and then they are very far back for whatever reason, maybe because they already hit a car or whatever. So, it's sometimes it's tough, but in the end, it's worth it.
Well, 12 hours is going to be very much worth it. Thank you, Yilma, and best of luck for you the rest of it. So, I think this one works in their favour, actually. I'm sure Paul will give us the actual details on whether the number 2 car has gained from this Code 60.
Well, and they have, though, psychologically got the advantage, Nick, because they are leading at half distance, if that means anything. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of the last few hours here at the Dubai Autodrome for the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai 2015. We love nighttime racing in sports cars. GT86 out there battling away. Just the one of those here this weekend. As ever, the hot hatch categories, A3T and A2, hotly contested. Always have to keep an eye on the mirrors around here too, because there's almost always someone catching you up. This whole nighttime session, in fact the whole first half of the race, really, once it's settled down, has belonged to Black Falcon, and whoever's been in the car, they've been able to set a phenomenal pace. Big plain sailing for all of the cars, although Lance David Arnold and the rest of his team in 33 Mercedes-Benz have crawled their way back up to 3rd position. The best of the GTR is the number 88, Matt Griffin at the wheel at the moment of the Dragon Racing Ferrari, the only car in the top 5 to break the Mercedes-Benz stranglehold. It's also been a good nighttime session for Nissan and the 23 GTR GT3. Guillaume Paletu at the wheel of that car, sitting in 6th position at the moment, and 2nd in A6 AM. That's the GT3 category. Very distinctive green A-pillars on the Dragon Racing number 88, helping us spot that one in the night time. Number 2 Ginetta issues, loose bodywork, and a couple of spins as well. On the whole, it's been a good session to the half distance of the race. 69 of Stuart Hall back up into the top 10 for Gulf Racing and Lamborghini, and sitting in the top 6 of A6 AM. Bright headlights cutting through the darkness on the far side of the circuit. Both of the back Autotech Porsches back out there, the 11 and the 12, after their travails earlier on, and indeed the number 12 car, excuse me, is back up to 12th position and up to 6th in A6 Pro. So working on our 8th full course caution, the Code 60. Here's how it stands. Black Falcon with Hubert Haupt at the wheel. Paul White is in 2nd position for Aston Martin and KPM Racing. Dragon Racing and Mark Griffin in 3rd position, the first of the A6 AM cars. The Porsche Carrera Cup class is headed by the 26 of Black Falcon, and there are 10 of those cars in the top 20. Outside of the top 20, we've seen some problems for the 150 earlier on. Came in without a wheel, the wheel came in without the car, so the SP2 lead has gone to the Mark Cars Australia 92 Ford Focus. And just outside the top 30, A3T 95 is in 33rd position, leading its class, and the A2 117, the VDS racing car, leading its class as well. And that's how they stand after 12 hours, halfway through the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai for 2014. Timing information from our official timing partner, BRM Chronographs. Down into the rest of the top 40 with the leader in the Cup class down there as well. That is the 76 car in the fuel station at the moment. We've also got the A5 leader, which is now the BMW number 75, the Hofer Kagera car, after the problems for the 77 earlier on. And those are all of our class leaders inside the top 50 now. Well, no sign of the code 60 coming in just at the moment. The 58 Porsche that we saw spun was indeed at turn 1. I was expecting to see turn 16 when we went on board with that camera car. However, the HRT Performance 1 car clearly had lost it at turn 1 and was being helped out. Darrell Bennett makes a very good point. Amazing how quiet it goes when code 60 comes out. Yes, yes, yes. You don't have to see the purple on the screen, actually. When I was over grabbing a bite to eat, what seems like 2 days ago, but in fact was probably only about 4 or 5 hours ago, you hear it straight away. Because that's the other thing about code 60. You're not racing back to the line. So everybody slows down at roughly the same time, and the decibel level drops immediately. 97 in the pit lane. This is the 20th position car, and 7th in Porsche, the GDL Racing entry, one of a number. Already had a right rear puncture very early on. You can see the remnants of that on the right rear wheel arch. Debris being removed, which is the reason that the code 60 continues, Paul.
Yes, and it's almost the suddenness of it going quiet that catches your attention. If it would be a gentle going quiet, it wouldn't catch your attention quite
Correct.
so much. But it is the suddenness with which it happens, isn't it? That, as I say, catches the attention. But yeah, did I say it was the 7th code?
You said it was the 8th.
It's the 8th. Okay, I'll just. I meant to say it was the 8th. I just kind of, when you replay things in your mind and you're not quite sure.
No, you said it was the 8th.
But that's
Definitely
right, then.
said it was the 8th. I said, is it the 7th or the 8th? That's actually, I think I said it was the 8th or the 9th, and you said it was the 8th.
But we're on the 8th anyway. Total time that we've spent under purple is now approaching 2 hours altogether. And 2 hours out of 12, I reckon, is a pretty good percentage. When it was a quarter, I wasn't quite that happy, but a sixth is a far better percentage. My estimate of the number of laps that we're going to complete has just gone down to 618, and of course the longer we stay like this, the more likely it is that it's going to go down even further. It's certainly not going to start creeping up again. But nevertheless, I think anything over 600 laps in a 24-hour race is pretty good going.
It was the 138, says Anthony Warren, at turn 16. So thank you for that. Obviously, you've got the tracker up. That was the another Volkswagen Golf in the wars.
Yes, they seem to have dreadful difficulty getting these cars off the flatbeds, and now getting that one off the flatbed, the 138 Golf, which is in the pit lane. The flatbed itself kind of turns into a tipper and then lowers itself down, but 138 is now off the flatbed, and subject to there being any liquids on the track that need to be treated, then I can see no reason why we shouldn't be able to get on with racing very shortly, John.
Pete Richardson tweets to @Radio Le Mans, there's something rather pleasantly mesmerising about watching the whole field travelling at just 60 kilometres an hour at night. I know what you mean. It's almost...
I think if you're in the UK and it's 10 o'clock at night, that's fine. But when it's 2 o'clock in the morning, it does become a little bit...
Yes.
Soporific, I think is the word.
Can you give me a quick update on what happened to the Stadler Motorsport Porsche? That was going well earlier. Was that a gearbox issue? Oh, no, it was a rear suspension issue, wasn't it?
It was a suspension issue, and I think that one's done for the day. 3 of the A6 Pros, as far as we know, are out of the race. Apart from that one, the number 3 Black Falcon Mercedes with accident damage, and the number 9 Hofer Mercedes also with accident damage. And in the AM class, the right piece of paper. The number 22 Lipa Motorsport Lamborghini is out of the race, the number 22 car.
The first sessions of the Raw before the 24 interrupted by, I reckon now, at least 6 red flags, and Shea Adam telling us that Christopher Nygaard, who had a big shunt earlier on, has been evaluated and released from the care centre. We'll have reports on Saturday and Sunday at RadioLeMans.com from Jim Roller and Shea Adam as part of our full coverage of the Tudor United Sports Car Championship and the IMSA Series in the States, which will include us being at Daytona at the end of the month.
Possibly a smart move. The Aston Martin just making a pit stop there, number 28.
Second place, yeah.
Out of second place. Now, by coming in at the end, not the end, but not at the beginning of the Code 60, it's going to get a clear run through the fuel if it wants to. And it was certainly a quick enough stop that nothing else was done.
No breaks, as Nick Damon was standing there watching, I think expecting to have his legs warmed up by some discs being thrown towards him.
Well, I'm told anyway that Astons don't use the brakes as much as Mercedes, and
you can see that they're just not glowing as much. And now I know it's only one against several, and different driving styles will produce different brake temperatures, but it really is noticeable in the darkness here at Dubai.
They'll need to have a brake change at some point, but I don't think they need to do them just yet.
Billy Grace, hello Billy, part of the Nismo team. He said, I've been listening all day at work and now watching at home. Very envious that he's not here. Well, we're missing you, Billy, as well. As one of the intervention vehicles has pulled to a halt just on the outside of the entrance to turn 14. It's the dark grey TT. Not sure what's going on there. Let's head down to Nick Damon, who's down by the Aston Martin pit.
With Paul, it's that seems like a messy sort of code season. How many cars were off the road at that point?
Do you know what? I don't actually. I think there were 4 in total. Lucky we didn't take another 3 or 4 of us with them at one point.
Now, I take it therefore you have come in early on this Code 60 to take advantage of perhaps an empty fuel slot, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, basically, although we wouldn't get that much fuel, they looked like they were doing a fair bit of debris clear up, so we might as well grab the fuel and do the driver swap while we can.
But you didn't elect to change the disc brakes. Is that because you think you could go the whole race on one set?
We've got brakes ready, but at the moment they seem to be holding in very, very well. But I think we will need to do a check on probably the next stop, the one after that, I guess.
But obviously the ideal time to change them is during a Code 60, isn't it?
I think at the moment, if it's not broken, we won't try and fix it.
The car looked pretty good, but you have got a front lens damage, haven't you? You've got the right-hand side light's not looking too good. Is that whilst it's not looking very pretty, is it still working as a lighting device?
I think we can pick up most of the stars. But not much else now.
Well, thank you very much. Have a bit of a rest. Thank you. Cheers. That's Paul White from the 28, the second place Aston Martin.
Thanks, Nick.
It's a hard short call to make, isn't it? How long is the Code 60 going to last? Because what you don't want to do is to be doing your disc change and then it suddenly go green.
Yeah.
And
I think Paul wasn't very happy there at being dragged in and taken out of the car. I thought his body language with his arms folded across him there was a little bit less than happy.
He'd done 23 laps. On his previous stint, he'd done 34. So, he'd really done a third of a stint. But on the other hand, he can drive it as quickly at 60 kilometres an hour as Stefan Mucker can, I'm quite sure. It's an awkward one, isn't it? This is why team managers are highly prized people. I'll tell you what, the cars in front of me now are not doing 60 kilometres an hour. I know what 60 looks like, and it's quicker than that.
60 clicks is about, 40 miles an hour, isn't it?
It's a little bit over 40, but not much. But I suspect what's happening is that they know that they're not allowed to do a lap time quicker than 5:23. And if they did go quickly down the straights, then they're not going to attract anybody's attention.
Mucker did a 5:24.6 coming out of the pit.
Discuss.
5:23.3 for the 87 GDL Racing, third place in 997. 5:23.8 for the Lechner Racing, second place in 997. 5:22.6 coming out the pits for the GDL Racing 3, for Ruffer Racing 17, also 5:22.
Oh no, that's time into the pits.
Oh yes, that is time into the pits. You're right. You're right. I apologise.
And so that's why I was frowning.
Because Muka hasn't come back round yet.
Yeah, so it was.
He's still in the pits. My apologies.
That's what's happened. Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with doing that kind of lap time because that's coming into the pits, and the lap into the pits is shorter. Phew.
Okay. Anthony has tweeted in, I normally don't like tracks with lots of runoff, but in a 24 hours race it does make it good for slow cars or braking cars or leaking cars to stay offline, and easier to get the cars back to the pits. Don't disagree with you at all there. Just under a minute of code 60 still to go according to the screen. Johnny P says, remember the HTP Mercedes-Benz changing brake discs at Bathurst in 14. Nearly won them the race, but not quite. It's another one of those balancing acts, isn't it?
Yeah, that was... In fact, did they not change twice at Bathurst in the 12 hours? Green flag is being shown. And so racing immediately...
not out yet.
Underway everywhere around.
Yes, he is, excuse me. I'm sorry, Paul.
Yeah.
He's 3/4 of the way around the lap.
So, as I say, that was the good call, because had they have changed the discs, then they would have been sitting there in the discs whilst everybody else was going around at full racing speed, and it wouldn't have looked like such a smart choice then, would it?
Peter Cox in the Scuderia Praha car literally came out of the pit lane as the green flag flew after being filled with fuel as well. So Muka then will come around this time to cross the start-finish line now, and that was a 7:26 including his pit stop.
And a good chunk of 60-kilometre running.
Correct. 3:21 in the pits, 7:26 lap time, and his stint has been 4:30, so he's actually come round in 4:30, hasn't he? That's his lap time since he came out the pit lane.
Yeah.
Matt Griffin is only 6 seconds behind him. 4:14 for Matt.
And the other thing that's interesting there, John, is that Hubert Haupt, who came in right at the beginning of the code 60, his pit stop was over a minute longer than Stefan Muka's, and there was no difference in what was done to the car. It wasn't a big service or anything for the Mercedes. The time was taken queuing up for fuel at the end of the pit lane. And the problem there is that really is dead time. You're just stuck there, doing nothing at all apart from waiting for somebody to get out of the way so you can go and have some fuel. So possibly a bit of a strategical gain there for the Aston Martin. Still 2 laps behind the race leader, but and of course with a brake check still to be done. And the lap times generally of the Black Falcon Mercedes are quicker. So the Aston Martin's got its work cut out, but it is working hard.
One of our camera cars, the 124 pit lane team with the GT86 Toyota in the lane getting service with a trolley jack underneath that car. Nick Holland makes a great point. Do you risk glazing your discs if you come out of under code 60 for a few? You know, that's a very good point, Nick, because you can't bed them in as easily. That's why some of the teams were bedding in discs and pads as a set earlier in the week.
It's one of the jobs that you do, is so that when you put the quotes new brakes and pads, discs and pads on the car, they're not brand new because they've already been bedded in during practice or free practice before the race. So we talk about new, but they're not usually brand new, because you're absolutely right. Even if you go out in full race conditions, you don't necessarily want to be on brand new pads. You want to be able to get straight on to the pace straight away without having to worry about bedding in the pads on the first couple of laps.
But again, you've got to get up to speed as quickly as possible. Can't afford to be dallying. And again, one of the vagaries of Quad 60 is that you can't just pot around to the line and nobody's going to overtake you. As soon as those purple flags are withdrawn and the green ones come out, and normally what happens at the marshal's post is you have one marshal holding the purple flag and one standing right beside him with the green, and once the race director makes the call, literally one guy pulls it in and the other guy puts it out, and there's normally a counter, as it were.
There's a punch up in the marshal's box.
And there's a punch up in the marshal's box. If somebody gets that, you can put your eye out like that, you know. You've got to be very careful. There's a countdown from race control. But the teams do hear that as well. And it works very well. We've been refining it in the WEC with the flag in the cab system, the Morelli system, and been part of the testing for that in the safety cars in the last few races of last year. Driving around the circuit and making sure that the GPSs all work for the speed pickup, and also that the flag in the cab system shows the right flag to the right car at the right time. And that is very clever indeed, because you can show a black and white flag for driving standards and a line of text that says track limits turn 15 to a single car.
Yeah.
That's really going to be, well, that's perfected. There's going to be no excuse at all for drivers not seeing flags.
No, I think I'm very much in favour of it, but like you do, there's always somebody who's going to moan about it, and the only thing that drivers are now moaning about, particularly in WEC, which is slightly off topic, but there is now so much to do in the cockpit of a modern WEC car that you've almost got an excuse for missing things, because you've got to be looking at what your fuel consumption is and this and that. There's lots of other things to be doing whilst you're driving along, and it all takes away from the focus that you need on actually driving along. And if you think about how much the drivers have to focus here on what's going on in around them in the race, then there's even more to be looked at. But no, I think the way that we are progressing generally is fantastic. There's people running up the pit lane, John, which
don't like the sound of that.
They were running so far, so they've now disappeared off the left-hand side of the camera shot that we've getting. I just wonder if there's a car stalled up at the top end. I can see some brake lights up at the top end.
It's the Mike SLS, says Nick Damon in my ears. 96. Stopped at the end of... Nick, I'll just fade you up here. It'll be much easier if we just did that.
Yeah, he stopped there. The 96 guys went past, and he's getting his wheels tweaked. So it looks like one of the wheels was slightly loose. And by the way, the torque wrench isn't stopping, and the man is adding on lots and lots and lots of turns of wheel tightening. And of course, these are single hub wheels, single nut wheels on the SLS. They're now borrowing someone else's gun from the Gravity team, who conveniently also own SLS. And it's they're having a real problem getting the rear right, to seat properly. That's now off again. I'm standing right behind them. The Gravity guy is helping them out with the gun. They're looking to see why isn't it seated. This car has had a punt on this side of the car, but that was mostly bodywork damage. It didn't seem to affect the actual uppy-downy bits as such.
Tell me again which car it is, Nick?
It's the 96 Mike SLS.
Oh yeah, thank you.
And the wheel is now off, and they're looking around going, and look at the thread. Now the thread's okay still on the hub, so that's not the problem. It might be, I think they decided it's a bad wheel. So they are now staring in at the rear hub. So this car actually is now parked one slot ahead of where the Gravity car normally picked, which is Garage 12C. It's now going on the dollies, and the poor men are going to have to push it all the way back. That's a long backward push up a slightly uphill pit lane.
Yeah, it's currently in 28th position, 8th in the A6 AM class.
Very generously, the Gravity team are letting all their dolly jacks.
Okay, that's good.
And they obviously both SLS using a nice bit of cooperation there, and they're now going to have to push it all the way back up again. as it now goes sitting down on the dollies and off the wheels. But the problem obviously is they can't get that rear right to seat, and now the long push up the hill begins.
On the BRM chronographs on board on the 124 pit lane Toyota GT86, just heading down to the final corner, brake, get the car settled, turn in. The 43 Porsche now down at the 45 Porsche, excuse me. This is the 5th position Porsche Racing 997 Cup car, Porsche Racing by Lucas Motorsport. Coming down to that final corner, very much off camber. You do get a little bit of a respite on the 2 straights here. Everything else is very, very busy. Probably one of the hardest corners that I've ever seen, first corners on a motor racing circuit, down at a very dark turn number 1. It's Jens Richter at the wheel of the 12 FAC Autotech car, which was the pole sitter, back up into 6th position. 6th position in class, that is, to its issues, but it's dropped way off the lead, some 13 laps away, which is nearly half an hour, isn't it, really, when you look at the times here. So 11 and a half hours still to race, 2:30 in the morning. No prospect of any daylight for probably another 5 hours.
No, that's right. 7:30, I think. The sun's supposed to come up above the horizon, so it'll be getting light at about 7 o'clock, but not much before then. And as you say, it becomes a bit of a, how can I put it, a slog for most of the teams getting through the night. Not just the teams, of course, but the drivers as well. But for the teams as well, because just doing simple things in the pit lane is more difficult in the dark. You've got to make sure you've got good lighting to see what you're doing, and even if you have got good lighting, there's always a shadow just in the little bit that you want to work on. So it does just make everything more difficult.
3rd position in the BMW Cup class. These cars were debuted at the Nürburgring Nordschleife in the Nürburgring 24 in 2014. Have turned into a very decent endurance racing machine. Basically another manufacturer getting its wares into the Nordschleife VLN series.
Number 67, Duncan Huysman at the wheel of the GDL Racing SLS Mercedes, using a joker by 0.08 of a second, 2 minutes 4.992. So you think, oh, actually not, it's a minute, sorry, a second.
Okay, that's better.
008, because he's a 2 minutes 06 man, and he's just done a 2 minutes 4.992. So maybe he thought for a minute he was a 2 minute 4 man, but the 67 SLS is a 2 minute 6 minimum reference lap time car. As I say, with Duncan Huysman at the wheel, it's obviously in the AM class, 2nd in the AM class, and in 6th place overall. So that's one of the cars that's going well, along with the AM leader, which is still the Dragon Racing Ferrari 88, Matt Griffin, who is not very far behind Stefan Rucker's Aston Martin, although in fact on the last lap Matt was closer. He used to have been trading lap times over the last, practically since we went green following that last purple, John.
Yeah, and it was 7 seconds when that happened, so it has gone out by about 10 seconds, as you might expect. So Matt Griffin in 3rd position, holding on to the lead in A6 AM in the 88 Ferrari. the V8 Racing Chevy Corvette, sitting in 11th position overall. Nicky Pastorelli, who started the car, back behind the wheel. He has been for just on 54 minutes. That car clearly very quick, as we saw from its qualifying performance. But now 10 laps away from the lead, but still 5th in A6 Pro and still with just under half of the race to go. Who knows what slings and arrows of outrageous fortune are to be dealt to the cars above it.
Well, and the one immediately behind it as well, John, is the Fach Autotech Porsche number 12 car, which started this race from pole position, of course, and led the early stages and then had 40 minutes in the pits. So the fact that it is 13 laps behind means that it's gained since then on the cars in front of it, and I suspect we might have a bit of a battle going on there between the Porsche and the Corvette as the night proceeds.
Pete Richardson just tweeted at Specutainment. He says, you've been talking about how much there is to do in the cockpit of a car. How long before they actually fit a single quick Control-Alt-Delete button that does the whole thing in one go? I've got a feeling they're doing that in LMP1 now, that rather than having to go through all the systems, there is just a big red button that they hit that shuts the car down and reboots it. We saw Romain Dumas at Spa in the Porsche 919 Hybrid do a whole lap sort of struggling around, frantically pushing things, trying to reset it, because they needed to do that before they stopped the engine when it came into the pits.
The problem is these days, and I don't quite understand it, but electricity has persistence, doesn't it?
Yep.
It
hangs around a bit.
It's like the light on your phone charger stays on when you've already pulled it out the wall, and you sort of wonder quite what's going on there. And I think it's the same type of thing. You actually need to get all the ions de-ionized. I don't know. I wasn't very good at physics, but things have to happen, which it takes a little bit of time to wash through.
The HRT Performance Porsche 997 Cup car was facing the wrong way at turn 1 not so very long ago. Now not, which is good. And back out on the circuit, doing its level best to make up positions. Well, the driver is, at least. There's Sam Collins of Race Car Engineering, who's tuned in.
I can see his face wincing at my expressions of how electricity has to stop persisting, but explain it to me sometime, Sam.
He's taking a libation from a Travel Destinations mug at the moment, according to the picture I've just got. And Nick Holland rightfully points out that you can program a button to do pretty much anything. It's just a question of deciding what you wanted to do, and a button can do several functions. Certainly on the even on my BMW motorcycle, that is the case. And a number of people, including Richard Leach and Joe Taylor, say, I think Paul is describing a capacitor.
There you go. I told you I wasn't paying attention in physics.
So let's have a look at who's been in the cars longest in the top half dozen or so. 35 minutes for Hubert Haupt in the leading car, and he has got 2 laps now on the second place car of Stefan Mucker, who's been in the car 21.5 minutes. He has 27 seconds on Matt Griffin, and see how quickly that goes out when Stefan is lapping at 2:04s and 2:03s, and Matt Griffin, of course, is stuck to the very quickest at 2:04, but last time around at 2:06.2 because Matt was in traffic.
Yes, it's pretty much 2.5 laps, the gap first to second. We've got the race leader Hubert Haupt heading through turns 1 and 2, whilst the second place Aston is up at the top end of the circuit, it's at the north end of the circuit, just going into the VRM chronograph's hairpin at the top there, and 2 laps, so it's sort of exactly 2.5 laps really. And then the gap back to Matt Griffin in third place is somewhat less than half a lap. It's about a third of a lap only between the Aston Martin and the Ferrari, and they are on the same lap. So Matt Griffin will be due in the pits first, inevitably, and that will drop him down probably to 5th place after his pit stop, behind the still going very well, touch wood, number 30, the Ram Racing Mercedes, with Adam Christodoulou at the wheel. That the 4th, not quite the final A6 Pro car, but as far as the top 10 is concerned, it is the 4th and final A6 Pro car.
I'm hoping Johnny's going to come back and give me a chance to nip over and grab something to eat. 1 hour 23 minutes for car 50 and 50th. Has that just come out of the pits? Is that 150 rejoining you saying there, Nick? 96, thank you. They did a brake change as well. Just to confirm, by the way, that the Muka car, the KPM racing car, has not come back out, has not changed its discs yet. Still the Ram racing car with a couple more stops than most. Well, 1 more stop than most and 2 more than some. But still sitting with Adam Christodoulou at the wheel at the moment, doing 2:05.4s quite happily in 5th position. And that's 4th in Pro, of course.
I think the art of team management in a race like this is, in the nicest possible way, making it up as you go along. Whatever you planned beforehand, when you get to this stage in the race, you just need to know what is the best thing to do at any one particular moment. Joe Osborne goes past the start-finish line underneath me in the 888, entered number 8, numbered BMW Z4. He's in 26th place overall.
Without any disrespect to Dragon Racing, I am very, very pleased that they didn't enter the 888 Ferrari. Oh, little problem at turn 1 for one of the Porsche Cup cars, just missed his braking point maybe by 3 or 4 yards and ran all 4 wheels off the circuit. There's nothing to hit there unless you're really out of shape. Dragged it back, but he'll have to take a couple of corners, maybe more to clean his tyres up. Yes, having the Dragon Racing 888 and the 888, and that was just a recipe for disaster, wasn't it?
It was bad enough last year having Saudi Falcon Racing Team and the Black Falcon Racing Team, wasn't it?
Yes. Or as somebody pointed out, at least the Abu Dhabi team car was the 3 and not the 2, and then we didn't have the Abu Dhabi 2
as well.
Yes, yes, the Abu Dhabi 2 too. Not a ballet. Into the pit lane comes one of the bright orange Ginettas. It is the 167 car. This is the car that has had a couple of issues. The Nova race car down in 80th position, fighting its way back after an engines change. Believe it or not, it's still 8th in class. But it's been running cleanly for a wee while now.
Matt Griffin in the 88, by my reckoning, John, is going to be due in on around about lap 300 and 15, 16, something like that. So even though he's been out with a fair while, actually he may be coming in earlier than that, but purely based on time. I think he's probably done a double stint. I think perhaps that time that we're seeing is a fuel-only stop.
Yeah.
And he's now making the tyres work for the second part of this stint. So he's going to be constrained purely by time. As long as he's happy and as long as the tyres are not degrading so that the lap times are going off, then he'll be able to stay out there. And whilst he is losing ground to Stefan Muka, he's certainly securing that car's position, if not in the overall positions, which it obviously is, but also as the leading A6 AM car as it now has 2 laps of an advantage over the next one up, which is Duncan Huysman, isn't it, in the 67 GDL racing car. That's interesting. I hadn't quite twigged that the second place AM car is running in the 2 minutes 06 bracket.
Yes, we actually talked about that earlier on. You must have stepped out. That's pretty amazing for the position that they are running at the moment, in 6th position. Hello to Stuart Barker, who's tweeted, loving the race, he says. Hello, Stuart, thank you for that. Sam Barker, go to bed. It's time. Sam, go to bed. Your dad told me to say that, Sam. At Specutainment at Radio Le Mans. Good to know that you're tuned in sound and vision on radiolemans.com and through our television syndication partners all around Europe and further afield. It is just coming up to 11:15 back in the UK, 2:45 here.
And a mere 11 and a bit hours of the race to go, John.
Yeah.
And again, without wishing to tempt fate, it just seems to have got itself into the rhythm now, and hopefully that means we're not going to head into any more purple periods, any more code 60s. We've had 8 of them for a total of just over 2 hours. 2 hours and 7 minutes have been held so far under the purple flag, and the projection that I'm showing at the moment is for 619 laps if we would run...
It's gone up a bit.
If we would run clean, and that doesn't mean to be absolutely flat out, but without any more code 60s, then we will get up to 620.
Frank Roberts and Philippa need to go to bed as well if we're doing go to bed, says Des. We've started something now. It's like two-way family favourites now, isn't it? Old enough to remember that. How long do the drivers spend in the cars, says Anthony Warren Haig? Well, you're only allowed to spend a maximum of 2 hours in any one stint. Then you've got to take 80 minutes off before your next stint.
Not necessarily 80 minutes. If the requirement is to spend 2/3 of whatever stint you've just done. So if you've only done an hour's stint, you only have to rest for 40 minutes.
Yes, indeed. Sorry, yes. So maximum and maximum. Maximum is 2 hours you can spend in the car in any one go. And if you're registered in fact, you're not allowed to be registered in 2 cars now here.
Yes,
right?
you are. Yes,
right.
You're still allowed to be registered in 2 cars, but you still have to take the break.
The break.
No matter which car you drive.
Yes, because that became a bit of a logistical nightmare for the BMW team one year when they were trying to swap and change their drivers around. They couldn't get their heads round. Oh, hang on a second. Now they've just got out of there. Now they've done 2 hours. That means they've got to have it.
Well, the problem is it becomes the driver's responsibility then, rather than the team manager's responsibility. And of course, the team manager could have coped with it, but he didn't know whether the driver had been in the other car or not, and the driver had forgotten, because drivers tend to forget things.
We were trying to find out the bulletin about the maximum driver times for pro, semi-pro and AM drivers in the AM category cars. I've singularly failed to find that communication, but it's rather more loose here from Creventic than it is in, say, the European Le Mans series, although it is I think it was formalised a little bit before the start of the race because of some concerns brought up by the teams.
Yeah, the trick is there is no overall limit to how long you can drive, such as at Le Mans where there's a 14-hour limit as to how long you can drive in total. The trick with the two cars, one driver, is that because we now have a championship, you're not allowed to score points in both cars. What you effectively do is you score the points for whichever car scores the most points. So you don't choose at the start which car is your point scoring car. You wait till you get to the end of the race and you say, well, I scored more points with that one, so I'll have that one, please. But you can't score more points than for a single car.
91 mark Cars Australia back into the box with some damage left front, and they're looking at suspension down there. They've had a puncture and that's caused some damage. Is there a bit of rubber hanging on there? Yes, there is. On the inside of the... Oh dear. On the inside of the brake disc and suspension mounty. Nick Damon.
Yeah, with the 91 car, I'm quite chuffed because I've now seen a new tool I want to add to the Le Mans pit box set, which is the tin snips. And as I'm being very humorous about that, I believe you've got code 60, John.
Cars 58 and 217 are missing. We'll try and catch up with that in a moment. And hello to Rick Parford Jr. as well. Congrats, mate, on the British GT drive. You really deserve that, teaming up with Tom Oliphant. Put a word in for you with your old GT4 team, mate. And Marco Tosco says, watch from the start and listen to it in the car on the way home. Hello, Marcelo. Good to hear you. Oh, Johnny's back. Excellent. I can nip off and I'll run. I might get a bit of steak pie before it closes at 3 o'clock. Paul, we've had a question, and code 60 is the perfect time. Have you got the ability to run through the Amcars jokers, please?
I've got the ability, but it's not the latest situation. But I'll give you
what have you got up
situation,
to date,
what I've got at the moment. Yes,
thank you.
And that is that the team that has used the most jokers is the Attempto Racing team, which is the car number 99. They've used 5 jokers, using 5 jokers, using 4 jokers thus far. And as I say, this is going back to midnight, so a couple of hours ago, is the number 11 Fach Autotech Porsche on 4 jokers. On 3 jokers are the 888 team, car number 8, BMW Z4. On 2 jokers is the Gulf Racing number 69 Lamborghini, and on 1 joker are the number 6 Gravity Racing Mercedes, the number 67, although that must be on 2 by now, because I've just noticed they have used another one, so they are on 2 jokers. The GDL number 67 Mercedes, the Gianluca De Lorenzi Mercedes number 67, and on 1 joker is number 8.
Thank you, Paul. Johnny Palmer taking over from John Hindhaugh as he steps down to get a bit of food on board, and we're under another purple zone, code 60, for a couple of cars to be recovered, the 78 car being seen to in pit lane as well. So this is how things stand with 11 hours and 11 minutes to go. Hubert Haupt leads the way in car number 2, the Black Falcon Mercedes, after 315 laps. In second position, the 28 Stefan Mucke KPM Racing Aston Martin. 313 laps to its name. And then on 312, with Matt Griffin at the wheel, the 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari. Into pit lane comes the number 163 Optimum Motorsport Ginetta G55, 163 being driven by Bradley Ellis of late, and he tours down pit road over the beam, which is the point where he has to be down to, or that's the line in fact, that he needs to be down to 40 kilometres per hour, as is the pit lane speed limit here at the Dubai Autodrome. So you kind of set your speed limiter to 40 kph, but of course the code 60, you have to be going at 60 kph and no faster, so a little tricky to be able to make sure you're going at the right pace, and you're more reliant on being in the right gear and a set RPM rather than a limiter on board, Paul.
I think it's one of those things, again, diminishing returns. If you do have a limiter on board, then you're asking the driver to pick which of 3 buttons he's going to have to press, because it's 60 kilometres an hour for the code 60, 40 kilometres per hour in the pit lane, and 20 kilometres an hour in the refuelling area. And a driver would be bound to press the wrong button at some point.
Well, it's easily done, isn't it, when you've got so many other things to think about? So, yeah, fair point made. Driver change for the 163. We're in sound and vision on radiolemans.com and on Motors TV for the whole event at the moment. and our TV friends are about to rejoin us in a commercial break for motors at the moment, but continuing live on radiolemans.com. Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell, and down in pit lane we have 3 pit lane reporters on rotation during these early hours of the morning. Bruce Jones, Nick Damon and Joe Bradley, though, doing a sterling job down in pit road. Here at the 24 Hours of Dubai, the Dubai Autodrome, it's Johnny Palmer taking over for John Hindhaugh for this next little segment of the race at nearly 6 minutes to 3 in the morning here in the Middle East. So if you're watching on Motors TV back in the UK, very late on a Friday night now and about to head into Saturday. Well, we're not far off that. Another hour and a bit to go before we reach midnight in the UK. And there is a Renault Clio, the 217 car, which is being recovered back on a flatbed. Christian Schier has been at the wheel of the Modena Motorsport Renault X85 Cup car. So I talked about our pit lane reporters who are powered by Nismo here at the 24 Hours of Dubai. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Let's head down to Nick Damon, who is in the pit lane ready to interview a driver.
Thanks, Johnny. I think you missed out coffee from our powering at 3 in the morning. But I'm with Pete Lemus from the 91. Pete, you brought the car in with some damage at the front left. What happened?
The car's going really well, so beautifully. And then at turn 8, I've got there's a car on the inside, one little one on the middle. I don't know what car it was. And he's just moved, and I was on the other side of him, and he's just moved over. And he's so I'm off the track, and he's still moved over. So he's come right across the track, and he's just run into the side of me. So and that's where I was. So yeah, it's very annoying. So the car's on 2 wheels for a little bit because we're going fair whack through there, and yeah, it's disappointing, but the boys they'll get it going again. But you know, the car's just performing beautifully, and yeah. So and we were starting to come back up through the ranks again, but this will put us back a little bit, but we'll bounce back. We Aussies don't get knocked down too often, so we come back.
That's certainly true. All 3 cars of the team have been having quite a few incidents, haven't they? Quite active. This pit's been very active with cars coming in and going out, bits of damage left, right and centre. It did seem, and I've seen the damage before, it does seem you've been hit more than you've been doing the hitting.
Yes, I think so, and that's about spot on. Sometimes that's the way it goes, but geez, it's annoying. We've been trying to be really careful with it. We've been stopping, slowing, let the ones sort of cut us off in the corners. That might be him going through past there now, I'm not sure, but geez, anyway, so it's annoying, but that's the way it goes. So, but we'll be back. We'll get it going. So we hope to get back up. We're heading towards the podium again, and because when we started, we were last basically because the first 2 laps we had a problem with the car with the oil. So and now the car's going good. So hopefully we can come back. So we've got good young drivers. So yeah, in their 60s.
I should qualify for this too. I've got 10 years of me. Pete, thanks very much for talking to us, and best luck getting going again. The car Pete was waving at, you just turned round the camera there, was the 217. Now, as in good BBC way, we are not in any way saying this car was involved in the accident with the 91, but Johnny, it's certainly not working at the moment.
Yes, important to build in that caveat, Nick. We'll make a journalist out of you yet. Nick Damon down in the pit lane there interviewing the driver that's just stepped out of the number 91 car. And as Pete says, the car that is in 4th place in SP2 was getting close to the podium. It's one of the sister cars down at Mark Cars Australia that leads SP2, Dean Fury. If you're a fan of V8 supercars down under, you'll know that name. And the number 92 car heads the SP2 class, with the number 91 machine 4th and the 93 6th place with Scott Nicholas, but that car in pit road as well with its troubles. 217 was the Clio on the back of the flatbed, as I mentioned, Christian Schier's Modena Motorsports Renault X85 Cup car. So back to green flag racing, Paul Truswell. I've kind of lost touch now with how many purple zones we've had.
Purple periods. Code 60 periods. We're on to, that was the 9th, and up to 2 hours and 15 minutes. We did have quite a long period without any at all. In fact, from 10 o'clock to just before 2 o'clock, we had very nearly 3 hours of green flag running, which is as long a period of green flag running as we've had certainly in this race. And I'm trying to think back to last year's race where I think we had 4 hours at one point. So what we really need is good clean running, and then the drivers can get settled in, and everybody gets on with the motor race. As far as the gaps up at the front of the field are concerned, 2.5 laps is the gap, more or less, between Hubert Haupt in the Black Falcon Mercedes and Stefan Mucker in the KPM Racing Aston Martin. Matt Griffin is not that far behind. He's about half a lap behind in the number 8 Ferrari, the Dragon Racing car. Sorry, the number 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari. But he's due a pit stop very shortly, and also due a pit stop, in fact, already into the pits, isn't he? Is the Ram Racing Mercedes-Benz, which was in 4th place, but is now in 5th place, and that's was being driven by Adam Christodoulou, but I think that one might have had a change unless Adam... No, I think that one would have had a driver change, won't it? Because I think Adam Christodoulou has already done a fuel-only stop in the Ram Racing Mercedes number 30.
4 drivers allocated to car 30, and Adam Christodoulou the last in the little sequence that they have going there. So it should be Thomas Jaeger, I reckon, back in the 30 car. And we'll know well and truly when that machine returns to the track. Duncan Heisman tucked in behind, I notice, on the BRM Watches timing and scoring screen. It's Heisman then in A6 AM in car 67 that runs 2nd in its division and 6th on the road. And he in turn is ahead of Keita Sawa for Black Falcon, the leading Carrera Cup class car, up to 7th overall now, car number 26 from Black Falcon. 8th place is the number 23 Nissan GT Academy GTR. Gaetan Paletu driving that, the Frenchman now. Still very new to Nissan GT Academy, but he's a real racing driver. 8th place in the 10th running of the Dubai 24 Hours as we stand, and we're 90 seconds away from there being 11 hours still to go. 9th place is the 69 Jamie Campbell-Walter Lamborghini for Gulf Racing UK, and in 10th place it's Bernd Kleinbach, the Attempto Racing Porsche. It's the 997 version, car number 99. Rich is running in 10th position. Now 75, which has just returned to the track, having a problem here. The Hofer Kupen Racing machine looking a little slow there, although it may have picked up pace now heading towards the BRM Watches hairpin. Or is that... No, that's the long straight down to turn 10, I beg your pardon. And the 75 car on an out lap here with its green LED lighting system on the A-pillar there. Hal Previtt is on the out lap in the A5 machine. It's class leading as well, so we should hope that that machine doesn't have a problem. Just looked a little bit slow, relatively speaking, with the cars around it, but I think it was being overtaken by some A6 cars, and 75 just arcing round turn 14. Spent a portion of my break just gone, Paul, stood on the exit of turn 14. That's a good place to watch, you know, down at ground level, and I was reminded just how the different sort of noises that these cars display. I mean, you've got the deep, throaty rumble of the Corvette and the Mercedes, but the little Renault Clios don't often make a racket.
They do, don't they? They're a bit like some of these small aeroplanes that you hear buzzing around, certainly where I live. And they're all bound by the same decibel limit, but it's certainly a higher decibel limit than we have at some circuits around the UK. So there are some great places to watch as a spectator around here, and we talked about it earlier on about possibly working out a way to get out here. It's not a great event for spectators. It's not put on for a great number of spectators to arrive, but there are hotels obviously in abundance in Dubai and plenty of other activities to get on with, and it is a great time to get away from the UK. If you don't want to get away for a skiing trip one year, why not make it a sunshine trip one year? Because it is a different spectator experience from almost anywhere that I've been to, and I don't get out enough to watch cars at the side of the track, but it's something that I do take pleasure in, just standing at the side of the racetrack and watching the cars go past.
Yeah, I spent a good 10 minutes doing that in a short sleeve shirt, 3 in the morning. Had to remind myself exactly where I was. It's temperature's still very healthy here in the Middle East. I hate to tell you, if you're watching on Motors TV back in the UK, it's at just after 11 p.m. on a Friday night. So we're here until, well, the race will finish UK time at 10 a.m, 2 p.m. here. A Friday-Saturday race, because those are the weekend days here in Dubai. So the number 2 car continues to lead. That's Hubert Hauk for Black Falcon from Stefan Mucker. And 319 laps, place 317 from cars 2 and 28. Let's head down to the pit lane to join Joe Bradley, who has news on the 217 Clio. Joe, that's the one that's just come in on the flatbed.
Johnny, just coming off the flatbed now, and I'm just looking at the car, and there isn't anything apparent with the car, but there's obviously a problem. Now that makes me think it may be something in the region of the, let's say, the engine. They've got the car up and the wheels off. No damage though, no signs of the car being off, so mechanical problems. I'll keep an eye on it.
Thank you, Joe. Taking over from Nick Damon, I reckon, down in pit lane. It's, we, as I mentioned earlier on, have 3 pit lane reporters with us this weekend. Our pit lane powered by Nismo, eat, sleep, race, repeat, and plenty of coffee, as Nick Damon made the point a little earlier on. Matt Griffin heads over the line in the number 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari. That's an A6 AM entry, but it's running in the top 3 overall. Sterling effort, therefore, from the Dragon Racing crew, considering that car on no more than 10 occasions can duck beneath the delta time of 2 minutes 4 seconds per lap, but they're sticking to that very nicely indeed. Just 2.5 seconds slower was Matt Griffin last time around, clearly having to deal with a bit of traffic, and that is the number 88 Ferrari, dodging between a Clio and the 96 Mercedes-Benz, which sees the Ferrari at the very last moment. Matt Griffin will be well used to traffic of all types with his endurance racing experience. The Irishman heading then onto the long back straight here with a light at the very top of an aerial, it looks like there, together with the A-pillar illuminated with the green LEDs. Very AF Corsa light, but it's a Dragon Racing Ferrari that heads towards turn 10. Makes its way through the right-hander and then this left-hand kink that will eventually lead the car up to the BRM Watches hairpin, which is turn 12 of this highly technical circuit. Adam Christodoulou, well, we thought that car was going to have a driver change, but the screen would indicate that Adam did stay on board, Paul, the number 30 car for Ram Racing, getting an extra stint, and Adam Christodoulou's now been in that car for an hour and 53 minutes.
Yeah, so probably not an extra stint, but an extra splash to get him up to the 2 hours. So he would have come in, as I say, it was a quick stop, so I initially thought that he was doing the driver change at that point, but he's obviously decided that he wants to do just a little bit longer. Get the most out of the tyres whilst the track temperature is cooler now than it was before. So yes, a little bit of a surprise, but he will be having to come in very soon, as will Matt Griffin, because he's been out for a double stint as well on a single set of tyres in the number 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari 458 Italia.
And at the other end of the scale, drivers very early on in their latest stints include Jamie Campbell-Walter in the number 69 Lamborghini, the Gulf Racing UK entered car, which is running nights on the road. And within GT AM, A6 AM, it's the 4th classified car. So Jamie's 11 minutes into his latest stint. Also the number 19 Corvette, which is in 11th position. been as high as third place in the very early stages of this race. Wolf Nathan is now driving that A6 Pro car, which is 11th in the overall standings. Car 45 is the Fork Racing by Lucas Motorsport Porsche 991 Spec Cup car from the Cup class, and Steve Fage on board that car, but it has come to a halt. Oh, outside the pit garage. I thought for a moment it may be in the penalty box or the weighbridge, but no, it's outside its pit garage, and some work being done by the team there on the electrics, it looks like. Something having to be adjusted or rewired in next to the driver. So this, I'm not sure whether it's an unscheduled stop, but it's some unusual work taking place at Fork Racing there, which will delay the 45 car in the 19th position in the overall standings. And 6th place of the Porsche Cup class. So Steve, I think still Steve on board and waiting patiently whilst that work is done. Down the long straight goes the 167 Ginetta. A couple of stoppages for that machine, and it's needed to come back on the back of a flatbed, but all been repaired now, and Roberto Ferri is on board the Nova Race Ginetta G50, which worked its way out of turn 11 now and up towards the BRM Watches hairpin.
Matt, I hope this timer on the stint is correct, because Matt Griffin has headed off on another lap. He's on 1 hour and 59 minutes of his lap at the moment, and it's a lap that he's only just started. So either somebody at Dragon Speed hasn't done the sums right, or the timing screen isn't telling us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that stint timer has had a hiccup in it. But certainly that number 88 car, by my reckoning, is not going to get back to the start-finish in time for Matt not to overrun his 2 hours driving limit. He's just coming down the back straight at the moment.
Paul, what's the penalty if you do go over your 2 hour driving limit? I know it kind of goes up in increments, does it, the more times you do it, but nevertheless it will be a portion of time in the penalty box if Matt goes over the 2 hour limit, and it's there now if the screen, as Paul quite rightly says, is to be believed. Matt Griffin clambered on board that car at 1:10 in the morning. It's now 3:10, and he needs to be out of it. This is the car's 320th lap now for Irishman Matt Griffin. Joe Bradley is not very far away from the 88 pit. Can you offer us an update?
Yes, I can. I've been making some inquiries. It's your timing screen hasn't updated. Rob Barth's in the car. Been in 10 minutes, I'm being told by the team.
Good.
I thought because it's all tranquil, green here.
Okay.
I wonder if that's the story behind Adam Christodoulou as well, because it does require the driver to turn a switch, and the only problem with the system, as far as I understand it, is if the driver doesn't turn the switch before he exits the pits, then the system won't pick it up. If he turns it when he's halfway around his first lap, he thinks, oh, I haven't turned my switch, then the system doesn't actually pick it up,
right.
Unless somebody from the team goes up and tells the timekeepers so that they can make the change manually. So as long as you know that that's Rob Barth driving, then all is well with the number 88 Dragon Speed car.
And if you're keeping an eye on the timing screen at home via the Dubai 24-hour website, you will notice that Thomas Jaeger has actually popped into the 30 car on both the screen and in reality. So Thomas Jaeger is correct now for Ram Racing. All we need is for Matt Griffin's name to be switched to Rob Barth on board the number 88 car. Hubert Haupt currently in the middle sector of this lap, and Haupt is an hour and 10 into his stint. That car's stopped 11 times and has run like clockwork pretty much from the start of the race. Very quick lap last time around for Stefan Mucker, who's trying to hunt down the Hubert Haupt Mercedes, but would really be hoping for an issue to strike the number 2 car to bring it back to within touching distance, because at the moment it's just a little bit too far in front 2 laps separate the Black Falcon Mercedes and the KPM Racing Aston. Rob Barth in 3rd position. Lance David Arnold is now inside the 33 SPS Automotive Performance car. Thomas Jaeger in 5th position. Duncan Heisman for GDL Racing is in 6th in the 67 Mercedes SLS. And then in 7th and 8th positions, car 26, which is the leading Porsche Cup class car of Keita Sawa for Black Falcon. And he in turn is ahead of Gaetan Palatu for Nissan GT Academy in the Nissan GTR. It's running 8th on the road and 3rd within the A6 amateur class.
I was trying to work out when we might be seeing Hubert Haupt coming into the pits for his next pit stop, and he's got another 10 laps, I reckon. He took the car over from Jelmer Berman just over an hour ago, and that was the during the code 60, and during the previous stop was when the Mercedes had its new discs fitted. Paul White did promise us that the Aston's discs would be inspected at the next stop, which is due on about lap 332, which is 10 laps away from where we are at the moment, and with a possibility of changing them on the stop after that. So Stefan Mucker due in around about 20 minutes or so, and still just that gap of about 5 minutes in terms of time separating first from second, and separating second from third is a lot less than a lap. It's around about 45 seconds between the Aston Martin and Ferrari. Still great variety in the top positions. Mercedes, Aston Martin, Ferrari first, second and third. The first Porsche, somewhat surprisingly perhaps, is not an A6 car, but is a 997 with Keita Sawa at the wheel of the 26 Black Falcon Porsche, leading the 997 class, but in 7th place overall. I was talking about the makeup of the top 10 places. We only have one 997 car in the top 10 places now, and still the 4 Pro cars that we had before, but now 5 AM cars in the top 10 places. But then 2 Chasing Pros, interestingly placed in 11th and 12th places. The recovering Fach Autotech Porsche, number 12, in 12th place, and 11th place just ahead of it is your favourite car, Johnny, the number 19 yellow Corvette.
Not sure whether it's my favourite. I like it.
One of the ones that you've
I've spotted, and yes, soft spot for you.
Exactly so.
It's a phrase that you've used in the past.
And I think the fact that it's kind of the local car, because we can see into its garage. You inevitably build up a relationship with it, because you can see right into its garage from our position up here, overlooking the start-finish straight and the beginning of the pit lane.
I'm intrigued about the movements of the number 23 Nissan, the GTR, because it came down pit road and very quickly then the timing screen displayed the car as being on an outlap, and the last pit stop was apparently 38 seconds. So the 23 car has rumbled its way all the way down pit road and then gone back into the race. The other strange thing, though, is that Gaetan Palatu was driving the car as it came in, and Ricardo Sanchez is now on board. So there is something errant with that 23 car, I think.
Graham Goodwin suggests it was purely a driver change. It didn't need tyres, it didn't need fuel, so they just wanted to get Sanchez on board, and the most efficient way of doing that was to bring him in, put Sanchez in, send him on his way.
Wow.
If the tyres are going to last for 2 stints, then there's no point in wasting time changing them. And if in the Nissan's case you would only be wasting time because we've heard how slowly the fuel goes in, putting fuel in, best get him on his way and then fill it up when you've got the time to do so.
38 seconds when you break the beam at the start of the pit lane and break the beam at the end of the pit lane, and you've got a driver change in the middle of that as well.
It's
How
a
long
good
does it
point.
take to get down the pit lane? Any ideas?
Oh, I haven't actually worked that one out.
No.
It must be 26 seconds. Not sure.
Okay, that'd be possibly about right then. 10 to 12 seconds, I was thinking, to get a driver out and a driver in, depending on how quick you are with the belts. And of course, you've got to keep the belts roughly tight, haven't you, before the car comes to a halt?
Indeed so.
Anyway, it's in 8th position, the car we speak of. Meanwhile, issues for the number 97 Porsche, which is brought to the apron via a intervention vehicle on the end of a tow rope, and Joe Bradley very close by.
6-2.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. An update for the 162 car very, very shortly. We're going to have an interview with a driver from that car. So Joe not quite as very close, as close as I thought to the number 97 car. 97 is Mikhail Spiridonov, who is part of the GDL racing outfit, racing their Porsche 991 Cup car from San Marino. A couple of those machines here this weekend, in fact 3 from GDL Racing. So that outfit with a lot on their plate here at the 10th running of the 24 Hours of Dubai. Meanwhile, car 77 heading through turn 11 and up towards the BRM Watches hairpin. Car 77 is Martin Lanting with his BMW E46. Lanting running second in Class A5. It's a class headed by Hal Pruitt in the Hoffer Cooper Racing E46. That's an M3 Coupe version of BMW, and the A5 class very, very quick indeed, actually. Leader in Class A5 is up to 38th overall. Meanwhile, down pit road comes the number 60 car, and it looks like that's a standard pit stop for the number 62. And now, after a little preemptive strike from myself, we can head down to pit road, and Joe Bradley, who is outside the pit garage for car 162.
Marco Marinelli, car 162, the Ginetta. Marco, the car was brought in by yourself without any headlights. I take it there's a slight problem with the car.
Yes, this guy has the big problem today. The first the brake, and after the problem for the transmission, and they change the transmission, and now it's the light, it's the stop light. It's very dangerous because yeah, it's a total stop black, and for me it's the problem.
Did the lights just all of a sudden go?
Yes, 1 second is black. It's for difficult because they go fast, they go back the car very, very fast. 2 minutes is not very good.
The team have done a great job, though. You had another bonnet which has the headlights in the bonnet, or the headlights are not in that bonnet. It looks like the headlights are covered.
Yes, but I don't know, but because the car is, I have the systemation all car, but now it's not very good for this occasion. I don't know why.
I think, Marco, you were in the best place in the pit lane and not in the car without headlights.
The old Ginetta today is not very funny, but I hope for the next Mugello.
It is hard enough in the dark, especially at Dubai, with lights, so it's very tricky now.
I won't make it, it's this one. I won't.
You have some sleep now?
Yes, of course. Yes, I go.
Well, there you go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for talking to us, Marco. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. Bye.
The wonderful accent of Marco Marinelli there from car number 162. You wouldn't have guessed it.
Grazie mille.
It was Italian, would you?
Fantastic. But again, I mean, enthusiasm bubbling through, and he seemed just as happy talking to Joe as he was out there on the circuit, and that's the beauty of this race, isn't it? I mean, it's the attitude that everybody has, which kind of refreshes you when you get fed up with all the other stuff that goes on with motorsport. Sometimes really puts the sport back into motorsport. And
I think Marco just pleased to be back in pit lane safely, having made it back with as all the lights went out
by compass.
Yes, muscle memory, just trying to pick out where the corners were on the previous lap. So we shouldn't underestimate the talent involved there to get the 162 Ginetta home. at least for the moment. It'll be back out again once they rectify that issue. Concentrating now on the 120 car, and there's a demonstration of just how dark it is out on the circuit. Looking at the 124 Toyota GT86, run by the pit lane crew. That's the name of the team. Jacques Diren is at the wheel of the German-entered Toyota GT86. Meanwhile, the 120 car, which is the one and only Peugeot in the field, Reinhard Nils has been driving that car for French Power Motorsport, the Peugeot 207 RCR, which has had a new paint scheme for this weekend, for 2015. Vibrant orange and purple livery, and it's still being attended to. It's like the front left corner of that Peugeot, the major concern. The left-hand door is open as well as they strap in a new driver. But one or two issues to sort out before the car can head out for its next stint. That car has done 220 laps now and stopped 10 times, the 120 Peugeot 207. Meanwhile, the Toyota GT86 battling away with one of the lower order runners from Class A2. The GT86, also an A2 runner, running in 13th position. That class now headed by car 117, which is the Honda Civic Type R, another great sounding machine from VDS Racing Adventures. And it leads A2. So the next question is, where is the Bezaplas Mini within A2? It has slipped to third position in A2. Franjo Kovac now at the wheel. So Wane Finkboner in the Krennic Motorsport Renault Clio running second in A2, and the leader, as I say, is Michael Devoy for VDS Racing Adventures. Hubert Haupt now with 329 laps done and dusted, 10 hours and 37 minutes of the 10th running of the Dubai 24 hours to go. It's RadioLeMans.com with myself, Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell alongside, looking after the statistics and presenting opinion as far as this race is concerned. And we have Joe Bradley down in pit lane working hard to bring as many driver interviews to us as possible. So in sound and vision on RadioLeMans.com and on Motors TV from start to finish, the full 24 hours that you can witness if you're sat in the UK on the sofa. Approaching 25 past 11 now at night, so heading towards the witching hour back in the UK. We're well and truly into Saturday morning here though in the Middle East at 3:25. Hubert Haupt then leads the way by a couple of laps over Stefan Mucker in the KPM Racing Aston. Third place for Matt Griffin, who pits as I say that for Dragon Racing. So, sorry, not Matt Griffin, it's Rob Barth, as we've already described, to come in for the Dragon Racing team, although Matt Griffin is still displayed on our screen. Next time that number 88 car trips the pit lane exit B, hopefully it'll then trigger the correct driver. But Rob's been in that car for about 20 odd minutes, I think, now, and into the fueling area, and Rob Barth goes out again. So it was another really quick stop, 38 seconds or thereabouts, and it showed that the car was heading for the fuel area, but then kind of dived out of it and back into the race.
Yes, don't quite understand that one either, I'm afraid. I saw the car come in, but again, it can only have been a driver change. And
no, well, we already knew that Rob Barth was in the car. It's not just to set the transponder correctly, is there? There's no rule that says.
I just wonder if that's what they've asked him to do, is to do that in order to set the timing, to set the transponder for the driver, because he has now put it through as it just has come up as Rob Barth, and I just wonder if that's how they've got the new driver on there.
I just wonder then, is that what happened with the number 23 Nissan as well? Because that took 38 seconds to head down the pit lane and then all of a sudden switch to Ricardo Sanchez. Maybe there is a ruling that tells the drivers that they have to have their transponder set to the correct position to display the right driver. and therefore Rob Barth's had to go through a reset programme to trundle down the pit lane and get the correct name on the timing screen displayed.
It's an explanation, at least, Johnny. I'll go along with it. I can see the crew for the lap 57 Honda waiting for him to come down in order to take its penalty, and the car then being awaited. And when we get that car in, there will be a short penalty for it.
So Hubert Hout for Black Falcon Racing, unshakable at the head of the order. He's approaching 90 minutes of his stint, so we're going to get him in to pit lane within the next half an hour, I would have thought. Here live at the Dubai Autodrome, Johnny Palmer and Paul Truswell in the booth, high up in the main grandstand on the start and finish line, looking at the 167 Ginetta that has had a variety of problems through the race, but thankfully is still running. Roberto Ferri driving that through the final corner of this lap. Nova Race prepared Ginetta G50, the Italian squad, just putting another lap on the treble one Clio, the yellow and purple Clio, down towards the first corner, which the apex just appears at the very last moment. Important to brake at the right point so that you don't overshoot. There is quite a bit of runoff area, I should say, at turns 1 and turn 3. No gravel traps as such here at the Dubai Autodrome, so that does mean if you make a slight mistake and edge off the curbing and the white line, there's plenty of extra high friction tarmac to mop up mistakes. Black Falcon in the box seat regarding the Porsche Cup division, and there are 17 what are called Class 997 Porsches in this car, but some are actually 991, some are 997s, and it's the number 26 car that leads the way of Keita Sarwar. Let's head down to the pit lane, powered by Nismo for 2015, and Joe Bradley.
Just out of the 170 Speedworks Aston Martin. Paul, I thought I hadn't seen you for a while, but that's because you've been in the car a couple of hours.
Yeah, it's been just in a 2-hour stint. Originally, we were just going to do our hour and a half, but I went out and I had a bit of a... Cheers. That's my teammate, John. Sorry about him.
I'm glad you said that.
Was glad I'm not. He's not my dad. Yeah, I went out and I had a bit of a brake problem. Brake was going to the floor. Real difficult time with the car, so on the code 60, we come in, changed the brakes and the fluid, and then I went down, refueled, and that's why I was out for quite a long time. But I'm so enjoying this. It's just fantastic.
Different place in the dark, I would imagine.
A different what, sorry?
A different place altogether in the dark, Dubai.
Absolutely. We did a bit of a night practice, but we had some problems with the buttons on the traction control and stuff, so we didn't do too much. But the lights bouncing off the walls down the straight. You've got cars coming from everywhere. I mean, I'm so impressed with the drivers who are out there at the minute. There's not been that much contact that I've seen, but it's a brand new experience for me. I'm used to British touring cars where, you know, it's closed for half an hour, and it's so good to see the respect of all these guys and people from different nations, guys giving fist bumps and everything. It's a bit of me, this. I'd love to do some more. It's fantastic.
We'd love you to do some more as well, mate. What about reference points? Because in the daylight, you pick out a reference point with regards to your braking and your turning in, but that all goes out the window when it's dark, I would imagine.
Yeah, it does. You'd be surprised how well lit the circuit is and how good the lights are on the cars. And we made a late addition to the car we're driving. We just put LEDs on the front, so you can see most places where to brake. So there still are polystyrene marker boards if people haven't smashed them to pieces. But out the back at about T4, T5, you go through like a fast left-right chicane over the curbs, and then it's a real tight right-hander. And it's really difficult because that is the only place where it's pitch black, and you kind of have to go 3, 2, yeah, now, oh, that's fine, yeah, send it in. So it's one of those where you're just guessing, and I'm just driving around guessing half the time, but it's a challenge, and I've got diabetes as well, so I really shouldn't be up at this hour. So I'll check my blood and just get on with it. Great team effort, it's fantastic.
I was going to ask you that next, Paul. Give us a bit of an insight into the world of a racing driver at a 24-hour race. What happens now? You've just gotten out of the car. What do you do? Do you get your head down?
Yeah, I mean, I had an hour and a half sleep before and then got in the car, but now I'm wide awake actually. So I'll check my glucose blood sugar level because of my diabetes. Have some water. Maybe just graze on a few things, keep the energy up. But I'm probably going to get back in the container and go and cover up. But there's no women about, so I'm going to be a bit cold and lonely, I reckon.
The world of a racing driver, all rock and roll.
Exactly.
It's great to speak to you as ever, Paul.
Good, thank you. Have a good one.
Paul O'Neill having a chat to Joe Bradley, always an entertaining conversation when you manage to get a microphone under the nose of the likeable Scouser and, will he disappear into the container or not? Just shows that, that's another kind of element you need to work into it. If you have got one or two health niggles, like diabetes, and I'm sure plenty of racing drivers have that, it's something to keep an eye on, particularly as this race goes so long into the night and then into tomorrow as well. Just another element that you need to stay on top of.
There are other little things as well. I mean, because you do tend, particularly I find with people who are doing it for the first or the second time, they kind of get held up by the adrenaline of it all. And this time in the morning, it's 3:30 in the morning here. We're over halfway through the race, 13 and a half hours of the race gone. But then suddenly at about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, when they think they should be all right, they'll suddenly walk into a brick wall, and they need to have. You need to have learned how to pace yourself through the 24 hours. And again, it's only by doing that you actually learn how to do it again in the future. So some of the people who are doing it, not necessarily for the first time, but are getting excited about doing it and things, then they just occasionally forget to do little things and stupid things like forgetting to take your contact lenses out or just not doing basic things, and they get caught out once they're out on the track. So this is where, going back to the Nissan Academy business, by having a wise head and somebody who's going to talk to you and almost mother you through it or father you through it, it can be a very good way to force discipline upon racing drivers.
Very easy to get into the sort of superhero mode where you think, I can stay up all night here and I can be alert by 8, 9 o'clock. I've done that. As you know, from a couple of years ago at Nürburgring. I can stay up all night, Paul, no trouble. And then you get to 9, 10 o'clock. And I was gone. I was falling asleep on shift. I've already got my head down during this race, by the way. I've got about 90 minutes sleep in the bank already, and I feel great, actually, at 25 to 4. We'll see how we're doing in another 4 hours.
Absolutely. But there is something magical about doing this kind of thing. And I mean, the beauty of kind of doing it from this angle is that we're mere observers and we're not involved in the depth and, I'd say quite life or death. That might be overdoing it. But the activity of actually racing in these kind of things is far more intense and far more pumping of adrenaline and so on. There's a car doing something it shouldn't be doing over there at turn 4, that fast right-hander that Paul was describing, that's in the complete pitch black, and all I can see is headlights and a marker kind of doing a 3-point turn over on that side of the circuit. I haven't had a message on the screen, but in a moment I think it'll get going again. Yes, there it goes. It's got himself pointed in the right direction again now.
Yellow headlights could be a giveaway. I'm not sure how many cars are actually here with yellow headlights, but the Corvette certainly has them.
That was one that was coming to mind, certainly. We'll check its lap time at the end of the lap, but there's certainly one car that was doing things that weren't quite on the expected list over there, exiting, sort of turn 6, turn 7. The Aston Martin's made another pit stop, number 28. That's a bit early for Stefan Mucker, and I have a feeling they were doing tyres on that car.
Stefan Mucker getting out. I presume Johnny Adam getting into the number 28 car, and it trundles its way down pit road, presumably to the fueling area. Yes, and the 28 car now is into the area just beyond the pit garages to get fueled up. Meanwhile, what are the progress of the number 19 V8 Racing Corvette? It's still in Sector 1 according to the timing screen. The number 19 car of Wolf Nathan. And that's the Gulf liveried 69 car, Jamie Campbell-Walter, as you can see on the graphic. The 4th in class and 9th overall, number 69 car.
And as they said, Stuart Hall and Jamie Campbell-Walter doing and expecting to do all of the nighttime driving, and Frédéric Fatien and Roel Goethe will be doing the laps when the sun comes up. But for now, it's going to be a long old night for Jamie and Stewie. As you were with Stefan Mucker, it was an absolutely scheduled stop. It had been as often happens at the night time, the laps just seem to go through that much more quickly. 35 laps on that stint for Stefan, and as you say, handing it back to Johnny Adam and Paul White. I don't think you were here at the time, Johnny, but when he got out of the car to hand it over to Stefan Mucker, we were under purple, and he got a bit short-changed on his driving stint, because instead of doing 34 laps as Johnny Adam did, or 35 laps as Stefan did, Paul White only managed to get 23 due to the fact that, as I say, the purple flag was shown, and the team decided that would be a good time to come in and make the pit stop, get Stefan into the car. Well, the car is still in second place, or at least it was when it came in for its pit stop. It'll lose second, and I don't think it'll lose third place, because Rob Barth in the Dragon Racing Ferrari has had extra pit stop, of course, to set the transponder correctly. So at the end of its outlap, I suspect we'll see the Aston Martin down in third place. So it'll be Mercedes, Aston, Ferrari, Mercedes in the top six.
The 57 car that we just saw in the penalty box is the Honda Integra Type R from lap 57 Racing. Abdullah Al-Hamadi driving that. Fourth place in Class A2, but was required to stop in the penalty box right next to the weighbridge. And Wolf Nathan has brought the V8 Racing Corvette in. It had a very, very slow lap.
I think it was that one.
Yeah, so do I. It was stuck in sector 1 for the best part of about 3 minutes. When you consider it should be circulating in 2 minutes, though, all 3 sectors, and straight away the team attending to it, Paul.
Yes, and putting it up onto the jacks. There's much rushing around saying, go and get the dollies, go and get the dollies. I think they were possibly, because the television cameras didn't pick it up, and possibly they weren't listening to us, they weren't aware of what was going on, because as you say, Johnny, they would have known straight away that I said yellow headlights. That was the only car in the field with yellow headlights. Down in the pit lane, we can go and join Joe Bradley.
I'm with Stefan Mucker right now, and Stefan, you've just stepped out of the car. Now you're in a very competitive position right now, but it's still a long way to go. How much thought do you actually put to that, or do you just keep on going with the program?
I mean, we are pushing the whole time. The car is running really good. I think we're doing competitive times. We're losing a little bit of time now at the pit stops because one of our air jacks is broken, so we have to check up the car, which is a shame, but we are running in a good second position. All the drivers do a great job, and yeah, we can be happy so far.
Are you happy with how the tyres are performing?
Yeah, absolutely. There was some oil earlier on the track, but now it's all right, and they're even in the day and the night when it's colder, they're working perfect, so no issues at all.
And there's a massive drop in track temperature. It's quite chilly, isn't it? Does that improve the performance on regards lap time?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've seen that the lap times were going quicker and quicker. The tires are pretty hard, so they are not in the optimum window, but they're still working good, so no issues.
All going to plan. Thanks, Stefan.
Thank you.
Yeah, in terms of temperature, Johnny, we're down to around 13 degrees Celsius, and that's about as low as it's going to get, and it's going to stay at 13, 14 degrees until around about sunrise, and then when the sun rises, looking for a cloudy morning tomorrow, with temperatures getting up to about 22, but not that hot, and that might help when it comes to the brake wear or lack thereof.
Two cars that have stopped very close to one another on the pit lane apron are the 135 Seat of Dan Wheeler from Red Camel. The majority of that squad actually more used to Mini Migler racing in the UK than racing a Seat in the Middle East. But nevertheless, great to have them here as the kind of second team under the Red Camel umbrella. And the other car to stop nearby was the 18 Precy Spark Mercedes-Benz, the SLS from the Jones family. David and Godfrey Jones, regular in the British GT Championship, indeed champions they were in 2009. They have 3 other family members to here this weekend. Gareth Jones has just brought the car in for its 16th stop, and we're now looking at the JR Motorsport BMW, which is second in class. The 77 BMW, Martin Lanting's just brought that car in, second in A5. It's an E46 GTR. Also the 90 car stopping, which is Heino Bo Fredriksson's CarPoint S Racing Schmieglitz Seat Leon. Great sort of roof length LED strip light that continues to flash different colours on the opposite side from the camera, but you can just about see it there on the top of the car, flashing away. Again, another one that kind of takes a totally different look to the car when darkness falls. In the 13 hours and 20 minutes that we have of full darkness, many of these cars just look entirely different, with their fluorescent door numbers, the LED position numbers elsewhere on the car. They're the red numbers you can see. Plenty of them have kind of circular LED lights on them, strip lights, the A-pillars illuminated on the Ferrari. And the Racing Divas car, the whole of the windscreen surrounded by bright pink strip lights. Here's the 23 machine. Now this is the one that we wondered had come down, trundled down pit lane just to reset the driver transponder. And has it gone past its pit again? Heading down towards the fueling area perhaps. Number 23. This is Ricardo Sanchez at the wheel. And it is going to turn right. This is the fueling area. A great way to see it, how a car does refuel from the onboard shot. Swings right then left to the correct pump, and it's going to have to queue, is it? It's a bit like Sainsbury's, this is. No, just about squeezing alongside a Mercedes that's already parked up. There is a Nissan mechanic down there, Nismo mechanic, ready to tend to the 23 car. And unlike, I think, last year where they were independent petrol pump attendants, it's actually a team member that fuels the car now.
Maximum of 2, and they have to be in fireproof clothing for obvious reasons. That's right, Johnny, yeah. But the only thing they are observed and to make sure that they don't overfuel the car, because each car has the exact amount of fuel that is allowed to be put in it. And in the case of the Nissan Academy car, that is 115 litres, so it's one of those awkward ones where that's practically a full fuel tank anyway, because you wouldn't necessarily want to go down to the last 5 litres. So that car in for fuel only, and therefore it will be Sanchez who takes its car back out again as soon as it is all fueled up.
Thomas Jaeger in the 30 car coming to the end of that long old straight, the front brake discs glowing red as it stops for turn 10, the sharp right-hander, and there's a left-hand kick that then leads the cars up to the BRM Watches hairpin. And here is the tight right-hander, Thomas Jaeger, then running in 5th place for Ram Racing. And it's a similar Mercedes that leads the way. Hubert Haupt now safely on to lap 341. And there are 10 hours and 15 minutes still to go in this 10th running of the Hankook Dubai 24 Hours.
And I had another update, thanks to Maurice over at the time service, of the Joker situation. And the people who have been using up their Joker in the last couple of hours have been 888 with the BMW Z4. I was going to say accidental type times. 2 minutes 3.7, 2 minutes 3.7, and a 2 minutes 3.6 they've done in the last 2 hours. And that means that they have now used 5 Jokers out of their allocated 10. The same number of Jokers as the number 99 Attempto Racing Porsche have used. Nobody's used any more than 5 though, so and I draw my attention, thank you Graham Goodwin, that the GDL Mercedes number 67 has now used a 3rd Joker. They've done One lap in 2 minutes 5, another one in 2 minutes, I think that's a typo, 2 minutes 4, and then another one that's just on there is 2 minutes 2.345.
What Graham's waving his arms about, Paul, is the fact that the number 69 car, Jamie Campbell-Walter, has done the fastest lap for that car so far in the race, because he's down in the 2:02.3s now. So 50 minutes into his stint, 9th place overall, and 4th in the A6 AM class, the 69 Lamborghini.
But that is a joker lap for the Lamborghini. That's what he's waving his arms about.
But if you're going to do a joker lap, that's the way to do it, isn't it? Because it's 1.7 seconds quicker than it should be.
Yeah,
so that's an intended joker lap.
And indeed, they've done 2 of those before, because the other joker laps from the Gulf Racing Lamborghini have been 2 minutes 2, 2 minutes 2.4 and 2 minutes 2.1. So very quick laps.
Actually has been quicker than that time of 2:02.3.
Exactly.
They're taken off the screen, aren't they, once they're kind of logged. In sound and vision on the RadioLeMans.com website and on Motors TV for the full 25 hours. I say 25 hours because we had half an hour of build-up prior to the 2 o'clock start yesterday here in Dubai, and we'll have a half an hour debrief, a kind of post-race reaction to get as many interviews as possible on the Motors TV coverage. But never has it happened before where Motors have screened all 24 hours of the Dubai events live, and it's Paul Truswell, Johnny Palmer and Joe Bradley taking you through this stage of the event. Here in the Middle East, it's 11 minutes to 4, so we are closing in on 10 hours to go of the 10th running of the Dubai Autodrome event. I speak of the man from the northeast, Joe Bradley. We can join him now down in the pit lane, powered by Nismo.
Well, we've just seen that beautiful light blue liveried BMW just come in and make a pit stop, and Martin Lanting, you've gotten out of the car. Tell us a little bit about how your stint went. You're doing very well, second in class so far.
Yes, we are doing very well. We hope to be at least staying in 2, but try to kick for the first place. I've just had a stint of 1 hour 55, so they let me in the car for a very, very long time, but I'm fit.
Yeah, obviously. Martin, tell us a little bit about the car and the choice of the BMW E46. How did that come about?
Well, in normal circumstances, the BMW is a very easy car with the flippers, but they are not working, so we are back to manual. So actually, we are working pretty hard in getting the lap times sorted, but it's a little bit difficult to catch up with our 78 guys. With the flippers, you are 1.5 to 2 seconds faster.
So are you having to use a clutch as well for down changes?
Yes, I'm using the clutch in the gear up and gear down. It's a lot of work, I can tell you.
Martin, that's proper race driving, heeling and towing and twisting the ankle over the brake pedal. That's proper stuff.
Yeah, it's back to feeling young.
Tell us a little bit about the team and how the team came together for this event.
Well, the team are doing a magnificent job. We had the 78 car for 3 hours in the box, and our car maybe for about 1 hour. But you see, they all work together. They don't argue. They just work, and they don't get to sleep.
Yeah, are you going to get some sleep now?
I'm going to get some sleep now, yes.
And now we're at 55. You've done very well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Top marks. Thanks, Martin. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Martin Lanting joining Joe Bradley down in our pit lane, powered by Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat for the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, the real first event of the 2015 season, and great to get things kicked off so early in January. Another fabulous lap from Jamie Campbell-Walter in the number 69 Gulf Racing UK Lamborghini. He's done a 2:02.043, so that's another joker in the pack, and another one that you get 10, and he's hit another one off the list, Paul Truswell.
Yes, I can't remember who it was on the tweet feed, but somebody was saying that it's all very well to do that, and it does gain you a couple of seconds here or there, but getting the car set up properly and saving a bit of time on pit stops is just as good a way of making up the time. No harm in doing it, but I think the original intention of the Joker was just to, let's say, enable teams to kind of make a mistake and get away with it. But you know, when you're doing them in that way, I don't know. It's good and it's bad. I'm happy with it. Graham Goodwin has an opinion of this, and Graham is always good for an opinion. So what do you think, Graham?
I think there was method in the seeming madness, because what's happened is with the fuel stop for the Nissan and the pace from Jamie, he's taken third position in A6 AM at that point. See, Sanchez coming in for that fuel stop puts the Gallardo within a lap of the Nissan, and the pace that Jamie's shown has given them a bit of breathing space. I think Jamie's got another hour to go on this stint, but we'll clearly have to take fuel at some point. But that pace has given him, I think, a couple of laps up on the Nissan now. So the bit of splurge of pace in the middle of the night from Jamie Campbell-Walter has made a difference. The Gallardo is now up from, I think, what was 9th or possibly even 10th position now to 7th. And takes a provisional podium position now for the first time in quite a while, I think, if not in the whole race for the 69 car.
And adds to the variety of manufacturers in the top 6 as well, or yes, it will be into the top 6, won't it? Because with the 67 Mercedes in the pits at the moment, Jamie will he be able to, quite possibly will be able to take over in 6th place, and that will put him second in the AM class, behind the Ferrari. So Mercedes may have the stranglehold on the pros, but the foreigners have got the AMs.
And the 67 car, when it came into the pits, took at least a 30-second hold in the penalty box before proceeding to its pit box. That will help the Gulf Racing teams push towards the front. So in very short order, in the last 10 or 15 minutes, the Lamborghini has taken at least one class position, possibly 2, and at least 3 positions on the road.
You mentioned, Paul Truswell, that every A6AM competitor, A6AM car rather, is given these 10 jokers, and that is possibly from preventing a little margin for error. But of course the clever teams will strategically, hopefully, use those jokers at the right time, and Jamie Campbell-Walter's done it again, because he's just done a 201.840 this time around. He's in clean air, it's early in the morning, the engine will be running at its optimum when the air is that little bit thinner and cooler, so therefore the engine is running well, and this is clearly what Gulf Racing UK think. This is the optimum time to try and do a few jokers all in a row.
No, you're absolutely right, and I mean the point that was made about the temperature, almost 10 degrees lower now than it was at the beginning of the race, or it will be probably by the end of the race. So that does give the engines more power. Colder air means more molecules in every cubic centimetre of air, and that provides more punch for the engine to produce power out of it. I'm constantly amazed looking out of the window at various traffic jams that come through corners, and where you have 2 cars going into a corner on either side of one car, and then as soon as that car gets past, the whole group of 3 cars gets overtaken by another one. As into the pits comes the race leader, in behind another Mercedes. The number 96 car is coming in as well, but this is Hubert Haupt coming in for his scheduled pit stop at the end of lap 345.
Looks like Abdulaziz Al Faisal is ready to step aboard in the number 2 car.
Meanwhile, the 96 car was being driven by Joseph Chua there for Mike Racing, and Hubert Haupt needed to be very wary of that slightly slower car ahead as the 2 big Benzes trundled their way down into pit lane proper. So the gull-wing door up on each of those cars, the 2 and the 96, for driver changes to take place. Looks like the tyres are going to stay put, though, on the 96. 36th in the overall standings. That's 9th then for the A6 AM competitors of Mike Racing, and both SLSs released at more or less the same time. The 2 car then will head up towards the fueling area. Abdulaziz Al Faisal, we reckon, will now be on board the Black Falcon 2 car. Lance David Arnold is second on the road in the SPS Automotive Performance, entered 33 Benz. Car 88, Rob Barth, still doing fantastically well considering it's an A6 amateur car, running in the top 3 overall. And Rob Barth getting very close to the 2-minute 4-second marker. He's just done a 2:04.1.
But they haven't used any jokers at all yet in that car. The reason I've not mentioned them is not because I haven't wanted to mention them, it's just that they haven't used any jokers. So extremely disciplined driving from the number 88 car, as we saw indeed during the qualifying as well, Graham.
Absolutely. I spoke to Matt Griffin before he got aboard for his first stint, and what Matt said was they will use those joker laps when they see the opportunity to really profit from them. So if you think about it, I guess there's something like 40 seconds potentially in the bag there for them, if they can get that kind of pace out the car, which we know they can.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it's all a matter of just picking a moment, and when the track is a little bit clearer, it is clearer now than it was. We're getting more and more, I won't say retirements, because there's no such thing as a retirement, but we're getting more and more cars that are going to take no further part in the race. It was 10, we're now up to about 15, in fact possibly even 17 cars now that won't be taking any further part. And of course, as night turns today, the possibility for doing quick laps is increased, just because you can see a little bit better, and there'll be even fewer cars out there.
We should remind everybody, of course, that the 88 car, although it hasn't used any of its jokers yet, so therefore still has 10 to be able to use, it must use those in the remaining 8 hours of the race. Sorry, the next 8 hours of the race. It can't use them in the final 2 hours.
Yes. It doesn't have to use jokers, but they are available to be used. Well, the point is,
they will, though.
They may not. I mean, they may say, "Look, we don't want to. We don't want to take the risk." I would imagine they'll certainly use 9 of them, but you might have one just as a spare, just in case you need it.
Now, heading into the left-hand kink, which is turn 13 up to 14, is the 169 Ginetta, currently driven by Ross Warburton. That's the Speedworks entered Ginetta G50.
That's both the Speedworks cars in line astern. It's the 169 Ginetta followed by the 170 Aston Martin. Now that's a nice shot.
Flick Hay is pursuing then the sister car. As behind that some movement. That was the 930 Porsche being overtaken, I think, by the Precy Spark Mercedes SLS, the 18 Precy Spark car.
Morgan Jones aboard that car at the moment. That's had a bit of a topsy-turvy night, hasn't it? It was up to about 6th in class, because this is, of course, a pro car, following the slight whoopsie from, I think it was David Jones in qualifying, putting the car under 204. But they're still within, they're just outside the top 20 now, but 8th in class, as the pit lane welcomes the 58 HRT Performance car. Another one of the 997s.
And it was Abdulaziz Al Faisal getting on board the number 2 Black Falcon car, which is back in the race after a 4-minute and 14-second pit stop. So in Sector 1 goes Al Faisal to continue to lead this race. Car 33, Lance David Arnold, just coming in for the stop. And the 2 Speedworks entered cars continue to circulate together. 169 ahead of 170, in turn being lapped by a couple of quicker machines. What of the Porsche Cup class as we speak? Number 26 still at the head of the order there for Black Falcon. So not only did Black Falcon lead in the overall standings, but also in the 997 class too.
The 997 class leader, though, has just been overtaken by the Nissan. Just gone ahead the last couple of laps. I suspect you may just have seen that. There's about 26 been in for a pit stop recently. Within the last 10 minutes, because actually the stint time is now just 10 minutes for the driver of the 26. So the Nissan back up to 8th position overall, 4th in A6 AM, and 40 seconds back from the GDR Racing Mercedes, which has just had that slightly extended pit stop.
So it's the 10th running of the 24 Hours of Dubai, live from the Dubai Autodrome on radiolemans.com. We're in sound and vision on the radiolemans.com website and on Motors TV for the full 24 hours. So, at 4:02 in the morning here in the Middle East, we have just headed over the marker of 10 hours to go here in the 10th running of the 24 Hours of Dubai. So, another 10 hours and we will know who has won this race. At the moment, it's looking very, very good for the 2 squad from Black Falcon. They are down to just 1 car as far as the A6 Pro division is concerned. They started with the 2 and the 3, but relatively early on we lost the number 3 car, the Abu Dhabi Racing Black Falcon entry, so the local car. But nevertheless, kind of all attention now and all resources have gone into the 2, if you like, together with potentially a 997 Cup victory too, because Black Falcon not only did have 2 A6 cars here, but there are also 2 997 division cars as well, and it's the Weishaupt driven Black Falcon car number 26 that leads the class. As Graham was mentioning a short time ago, it has slipped a position, but that doesn't affect that its class lead. It's 9th place overall then for car 26, and the car to get by it was Ricardo Sanchez in his GTR, the Nissan GTR from Nissan GT Academy. Couple of cars in pit road. The 169 we've mentioned already in recent times, because that's the Speedworks entered at Ginetta, which had the sister car, the Aston Martin, behind it. And again, that 169 Ginetta showing the scars, the battle scars of a race that has already lasted 14 hours. More times that are drawing our attention. That's the 163 machine in SP3 doing a 2:11.071.
But a black flag, Johnny, being shown for car 27, which is something of a mystery.
One of the car collection motorsport Mercedes SLS cars, that one. And that a message to the team that they have to come in and report to the clerk of the course, which is probably because they haven't taken a penalty correctly. And if they don't take a penalty correctly, then they can be brought in and told to do it again or do it properly. And in fact, they have to literally do it from scratch. If they come in and, for example, only take 8 seconds when they should have taken a 10-second stop-go penalty, they'll be brought in and given a full 10-second penalty. It's not just taking the other 2. The other thing which has just happened is a pit stop for what was the second placed Mercedes, number 33, the SPS Automotive car. Lance David Arnold has now handed that car over to Alex Muller, and in so doing has lost second place and handed it to, wait for it, the number 88 Ferrari, Rob Barth, from the Dragon Racing team in the A6 AM category, up into second place. The car due a pit stop, in fact it's just had a pit stop, hasn't it? And the Aston Martin, which has now got Johnny Adam at the wheel, is now behind the Ferrari. So very good driving performance indeed from the Dragon Racing Ferrari. They got their car up into second in this equivalent race last year as well. So that Ferrari showing the benefits of running in the AM class. It's a lighter category. They're allowed to put more fuel on board. And the team at the moment working very well together, sticking to their minimum reference lap time, and very good driving indeed from Matt Griffin, Rob Barth, who are doing the majority of the driving during the night.
Let's take this opportunity to head down to the pit lane, powered by Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat, and join Joe Bradley in a moment or two. He will have a chance to have a chat to Ross Warburton, I think, on the 169 car. Slight delay on that interview. So the 72 BMW coming down pit road now from Race House Motorsport. This is one of 6 Cup 1 cars, as they're called. They're all M235i Racing Cup cars. So, let's go down a pit road to join Joe Bradley, who can talk to now Ross Warburton.
Ross, that looks like really hard work out there, mate.
Oh, it is. It's hot and sweaty work, mainly. The car was brilliant, and we had fresh tyres on, so felt a lot more confident with it. But unfortunately, my drink system wasn't working, so I got a little bit warm, shall we say. But fine now. I'm happy with the stint and no incidents, which is what we need given our position at the moment.
Yeah, you're doing really well. Second in class, I believe.
Yeah, I guess it's Optimum still ahead of us. We're that's going to be a battle to try and haul them in, I think. But we'll see. Still got a long way to go.
We have, don't say that. We've just gone code 60 out on the track. But while I've got you, Ross, the Ginetta, now this seems to be quite a car for this kind of event.
It is, and it's easy for gentlemen drivers to drive. I think that's the that's the secret. And this is only my 4th race in it, so you can get in the car and feel comfortable with it. I think it's a great machine.
Even in the middle of the night?
Well, unfortunately, your eyesight isn't as great in your mid-50s as it is when you're 25. But decent lighting system this year. We had candles last year, but it's a lot improved.
I'm going to let you go and recover now. Well-earned rest, and there's only crazy people like us awake at this time of night, isn't it?
Absolutely. I'm going to go and get some rest now.
Thanks, Ross. Well done.
Joe Bradley taking a moment to have a word with Ross Warburton, who's just stepped out of the number 169 Speedworks Ginetta, and as Joe quite rightly says, we are under code 60 conditions. Paul Truswell, this is for the 10th time in the race.
Yes, it is, and the screen telling us that there is a car off the circuit which is being recovered, and that's why it's car number 152 that has stopped in the middle of the track at turn 11, which is just the left-hander coming out of the hairpin at the end of the back straight, the long back straight, or the cross straight as it's sometimes called, because it's not really a back straight. It runs from diagonally across the middle of the Dubai Autodrome, and I think as long as that car can be towed back, then it'll be a relatively short. Oh yes, it is the Maserati Gran Turismo in the very distinctive boots on Gignon colours, and the car then coming to a halt. But as I say, if it can be recovered, then it will be, and we'll be able to resume pretty soon. The car currently in the hands of Philippe Olivieri.
And I would imagine we'll see a number of cars now darting into pit lane to take advantage of this caution period. 2 cars already heading down the road, include the E92 M3 BMW of, who have we got? Oliver Bender, I should say. And also the GT86 coming in. And also the Ram Racing Mercedes SLS, number 30, Thomas Jaeger, bringing the Mercedes in, but for fuel only. So this is going to be a bit of a gamble for Thomas, because sometimes the fuel station gets a bit full during code 60s, but I think he should be clear. But it's fuel only for the number 30 Ram racing car, and that should give him long enough to get out again without losing any time. Jamie Campbell-Walter, after those really quick lap times, has brought the car in, the 69 car Lamborghini, clearly getting lighter and lighter, and it's now in for fuel. So it looks like relatively quick recovery, Graham Goodwin, of this Maserati. An intervention vehicle there on scene, quick smart, and already has picked up the car via the tow rope. Problem is, it's a fairly long route back now for truck and car. They've made their way to the BRM Watches hairpin, I notice, and shortcutting that corner.
But I think we'll follow the track for most of the way back. The Lamborghini stop you mentioned, Johnny, that was perfectly timed, because Jamie was in pit entry just as the code 60 was called, took a brief penalty, as is their wont, and continued down. So the timing for them was just about perfect, actually, for that stop. Car, as you quite rightly said, the 152 car under tow, and with lights illuminated on the front of the Maserati. Now that may be bad news, actually, because it clearly isn't electrical. or full electrical problem for the Maserati, which would lead you to believe that perhaps the issue is drive.
Maybe so. And once it gets back to pit road, then the team will descend upon it just to try and diagnose the issue. For Philippe Oliveri from Boots Engineering Racing, the Maserati Gran Turismo from the Belgian squad, then, with a problem of some significance, it would appear. 46th position it was running in. You can tell that from the digital readout, the kind of LED numbers on the side of the car. So under the 10th code 60 of the race, it's Abdelaziz Al Faisal that leads. 349 laps in the book for the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes. A couple of cars in pit road include the 88 Rob Barth Dragon Racing Ferrari and the Aston Martin, the KPM Racing run Aston Martin of Johnny Adam, number 28. And Thomas Jaeger is in the fueling area for Ram Racing. 5th place is the number 33 car of Alex Müller and his SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes. Jamie Campbell-Walter back out onto track, and we'll have to wait and see where he slots back in. Could be 6th place, might be 7th place, with Max Brahms on a charge in the GDL Racing car. Class leading in 997, by the way, still the number 26 machine from Black Falcon of Andreas Weishaupt. Under code 60 conditions here at the Dubai 24 Hours with Hankook, live from the Dubai Autodrome on RadioLeMans.com. It's the regular team in sound and vision via the website and also on Motors TV. The Maserati has made its way back to pit road then, as the clear-up process continues where the Maserati came to a halt. A chance to look back on the race so far, and this is the point of, after darkness fell, with the lower order field having to stick to their racing line if they're aware that some of the A6 cars are having to thunder through. A good little onboard shot there of one of the lower order cars being overtaken by the Ferrari, either the 4 or the 88. And the 12 machine has been one to keep our eye out for as well. The FAC Autotech car that sat on pole position many hours ago. Martin Ragginger currently at the wheel. It's back up to 11th position and 5th in A6 Pro. Ginetta 169 coming in for a stop most recently, and we had a word with Ross Warburton. And a glimpse there of the Bezoplas Mini, which for a little while was, for a good long stint actually, was leading Class A2. There have been shuffles within that class. Currently the 117 car leads the way. There's the Ram Racing 30 Mercedes, which has been within the top 5 for pretty much all the race. And car 60, the speed lover Porsche from Belgium, driven at the moment by Vincent Despiriet. Also been various incidents for car number 6, which has spent a fair bit of its race in the pit lane. Car 6 sees Andy Ruan currently at the wheel, down in 59th position overall, and the green flag, as you can see, is waving after our 10th code 60. So back to racing conditions. 9 hours and 46 minutes still to go of the 10th edition of the Dubai 24 Hours, and the race leader having to thread its way through traffic up towards turn 14. That's 8 and 9, I beg your pardon, and onto the long cross straight, as Paul quite rightly put it earlier on.
6 minutes, I think, under caution for that one, and again, excellent example of just the advantages of using this Code 60 process as well as the race team here do. So little disruption to the racing, despite the pretty large number of caution periods. Very impressive again, and another good reason why plenty of people need to take a good look at this. Johnny Adam, meanwhile, looks like he's out and retains that 3rd position. Alex Müller, meanwhile, back up to 4th. Thomas Jaeger down, falling down the order a little following the fuel stop for the Ram Racing car. Jamie Campbell-Walter, meanwhile, by the way, I think is rejoined down in either 8th or 9th position. We'll see as the cars cross the line next time around. So a bit of a reshuffle with those latest pit stops.
On that latest set of pit stops, Graham, the Aston Martin is slightly longer in the pits than any of the others. I just wonder if they used that to do the brake change on the car. It seemed to be longer in the pits and less long in the fueling. So I just wonder, I'm sure we've got one of our Nismo pit crew who will find out, but I just wonder whether they were looking at the brakes.
That car as well, remember though, John,
I'm Paul.
I know you're Paul. Is the one that's got a problem with air jack, isn't it?
That's true, and yes, they did tell us about that. So that is one reason.
And that takes into account as well, by the way, that the 88 car has also had a driver change there, whereas the 28 didn't. So Mohamed Jawad is back at the wheel of the 88 car.
Currently on board with Ricardo Sanchez of the number 23 Nissan GT Academy squad, the Nissan GTR. And at what point on the circuit is Ricardo now? Just making his way through the right-hander, which is turn 7, and then up to the bowl, turns 8 and 9, with traffic to deal with. It's a banked turn though, so Ricardo will pitch the big GTR in and hope that it grips. Meanwhile, the 77 car being attended to on pit road. Car 77, one of a couple of JR Motorsport BMW E46s here this year, and Mark Jaffray's brought the 77 in. In fact, the team have just said goodbye to the Gilles Bessum car, which is on its out lap now, so they have serviced both of their cars more or less back to back. Mark Jaffray may well be about to hand over to a co-driver. They are both in Class A5, second and third actually, 77 and 78 running second and third with an A5. It's a class led by car 75, Hal Previtt at the wheel of the Hofer Cooper Racing BMW E46 M3, which is a sort of darker blue with the double green stripe body length. It's very dazzling in the floodlights around the Dubai Autodrome, and there is the 75 indeed being lapped once more by a couple of A6 cars. So coming through turn 16 and over the line, there is the race leader and there is the 23 machine. So Al Faisal putting a further lap on Ricardo Sanchez, and they were both in turn lapping the Class A5 leader.
We've got a nice battle developed as a result of those pit stops for third position overall, gentlemen, because 5 minutes behind the number 88 Ferrari on track. We've got a gaggle of 3 cars. It's the number 33 car's just taken second place from the 88 car. As a result of that pit stop, the 2 cars now lapping within a second, but a 10-second gap between the 28 and 30 cars for 4th position. So Johnny Adam fending off pretty close attentions of Thomas Jaeger.
Straight down to the pit lane, and Joe Bradley, who's with the 152 squad.
I'm with Philippe Rouvier. Philippe, it is a shame to see the Maserati in its pit garage receiving some attention. What is the problem?
What is that? The gearbox doesn't work.
When you say the gearbox doesn't work, can you get gears, yes, or there is no drive?
At the end of the turn 10, well, I've the gearbox doesn't work.
Do you think? Does the team think that you can fix it?
The engineer of Maserati is looking at the problem.
So you have a top man.
Yes, I hope we will find.
Okay, I'll leave you. I can see you have a screw. If you show the camera, you have a screwdriver and you are ready to help, yes?
No. I just take on the floor.
Okay, I'll let you lie down on the floor. Thank you for speaking to us, Philippe. Thank you. Hey, guys.
Yeah, clear problems with the Maserati. We saw it come in on the end of a tow rope, but if you've got someone actually from Maserati to fix it, then I probably would just edge away with my screwdriver. I think I have a clue what I was doing.
Absolutely.
I thought it was the gear lever he had in his hand. But of course, Maserati Gran Turismos don't have gear levers, do they? But,
probably not.
That's the old man.
They have a man to do things for that, changing gear for them.
That's the 152 car, which we will hopefully see sooner rather than later back out on track. The number 2 car continues to lead here in the Middle East. Abdulaziz Al Faisal, who will know this place very well. 353 laps then complete.
Do you know what, Johnny? If we didn't have a Mercedes 2 laps ahead of the rest of the field. We'd have a very close race indeed for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th places. There is actually a lap between the Mercedes. There's 10 seconds between the 2nd place Mercedes and the Ferrari. Johnny Adam in the Aston Martin is in 4th place, and he's only about 20 seconds behind. And then only 10 seconds behind Johnny Adam is Thomas Jaeger in the Ram Racing Mercedes. So there's 4 cars in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th places, overall separated by a little over 30 seconds.
Martin Ranginger's brought the Fach Autotech number 12 Porsche into pit road from 11th position. It was 5th in the A6 Pro class, and of course started from pole position many hours ago. Been interesting to watch the 12 car actually work its way back up the order. It did come back to pit lane, having stopped out on the track courtesy of one of the intervention vehicles, and that pit stop was easily its longest. That's really the only issue that the 12 car has had, to put it way down the order, sadly. And their target will surely be top 10 now.
Just hearing very sad news indeed for all lovers of very yellow, very loud American machinery. The Corvette will play no further part in this race. Waiting to hear details from the team, but have had it confirmed by the team that we will not be seeing the 19 car back out. What a shame.
Oh dear. Yes, I've remarked several times I had a bit of a soft spot for that Corvette. I think partly because the pit garage is immediately opposite us, and I can see that the door is down now. It stopped on the circuit. It had spun at in the vicinity of turn 6 and 7, and we were able to identify that car because it's the only one with yellow headlights, even from this distance. And you think, what, Graham, it's as a result of some contact?
It's an accident by himself, I'm afraid, from Nathan Wolff. What a shame.
And that car ran as high as 3rd in the early stages, I think.
Yeah, this was the pole-setting car from last year, of course, and it was. It was indeed running 3rd, wasn't it? It may even have been as high per second at some points. Am I imagining that, Paul?
I think you're imagining that, but if I wind back a long way...
Nicky Pastorelli at one point doing very good work at the wheel of the Corvette and harassing beautifully.
Yes, he was 3rd on lap 117, but he never got any higher than that.
Well, golf clap for the V8 Racing team. It's great to see that car here again. And rather sadly, we won't see that car running into happy hour.
Alex Muller up to 2nd position in the SPS Automotive Performance car, and in 3rd position Mohamed Jawa for Dragon Racing in the 88 Ferrari.
Sorry, I must just correct myself, because once again Graham's right and I'm wrong. I didn't go far enough back up the lap chart. The number 19 Corvette was 2nd from lap 22 to lap 25. So yes, he did get into 2nd place, so well remembered. You see, you remember things. I just try to write everything down and then try and find the right bit of my notes.
My advanced years now, I'm afraid it's a kind of a vague sort of semblance of memory rather than actual accuracy. So well done, actually. Good run from V8 Racing, Corvette Motorsport. Good effort. With what, let's face it, is a grand old lady of motorsport now, that Corvette. Much changed, a bit of a hybrid version of the GT1 car as was now, but always good to see a Corvette racing, and even better, always good to hear it too.
Number 150 once again coming slowly into pit lane. They seem to have had more trouble with that car than anything else. Just making its way down into the pit lane.
Still lying 2nd in SP2. The 150 car. That's been very much more reliable than we saw last year's efforts from the GC cars. I was down in the paddock earlier, and there was certainly a problem for the front right corner of that car. It looked suspension related, but it looked like they were doing some brake work as well. But back on pit road, I'm afraid, now for the 150.
Class 997 still headed by the Black Falcon number 26 Porsche. The 7 Lechner Racing car is in 2nd position now in that division. 3rd place for the 87 GDL Racing entered car.
Meanwhile, this battle for 3rd is developing nicely. Mohamed Jawa doing a good job in the A6 AM leading car, 3rd position overall, being caught by both the Johnny Adam pedalled 28 kpm Aston Martin and the Thomas Jaeger pedalled 30 Ram Ferrari, sorry guys, Mercedes, but Jaeger is catching Johnny, and I think Johnny might have had a bit of delay in traffic that time, so the gap between the three of them now is something like 15 seconds, but it's about 7 seconds between the Ferrari and the Aston, and a further 7 seconds or so to the Mercedes-Benz. So at current rate, we're going to see those three cars pretty close together on track within the next lap or two.
And the other effect that the purple, the code 60 period had is that pretty much everybody made pit stops in that period. So they've not necessarily all completely reset their fuel, because they all have different amounts of fuel that they're allowed to put in at each pit stop, and some did fuel only, some did driver changes, and so have reset their stint counter, as it were, because you're only allowed to do 2 hours in the car at once. But it has evened up the strategy a little bit when it was a little bit out of kilter. So we can expect to see a good chunk of driving from certainly the top four. The one who would seem to be a little out of sync is Thomas Jaeger, who didn't change drivers when he came into the pits towards the end of that code 60 period, because he just went up and took on fuel. So Thomas Jaeger is going to have to make the first of the pit stops. Everybody else is fairly full of fuel, and with a new driver aboard have got a long time to go. So we, as you say, Graham, an opportunity to have a good bit of hopefully clean racing.
Yeah, that'll be great to see, wouldn't it, this time of the night? I think we could all do with a bit of an adrenaline boost, and actually getting three huge beasts here on track, close together and looking for meaningful positions both in class and overall would wake me up nicely. The one looking most likely at the moment to profit from that is indeed Thomas Jaeger, quicker again than the two cars ahead of him. Johnny Adam edging closer to Mohamed Jawa, but Thomas Jaeger taking a few more tenths than that out of the Scots ahead of him. Meanwhile, though, Abdulaziz Al Faisal still putting in lap times that are good enough to keep them at more than arm's length of the chasing now Alex Muller, of course, up into second position in the 33 Mercedes-Benz, the SPS car. That's the stealth run of the race so far for me. That's the car that just came quietly up the order in very orderly fashion, without terribly much by way of spectacular lap times in the middle part of the running so far, but now is emerging as a real contender.
The 67.
The 33.
Oh, the 33, yes, that's very much so. Well, I don't know. For my money, it was always going to be strong somehow, particularly from the way it went in qualifying. It was strong. The fact that Lance David Arnold had made his home there, you've got to rate any car that he's going to get into.
Absolutely right.
It's a bit like a Bernd Schneider factor.
We've got another battle that's developing on track as well, and that's Jamie Campbell-Walter in the Gallardo. I think Jamie had that car in for fuel, didn't he, not so long ago, but he's not got very long to go on his driving stint, another 25 minutes or so, but he's closed in to within 2 seconds of Ricardo Sanchez's Nissan. This is for 7th position overall and 3rd position in A6 AM, so significant on two fronts, and those two cars are together on track at the moment. That's the 23 car and the 69.
Filip Vlasic peddling the number 99 Porsche very, very quickly for Atepto Racing. That's one of 9 onboard cameras we have this year at the Dubai 24 Hours with Hankook, and Filip is currently in 10th position, but has just done the fastest lap for that car all race on lap 345.
Meantime, significant lap time for the number 18 car, 20th position overall for the Prezi Spark, the Jones family motor. The 203.950. It's a pro car, but that's the first time that car's gone under 204 in the race so far. And this was the car that they had a bit of a whoopsie, I think, in their qualifying and put the car significantly under 204 then. Of course, then carry the ballast and a little less fuel, but have been actually having a pretty effective race. Not trouble-free, but trouble-free enough to now be in the top 20 and back into 7th position in the class. That courtesy, by the way, of that trouble for the Corvette that's now dropped out of the top 20 and will continue its tumble down the order for the remainder of the race. No further action for the V8 Racing Corvette Motorsports car. Campbell Walter burns another one of his joker laps in pursuit of Ricardo Sanchez and is now within half a second of the Nissan and out there on track in sector 2 at the moment. And is this where we're going to see that position change? I think so. See if we can pick them up through the darkness.
Car has gone very wide on the exit of turn 16 and is only rejoining now, looking a touch slow. It's heading past us, and it's one of the 3 Mark Focus V8s from Australia.
Very slow.
Yeah, it went really wide at turn 16, way out onto the runoff, and doesn't exactly thunder by. Normally those V8s do from Australia. Of course, that's the point that you really don't want something to hit a car, because he's way past, unfortunately, the pit lane entry and may have to do a full old lap now.
I think that's right. I think whatever problem he had happened just at the wrong time, didn't it? And we watch for this battle, not just for 3rd position. It was Johnny Adam is now within a couple of seconds of Mohamed Jawah, and making a little bit of ground up on the last lap on Thomas Jaeger. So Johnny has got the hurry-up note. So we could see a couple of position changes as the cars go by us here. 159 Audi on pit lane again.
Well, that was the 92, wasn't it, that was trundling by us at very slow pace?
Right.
A certain man called James Kay on board that.
Never heard of him.
No.
Has he ever done anything in motorsport?
A vague recollection of him from a few years ago.
James Kay, of course, long-time British touring car stalwart.
So well used to tin tops in a sort of silhouette category here at the Dubai 24 Hours. Meanwhile, the engine cover of the Audi R8 is being removed for Red Camel. The 159 car going to receive some attention, perhaps more body panels to be taken off that car, and there is a place change for 7th position overall.
Jamie Campbell-Walter, the Scot, ahead of the Mexican, ahead of Sanchez. So Lamborghini Gallardo up to 7th and 3rd in AM. The Nissan just drops back a position there. Jamie sets off now in pursuit, 33 seconds back from the 2nd position car, which is Max Brahms now in the number 67. And Jamie lapping a lot quicker at the moment than the 67 Mercedes can muster. Meantime, the battle for 3rd overall now sees Johnny Adam within, 2 seconds of Mohamed Jawah, with Thomas Jaeger just 4 seconds back from that. So the 3 of them separated by under 7 seconds now. I think, as we said just a few moments ago, that battle coming together nicely, and Mohamed Jawah lapping last time around in a 2:04.3, which is, well, within 4/10 of what he's allowed to do without burning one of his joker laps. He's doing a great job in defence of his 3rd position overall, but the cars behind him quicker still.
Massimo Vignali's number 49 car being wheeled back into the garage. It was running in 9th position within the Porsche Cup class, but looks like an issue that can't be addressed on the pit lane apron there for the French squad, Le Digu Racing, and now what is happening with the Audi R8? A number of body panels now having either been removed or the bonnet being lifted up, because the engine is in the rear of one of these Audi R8s, and it looks like they're happy actually at the back end of it. So hopefully this is a relatively routine stop, but it's just a slightly longer service for the 159 car. So Jamie Campbell-Walter, as Graham quite rightly says, is up to 7th position ahead of Ricardo Sanchez in the 23 Nissan. Over the line almost as one go the 2 leaders, but they are still separated by a significant margin over 2 laps. It's Abdelaziz Al Faisal that leads the way then for Black Falcon in the number 2 car. Meanwhile, I think James Kay's got back to the pits. He's up on the jacks now in the pit lane. But it's Al Faisal that leads from the number 33 SPS Mercedes of Alex Müller. change for third position. We were waiting for this one, Graham. Johnny Adam was closing in on Mohamed Jawar in his Dragon Racing Ferrari, and it's happened. This is in the first sector of lap 358. And potentially those two cars could close, or certainly Johnny Adam could close in on the second place Mercedes of Alex Muller. Lap time's relatively similar at the moment. Now that the Scot is into potentially some clean air, having dispatched the Jawar car, could Johnny Adam start to work his way towards Alex Muller? There's a gap of about half a minute between the 33 and the 28 cars.
It's going to be good to watch, isn't it? And this is the kind of entertainment we need at 20 to 5.
Absolutely. 4:37 here in the Middle East. So back in the UK, just gone half past midnight. Still early there. No excuse and no reason to go to bed right now. 9 hours and 24 minutes still to go of the 10th running of the Hankook Dubai 24 Hours. Thomas Jaeger in 5th position for Ram Racing. Max Brahms back on board the GDL Racing number 67 car, which is the Mercedes from San Marino. A couple of, in fact, 3 entries from GDL Racing this year. Max Brahms is in 2nd position within the A6 Amateur class. Jamie Campbell-Walter just half a minute behind Max, actually, so good fight for 2nd and 3rd in A6 Am. Likewise for 3rd and 4th in the overall standings, and that is the slow car that we saw trundling by
us. The 92 car.
Yeah, with James Kay at the wheel. Not sure whether James is still in there, but it's having to be wheeled into the garage for some extra attention. Meanwhile, plenty of cars thundering their way out of the 16th and final turn. Over the start and finish line they go. 361 laps done and dusted then for Abdulaziz Al Faisal, who leads for Black Falcon in the number 2 car. Further down the order, some of the class leaders include Weishaupt in the number 26 car. That's Andreas Weishaupt, who leads the Carrera Cup class. So the race leader on 361 laps completed, 362 currently being turned for Abdulaziz Al Faisal, who is in a very dominant car this year, it would appear, at the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, the 10th running of this fabulous event. And we are getting, well, daylight is at what time, or at least the sun rising? 7 something.
7:30 the sun will rise. It'll start to just get a little bit of lightness in the sky at around about 7 o'clock, I suspect. So yeah, there's still a way to go yet before we get any respite from the constant night that we seem to be in at the moment. Just looking at, I mean, you mentioned the dominance, which are kind of you kind of put in inverted commas, Johnny, of the Black Falcon Mercedes. I think the key to the success thus far has been consistency. It stayed out of trouble. It's just been able to hit the lap times lap after lap after lap. And when you look behind it, there's always been a little glitch somewhere, or cars that occasionally go more slowly, and that Black Falcon car has been able to bang in the lap times. It's also, of the top 4, going to be the one that stays out the longest. I've just been doing some sums on that, and it's going to be staying out the longest of that top 4. The first of them to come in, by my reckoning, is going to be the 2nd place car, number 33, Alex Muller, will be in, not because he's running out of time on his stint, but because he's going to run out of fuel before he gets to run out of time on his stint. As far as the cars in 3rd and 4th are concerned, the Aston Martin and the Ram Racing Mercedes, numbers 28 and 30, it's going to be number 30 coming in first, because he is going to be constrained by the 2 hour for a single driver rule. Thomas Jaeger can only drive for another 15 minutes or so, and then he's going to have to be coming in.
But it's just taken 4th position overall, Paul, as we speak, ahead of Mohamed Jawar. So Thomas Jaeger, I think we're going to see some pace from him in the last 20 minutes of that stint. He's now 5 seconds back from Johnny Adam in 4th position overall, but has gone by the A6 Am leading 88 Dragon Ferrari.
But whatever happens, that Dragon Ferrari still seems able to lead the Han class. But as I say, if it wouldn't be for the Mercedes up in front, this would be a really close battle between the 4 chasing cars. And of course, you've got the added variety in those 4 cars of 3 different manufacturers, because you've got Mercedes, Aston Martin and Ferrari in 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th places. So just let's ignore the Black Falcon car and concentrate on the battle for 2nd place, because it's a blinding battle. I mean, they're separated by 30 seconds. Okay, we've had code 6s, but they bunch the field up a bit, but they don't really bunch the field up. Not in the same way as they do in other forms of endurance racing. And we've had 14 and a half hours of the race.
And not only that, the 2nd position battle for A6 AM is developing nicely, because just 5 laps back from that battle you've just been describing, Paul, we've got the 67 car with Max Brahms at the wheel. 25 seconds back now from him is Jamie Campbell-Walter, and going with Jamie, albeit dropping back a little, is Ricardo Sanchez for the 23 RJN GT Academy Nissan team. They are the 2nd, 3rd and 4th position cars in A6AM, separated by 34 seconds.
Exactly so, and I'm glad you drew my attention to that, because I was about to say look out for the Fach Auto Tech Porsche getting involved in that battle, and I thought, where is it? Because Martin Ragginger has brought that Porsche number 12, the car that started on pole, remember, and led the race early on. He's brought it back into the pits, and he's now been in the pits for quite a long time, 20 minutes or so. So another problem for the Fach Auto Tech Porsche, without any real explanation for it. But that car, having had another long pit stop, it was put down to the back first of all by just one single pit stop. Damaged rear. No, it wasn't. It was. There was a problem on that car which cost it about 45 minutes in the pits. And now another problem seemingly affecting that Porsche, which we know is a very quick car.
That's rather a shame, isn't it? It's a car that's been perfectly capable of race-leading pace, but unfortunately not race-leading reliability through the race thus far for the Porsche. The bad luck we saw earlier it was the number 1 car, wasn't it, that had the big off? Well, right out of contention.
Was it an off, or was it a broken suspension, which
You're absolutely right.
Just caused the wheel to go in a funny direction?
So we're keeping an eye on the lap times from Johnny Adam, from Thomas Jaeger, and well, not so much Mohamed Jawar, because that car going a touch slower than the 2 ahead of it has been overtaken, the Dragon Racing number 88 car, by 28 and 30, but also of Alex Muller, actually, who could be reeled in by Johnny Adam and Thomas Jaeger, although Alex Muller seemingly responding, having just done a 2:02.0, and of Johnny Adam caught up in a bit of traffic, just going through now, in fact, and doing a 2:04.3. He'd worked hard to get the lap down to, or the gap down to, something like 27 seconds. It's extended back up to 32 and a half now, as the Mike Racing Mercedes number 96 comes down pit road.
That's been a long time coming back from its off, or its stop rather, at turn 10. What kind of lap time has that put in for that lap? It's been a long while out there. It's a 9-minute lap that's taken. All is not well with the 96 car. That car will be going into the garage, goes onto the dollies and does exactly that now. Looks a rather dusty car as well. Even the orange that bright struggling to shine through.
So Rick Chiang at the wheel of the number 96 car from the A6 Amateur Division, and it's wheeled into the garage of the Malaysian squad. So Abdulaziz Al Faisal has now done 364 laps. The gap back to Alex Muller still significant, but as Paul quite rightly says, we then have Muller, Johnny Adam in the Aston, Thomas Jaeger in another Mercedes, and Mohamed Jawar, and they are contained within something like 41 seconds. Mohamed Jawar just edging off the back of Thomas Jaeger, but nevertheless it's a 3-way scrap here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Johnny Adam eager to join Alex Muller sooner rather than later. He has 1 or 2 good laps and then can't quite match Alex Muller and that I think is just the fluctuating situation of traffic. Now, Joe Bradley, part of our pit lane team, is very close to the 96 Mercedes, which has been wheeled into the garage, Joe.
I would say, call me a detective, but one of the problems, if not the problem on the 96 Mercedes, was the fact that the right-hand front wheel was devoid of tyre completely. It was just the metal of the wheel that was removed from the car, so whether that was cause or effect remains to be seen. Other than that, the car looks in pretty good nick. I do notice that the little winglets that go on the front of the car are pretty much completely destroyed. That's been probably over the course of the whole entire race, being hit with debris and bits of tyre, but car receiving attention mainly in that right front corner, so that whether that tyre, whether that was caused by a puncture or the puncture caused the damage remains to be seen, but it's going to be in here for the foreseeable. I'll keep an eye on it.
The factor that I just completely forgotten about, but just reminded myself of in the battle, by the way, for second in the A6 AM is, of course, the 67 car and the 69 car that's chasing it have completely different bracket times. It's a 2:06, isn't it, for the 67? And Max Brahm's getting very close to that lap after lap. But unfortunately for him, it's a 2:04 for Jamie Campbell-Walter, albeit that Jamie's got to be coming into the pits in the next 7 or so minutes, hasn't he, Paul?
Yes, that's right on both fronts. The other aspect of it is that the Gulf Racing Lamborghini has used 4 jokers, whereas the number 67 GDL car has only used 2. So they still get the same principle, that is 10 jokers, even though one's running to 2 minutes 04 lap times, one's running to 2 minutes 06. The other advantage for running to 2 minutes 06 is that 50 kilogram weight brake and a full tank of fuel every time. So there's a lot of flexibility to running at that 2:06, even if it does mean that lap on lap you're losing ground on every time.
2 A6 cars on pit road. Meantime, it's the number 4 Scuderia Praha Ferrari. That car running in 13th position overall and is currently 5th in A6 Pro, and tracked down pit lane by Morgan Jones, I think it is, in the Bressie Spark 18 Mercedes in 20th position and 7th in A6 Pro.
Jiri Pisarik at the wheel of the number 4 Ferrari, one of a couple of drivers that hail from the Czech Republic, as does the team. Scuderia Praha meaning Team Prague, and we're now zoning in on the number 2 car as we're in sound and vision here on RadioLeMans.com for 2015, the 10th running of the 24 Hours of Dubai, and the whole race live on Motors TV. So it's Abdulaziz Al Faisal who is at the top of the BRM Watches timing and scoring screen, our official timing partner. And as Joe Bradley has quite rightly pointed out, it's a pretty significant puncture bringing the 96 car in, but other attention is required on the front end of that number 96 Mercedes-Benz. It'll be a little while before we see that back out, but hopefully we do. From Mike Racing, Rick Chiang bringing the car in. I'm sure they'll change the driver before it returns to the track. Snaking its way through turn 14 and 15 comes the race leader then, and heading down towards the final corner at 16. So we started the race with 89 runners, and Paul Truswell, you said there aren't any as such retirements, because if you start the race you will be classified as a finisher, but nevertheless there are certain cars that aren't running anymore.
Yes, quickly run down which ones they are, as well as I can, if you have a moment. Number 9 Mercedes, the Hofer Racing car, is definitely out. The number 3 Abu Dhabi Racing Black Falcon Mercedes is definitely out. Notice any pattern yet? Number 1 Porsche is definitely out, the Stadler Motorsport car.